I was on my way back to the sorority house after a party when I saw it, and it left my blood boiling. The entire place was covered in toilet paper, and the inside was turned upside down. It was like a tornado flew in and destroyed everything in its path. On the living room wall were the spray-painted words, "Happy Halloween, Princess." I knew exactly who my culprit was. Stupid frat boys! You are all dead meat! Hey, I'm Rue from New York, and my life was pretty great until I decided to take my revenge on the frat boys on campus. Like and subscribe so I can tell you how a simple plan turned into something I could never have imagined. And trust me, it's not what you think. My dad was very successful, so some people called me spoiled, but it's not wrong to have everything you want if you deserve it, right? The frat boys hate us. Well, me most of all. I mean, is it really my fault that I'm one of the richest and most popular girls in school? Every time I walk by, they have to say something. "Hey, princess, didn't bring your carriage to university?" You weren't there to pull it, so I got my brand new, one-of-a-kind Rolls Royce. See? Makes your car look like a wagon. We always got on each other's nerves. When I saw what they did to our sorority house, I knew I would get revenge. One night, I sneaked into the frat house when none of them were there, blocked the drains and the sinks and the showers, and opened up all the taps in the house. Try going to swim practice in your own house, boys. I left the water gushing and ran out. That's when I bumped into someone, a security guard. "What are you doing here after dark?" "Oh, I just had to drop something off." But I was cut off when the windows broke open and all the water rushed out like a dam. Oy vey. I was immediately taken to the dean's office and suspended for a week. Fine with me. I'll take the vacation. But then, as a punishment for destroying university property, I had to go and serve food at the community center. I tried to get my dad to help and get me out of it, but he was too busy. So I had to go. I had never been to that side of town, and I was terrified. It was dark and dingy, and everyone stared at me. I quickly ran to the building, and after introducing myself, I was led to the kitchen at the back to wash dishes. I'm sorry, but I've never washed dishes in my life. I don't know how.
I have faith in you. Here, don't want to stain your pretty dress.
My birthday is next Friday. I won't be stuck here doing dishes and get all smelly, am I? Isn't there something else I can do? Like counting money? I'm really good at that.
There's no money to count here.
No money? Then why does this place even exist?
Never mind. Look, you want to leave as soon as possible, right? The best way to do that is to start washing dishes. Go ahead. I'll watch and make sure you're doing it right.
It wasn't like I had a choice, so I picked up a spoon and
wait.
I got drenched. OMG! You said this was supposed to be easy.
It usually is.
You know, it's not nice to laugh at someone's misery.
True, but you gotta admit, it was pretty funny.
Why are you here?
Just to help out.
No, I mean, what did you do to get sent here? I played this totally awesome prank on the frat boys, but got busted. What did you do?
Oh, I didn't do anything. I just have free time when I'm not working, so I come here to give an extra hand.
Wait, you do this on purpose? On your day off? For free?
Just turn the spoon down. That way it doesn't soak you. And you should wear sweats, not dresses. Put your headphones in. Enjoy. You'll get it. See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye. Wait, what's your name?
Andrew.
And then he left. I did my best at washing dishes while listening to music, and actually, it wasn't so bad. And I did a pretty good job. I was kind of proud of myself. The next few days went by in a blur. Whenever I got bored, I took pictures and videos for my gram. Hashtag I work hard. Hashtag never quit. One day, I was knocked over by a clumsy older woman. Suddenly, I was covered in gross food gunk. Ugh, what have you done? These are Jimmy Choo's. It's one of a kind. Do you even know how much they cost?
I'm sorry, dear. My eyesight is not very good. Don't worry, Mrs. Peters. It was an accident. She's fine. Let me help you to your seat.
I suddenly felt all eyes on me. Even Andrew looked disappointed. My cheeks got red. My face super hot. I never felt like this before. I quickly ran out and hid in a back corner of the kitchen. That's when a small hand tapped my hand.
It's just a little curry. You can wash it off and your shoes will look brand new.
These are expensive. The color, you won't understand. Are you one of the people we serve? Where are your parents?
No, I'm Joey. Mommy's busy at work and Drew's my neighbor. He brings me here to make sure I'm not alone, so my mom doesn't need to pay for a babysitter. He asked me to check on you, make sure you're okay.
He did? I can't believe I just yelled at that old lady. Why does he even care how I feel?
Oh,
I don't think I belong here.
He told me you're a rich girl. You're only here because you got in trouble.
I couldn't be mad. It was true. But deep down, for some reason, it hurt. That's what he thought of me? I guess the question was, why did I even care what Andrew thought of me? At the end of the day, I decided to talk to him. Andrew, I'm really sorry.
Look, Rue, It's one thing to not want to do dishes, but these people need help. You come to work parading your diamond earrings in front of people who can't even afford to eat. I asked you not to dress like that.
I did stop dressing up, and not that you need to know, but these are my mother's. She lives far away, and this is the only way I can have her with me all the time. I was so upset, I rushed out before he could respond. I couldn't understand why I was getting so worked up. I barely knew him. I don't think I had a crush. I don't know what it was. That night, instead of scrolling on my phone or shopping, I went to the storeroom and looked at the old pictures of my mom that my dad had put away. I found some old videos my mom had made of us. I loved watching how mom and dad both cared for me. I didn't know when, but I fell asleep on the floor. I woke up to the sound of the wind. There was a huge storm outside overnight. My phone was lit up with hurricane warnings. The next day, it took over an hour to get to the community center because of all the trees on the street. The minute I got there, my jaw dropped. There were more than 100 people there, wrapped in blankets, and some of them were even crying. It was chaos.
Where the heck have you been? We need all the help we can get.
What's going on? Why are there so many people?
The hurricane destroyed or damaged some houses. All these people have nowhere else to go right now. They really need our help today.
Okay. What do you need?
I'll show you. And I'm sorry about what I said about your earrings.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry too.
Okay, let's get to work.
Again, I wasn't sure why it felt so good that he apologized and things were okay between us, but there was no time to think about it. I focused on trying to help the people around me. Most of them were older people and children. I ran around with the other volunteers and served hot food and drinks, gave blankets, and dry clothes for them to change into. I was giving a cup of soup to an old lady when Joey tugged on my shirt. Joey, did something happen to your house too? Yeah, the storm hurt it. More and more people kept coming.
The food trucks can't get here because of the storm. We're gonna run out of food and space.
I looked around at the crowd and felt my heart breaking. I knew I had to do something to help. So I decided to take all of them home. I had more than enough space and so much food. It would only be for a couple of days. Dad will be proud of me for helping. At home, with the help of all the volunteers, I was finally able to make everyone feel safe and warm. But that didn't last long because when Dad came storming in, he looked pissed.
What is going on here?
I immediately took him into his office to explain. After I told him everything, I thought he would be happy.
What is wrong with you? I want them out of my house, now. I don't care where they go, but they can't stay here.
Are you for real? These people need help. If Mom was here, she'd help.
This isn't a shelter. Get them out.
Fine, have it your way. I'll take them to a hotel.
Well, I'm not paying a single penny.
You don't have to. I've been saving my money so I could go on a trip to Paris with the sorority when we graduate.
You're going to give away all your money to these people you don't even know?
I'll save my monthly allowance.
That's money for you, not strangers. There will be no more allowances if this is how you're going to spend it.
What about graduation? You said you'd help me. You know how much going there means to me.
Not if you give all your money away.
I couldn't believe how cold-hearted he had become. All I wanted to do was get out of there. So I arranged for all the people to travel to a hotel close by, hiring 2 buses. I sat in the back where Andrew joined me.
I overheard the argument with your dad. I was trying to find the bathroom and got lost. Your house is really confusing. I'm sorry things got so bad between you two.
I can't believe he changed so much. I guess that's what you must think of all rich people. Joey told me that's what you call me.
I shouldn't have judged you. You're going out of your way to help these people you don't even know with your own money. Sorry about your Paris trip. That sounded like it would have been fun.
The other girls wanted to go for fun, but for me, never mind. It's okay. This is more important. We finally arrived at the hotel, and I went straight to the manager and spoke to him. He was more than willing to help, but he informed me that he had limited rooms left and that the money I had wouldn't be enough to cover an entire week of their stay and food. He needed to pay his staff. My mind went blank. What should I do now? I tried not to freak out in front of everyone who was looking at me for answers. And then I saw the mirror and I saw my diamond earrings, my mom's earrings. Here, will this do? Please? My puppy dog eyes worked because he agreed. All of these people finally had a place to stay, warm and safe for a while, till we figured something out. Joey's mom hugged me so tight. I started crying because I hadn't been hugged like that in a long time. All of it got too overwhelming and I excused myself and stepped out.
You okay? Not used to so many compliments?
No, it's just I thought of my mom.
I'm sorry. When did she...
What? Oh, no. She had to leave last year after her and my dad got divorced. She went back to Paris where her family lives. I want to go see her. Dad won't help me with with it, and she can't afford it, so I was saving. I know it looks like I have money, but it's all my dad's.
This was really selfless of you.
Thanks. He went back in to help everyone get settled, and then I realized why he was different from any other boy I had liked before. I actually cared what he thought of me. The other boys were all the same. They all only cared about how they looked and never did anything for anyone else. Andrew was not like anyone I knew before. The next few days went by super fast as the volunteers and I were busy helping the hotel maids and cooks since we brought so many people. One day, Andrew came up to me and handed me an envelope.
When I told everyone about what you gave up to help them, they set up an online fund for your Paris trip. Happy birthday, Rue.
Wait, what? In all the chaos, I hadn't even realized it was my birthday. I can't believe he remembered. I wanted nothing more in the world than to go to Paris and see my mom, but I couldn't accept the money when all the people here still needed so much help. So I gave it all to the shelter to fix all the damaged homes. On our last day at the hotel, as we were all getting ready to leave in the lobby, Joey ran up to me with a newspaper in hand.
Look, Lou, it's you!
And he was right. Right there in the newspaper was a picture of me and the story about how I helped so many people and what I gave up to do it. I was shocked. I always wanted to be famous, but I never thought it would be from something like this. Thank you so much, sweetheart. You're like an angel who came and saved us. So we all wanted to do something for you too. Oh, no, please. The donation was for you.
She's not talking about those donations. She's talking about these donations.
Andrew opened the lobby door, and outside were hundreds of people from town who heard about what happened and what I did. They were all leaving donations for my trip.
You helped people, so people helped you back.
All of a sudden, people began to applaud for me. And so that's how a shallow, spoiled girl became a criminal, and then something more. And I even got a little extra to bring a friend along. Come on, Andrew.
Wondering why I'm running down the streets of New York at night in the pouring rain with a mob of angry girls chasing me? I'll tell you when I catch my breath. I turned a corner and ran down an alley, only to find a dead end. I looked around frantically and burst through a tiny door that led into a dingy cafe, which was empty, except for a boy sweeping the floor. Quick, I need you to hide me. He just stared at me silently. Sometime today would be nice, buddy. What's the magic word? I don't know. Hurry up. That's not one word. Jesus Christ! Wrong again. Please is the magic word. No, it's abracadabra. Okay, I'm guessing you're not from the mafia. You want to look at the menu? I wouldn't order the salmon. It's been smelling weird for weeks. Just hide me, now! The boy shoved me into a tiny broom closet just before the girls chasing me burst in. Did Lana Moon come in here? No one's been in here for 3 days. No, wait, yesterday, a big ugly guy came in and cut his toenails here and left without ordering anything. Does that sound like Lana Moon? You're crazy. Let's go, girls! When I heard the door slam shut, I came out. You really don't know who I am? I figured out your name was Lana Moon. Duh. But no. Who are you? Hi, everyone. I'm Lana Moon, global sensation and chart-topping singer. But of course, you all knew that. I don't know what rock this weirdo's been living under. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My life wasn't always like this. In fact, growing up, I was a nobody with nothing much. My dad was a math teacher in a public school, and my mom was a maid. She was French and had come to America for a better life, but it hadn't turned out like she'd imagined. Pay attention, Lana. You have to learn fractions. Yes, Lana. It's very useful to know that half your father's miserable salary goes to rent, and 1/3 goes to bills. How much is left for buying us something nice? Do the math and feel disappointed. Algebra is important. This equation can help you calculate the gradient of the slope. Yes, Lana, let's calculate the slope of your life going downhill. And it's a steep slope, baby. Clearly, my parents didn't get along. And even though I loved Dad, I was with Mom on how useless math was. I was actually obsessed with singing. But my parents were either too busy with their jobs or too busy arguing to notice. One day they were fighting when I put my headphones on in my room and started singing a ballad. All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself anymore. As I belted out the high note, I saw my parents in the doorway, their mouths hanging open. That was you? Singing? It was you? No, Celine Dion's hiding under my bed. Oh my God, Celine is here? Dad, of course it was me. You don't get sarcasm, do you? Oh, my baby, you have a gift. You're going to be a singer, a superstar. We'll talk about this after she finishes high school and college. Do you know how many singers fail?
I'll run the numbers on the probability of success.
Wait. How you say in America? Ah, yes. Shut up, man. Mom took on extra cleaning jobs to pay for a professional vocal coach, and soon she was signing me up for talent shows, open mic nights at cafes, and singing competitions. And then everything changed in the 12th grade when I won a big national competition. I received a huge cash prize, signed up with a talent manager, Chaz, and got a record deal in New York.
You're ruining her childhood. How can you make her drop out of high school?
She's almost 18. And what good has education done you, huh?
I don't support this decision, and I won't be going with you two.
Some people are meant to live small lives forever, and you are one of them. But it won't be me or my daughter. I was really sad that Dad didn't support me, and our family was breaking up. But I just couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Before I knew it, I was on a crazy roller coaster ride. I was recording songs, singing on TV shows, giving radio interviews, and when my album was released, it topped the music charts and launched my career into the stratosphere overnight. Soon I was touring and singing to sold-out stadiums. Every time I stepped on stage and the crowd roared my name, I had to pinch myself. This was real. I was a star. But it turns out a roller coaster isn't all that fun if you can't get off. 2 years later, I was getting tired and wanted a break.
You've got concerts lined up for the next 3 months. We have TV appearances, brand endorsements.
A small break.
It's not possible right now. You're on top of the world, Lana, and we have to make sure you stay there.
But one night, as I performed for a huge crowd, I found myself singing off-key, and I forgot my lyrics. Then, during my final number, this huge spotlight turned towards me, and suddenly, I couldn't stop blinking. I stumbled backwards in confusion and crashed into a bunch of dancers who crashed into the band. Chaz ran on stage with my bodyguards and whisked me off to a hospital. After a thorough examination, the doctor told us that my excessive blinking was triggered by exhaustion and stress, and I needed rest. Chaz had to cancel my commitments, and I went off to Hawaii for 3 months. One day, as I was sunbathing by the pool with Mom, Chaz came running.
Have you seen the music charts lately? You're almost at the bottom.
Relax. Have a pina colada. People love me.
This is showbiz, Lana. You go from hero to zero in seconds. There's a talented new girl in town, and everyone's talking about how she's gonna be the next big thing.
He wasn't kidding. The girl was some exotic foreign beauty who wrote her own lyrics and played 5 different instruments, and America was obsessed. I still had my fans, but my popularity was definitely taking a hit.
What do you mean you found another face for your makeup brand? You're Lana Moon's backup singer. Ever heard of a thing called loyalty? Okay then, jump off a cliff.
I returned to my work and started recording again. One day after my session, Chaz dragged me off to my dressing room, and I flipped out when I saw who was inside.
I'm guessing I don't need to introduce myself.
Oh my God, you're Xander, the lead singer for the hottest boy band in the world. Come on, I have a poster of you in my bedroom, and now you're here in the flesh? No, scratch that. It's my mother who has a poster of you in her bedroom. No, wait. That sounds way worse.
It's okay. I have a poster of me too. I've heard your songs, Lana. You're very talented.
Who? Me?
Yes, you. Also, I was wondering if you'd go to dinner with me tomorrow night. She'll be there.
I can speak for myself, Chaz. Yeah, I'll be there. The next day, Xander whisked me off in his limo to a super exclusive restaurant. And sure, I was impressed with the food and Xander's dimples, but we also had a lot in common.
This life can be so lonely. It's hard for regular people to understand.
It does get overwhelming sometimes, but we're also really lucky.
I love your positivity. You look beautiful, by the way.
Xander took my hand, and butterflies fluttered in my stomach. The next week, Xander sent his private jet to take me to a beautiful island town. We spent all weekend on the beach talking and laughing. The night before I left, we had our first kiss under the stars. Then he asked me to be his girlfriend, and I was so caught up in the moment, I just said yes. Soon, Xander and I moved in together, and we became the new it couple. We were on magazine covers, we were doing interviews together, and the paparazzi were obsessed with us. My album sales were through the roof again, and Xander and I released a duet that the public went wild for. Life was perfect, but soon a new side of Xander started to show itself.
Are you seriously wearing that to the gala?
This is Chanel.
From last year's collection. It looks like someone gave you those clothes as charity. Please go change. It's not a good look for me.
I thought Xander was being rude and superficial, but I changed anyway to avoid an argument. But he only got worse. He became more and more controlling, telling me what to wear, when to smile, how much to eat, who to talk to.
Why do you talk to that woman on the phone so much?
Because she's my mom? How come you don't talk to your family? I ditched all those bottom feeders years ago. All anyone wants from me is money. I honestly felt a little bad for him, but I hated his attitude with me. I felt suffocated and like I wasn't my own person anymore. Soon we had an interview on a popular late-night show, and Xander was unbearable. He kept undermining my opinions and interrupting me, or just talked non-stop about himself. As we walked out of the studio, Xander took my hand, but I shook it off. What are you doing? You know the paparazzi is always watching, so smile. Don't tell me what to do, and I'm not going home with you. We're done, Xander. Excuse me? Do you understand what it means to be my girlfriend? There are girls far prettier and more talented than you who are dying to be with me. Jeez, I hate it when your eyes start doing this blinking thing. You look so stupid. Make it stop. I'm having a serious conversation here. No, Xander. This conversation is done, and so are we. As I turned away, he tried to stop me, but I pushed him hard. The paparazzi went crazy around us, and I jumped into a cab and fled the scene. I checked into a hotel that night, and as I sank into the bed, I felt relief wash over me. I was free. But the next morning, I woke up to 100 angry voicemails from Chaz. When I turned on the TV, I saw the video of me pushing Xander being played on every news channel, and he was crying. Lana was only with me because of my fame. Her manager set us up because her career was tanking. I really fell in love with her, though. I did everything she said, bought her everything she asked for. But after the interview last night, she told me she was seeing someone else. Lana Moon is a cheater, a liar, and a gold digger. That jerk! I checked Twitter and TikTok and found thousands of comments calling for a boycott of my album and tour. I moved back to my own place and released an official statement saying Xander was lying and just couldn't accept the relationship was over. My fans were supportive, but his fangirls were insane. They were camping outside my house, chanting protests and egging my windows. After a week of this nonsense, I slipped out one night, climbing over the back wall. But as I was sipping my favorite latte at a cafe, some of those girls spotted me. It's her. I can't believe you treated Xander that way. You need to apologize to that precious angel. That's when they started chasing me, and I ended up with the crazy boy in the weird cafe. His name was Kenny, and he offered me a dry sweatshirt and a cup of tea as I told him my story. He was fascinated, especially when he saw Xander's picture. Whoa, you were dating this guy? I don't think I've ever seen someone so proportionate. And those cheekbones, you could grate cheese off of them. Sorry, went off on a tangent. We hate this guy. He's a toxic piece of garbage. Thank you. How come you don't know about all this? I don't have any social media accounts. I'm a theoretical physicist in an advanced level university program, so between that and my multiple jobs, I don't have much time for stupid gossip. Not that your life is stupid. This was really interesting, and it's nice to meet a pop star. It's been nice to meet someone so ordinary. Wait, that came out wrong. No, I'm pretty ordinary, and I'm okay with that. Is it okay if I come hang out here sometimes? I'm always alone here. I could use the company. The noise created by Xander's fans started dying out, and I returned to work. But in the evenings, I started slipping out frequently to the cafe. And even though we were poles apart, I found Kenny the easiest person to talk to. He listened attentively and always gave the best advice. He was smart and funny and even cute, but clearly unaware of it. And he really seemed to love my songs. After I finished the new album, I decided to take a weekend break on an exclusive island resort where no paparazzi would be around. And I invited Kenny. Kenny was loving the resort, but he just wouldn't come into the pool. I could show you some disturbing statistics about how much pool water is actually just pee. There's no one here, and I'm not peeing. There's a lot of life-threatening bacteria in that water that can travel up your nose. You don't know how to swim, do you? Yeah, you caught me. I'm a loser. I'll teach you. I'm an expert. No thanks. Come on, just jump into the pool. I'll catch you. You jump into the pool. I'm already in the pool. Jump at me. You jump at me. I literally had to drag him in and force him to learn. When I thought he was ready, I pushed him towards the deep end. Kenny started flapping around like a crazy duck, but he was actually afloat. Oh my God, I'm swimming. You're doing so well. Keep going. Soon he was swimming around like a clumsy mermaid, and then he circled back to me laughing. Wow, this feels amazing. Thank you. Thank you. And then suddenly he kissed me and I kissed him back. We broke apart and stared at each other. But just then, Xander turned up at the pool. What are you doing here? Are you stalking me?
Maybe. Is that a crime?
Yeah.
When I found out you were coming here with a +1, I had to see for myself. You were cheating on me all along, just as I'd suspected. Why else would you break up with me?
'Cause you've been acting like a jerk for months.
So you decided to cheat on me? With skinny, pasty nobody? Hey, that's rude.
What do you want, Xander?
Just some pictures to prove my claim. I got one of you two kissing. That'll work.
You're invading my privacy. I want you to delete it.
Sure, after I posted it. What's happening to your eyes, Lana? Is that the first time you're seeing Miss Blinks a lot? Listen, dude, if you don't stop bothering Lana right now, I will punch your face. It won't hurt that much because I'm not that strong, but it'll still be embarrassing for someone like you to get punched by a pasty physicist. Give it your best shot, chicken legs.
No one is doing anything. As I stepped forward to stop them, I suddenly slipped on some water and hit my head, and then I blacked out. When I finally came around, I was in a hospital with Chaz and Mom beside me. Oh, my baby, you're awake. Where am I?
You were taken to a hospital on the island, but we had you transferred to the city. You've been unconscious for 3 days. We kept the news quiet, though. How are you feeling?
I think I'm okay.
Then take a look at this.
Chaz shoved a phone in my face, and the picture of me kissing Kenny was everywhere. Xander was claiming it was taken by a private investigator while he and I were still together. This isn't true. And that maniac posted this when I could have been in a coma?
Who is this boy you're kissing?
I'm entitled to some privacy.
No, you're not. You're a public figure, Lana, and I'm your manager. I need to know everything about this boy before I decide how to handle this story.
He's a nobody, okay? Just an ordinary guy I randomly met. A distraction. I only invited him to the resort because I didn't want to be alone. Don't drag him into all this drama. He's no one important. Of course I lied to get Chaz off my back. Kenny meant a lot to me, and I wanted to talk to him about us before I made anything public. I texted Kenny, but he didn't reply. Soon after I was released from the hospital, I went to the cafe, and sure enough, he was there. Hey, why haven't you replied? You didn't want to know how I was doing?
I knew you were fine.
Okay, then. Kenny, we need to talk.
Yeah, and I'll go first. Lana, I don't think you should come around here or keep in touch with me.
Oh, so you don't want to see me anymore?
Yeah, 'cause I'm just an ordinary guy you randomly met and hung out with. So you wouldn't be alone, right? I came to see you at the hospital and I heard you and Chaz talking.
Listen, it's not...
It's fine. I am ordinary. And I have a lot on my plate. I don't want to be in the public eye and I don't need distractions. You and I belong to 2 different worlds and they're never going to intersect. So let's just back off before anyone gets hurt, okay?
If that's what you want, okay. I felt kind of heartbroken, but maybe it was for the best. He didn't want this life, and perhaps it was better for me to not be in a relationship right now. But on the bright side, karma hit Xander soon. He started dating the exotic foreign singer who recorded him acting crazy jealous and screaming at her, and she made it public. Xander got dropped by his label, and the same fans who'd hated me brought out their pitchforks for him instead. I got a lot of support, and my new album did amazingly well. But my success felt hollow, and I called Dad one day. Maybe you were right all along, and I should have never become a singer.
I never said that, Lana. You're very talented, and I never expected you to become a mathematician. I just wanted you to have a balanced life.
You should have fought harder to stick around, Dad. I could have used your wisdom.
I didn't think you'd listen then, but I am sorry.
Do you think I should take a break and finish high school?
I think that sounds great, honey.
The next day, I publicly announced my career break. Mom didn't protest much because apparently she was getting married to a rich music producer and relocating to France. Chaz went berserk, but I fired him. I was done being pushed around, and I would get back to music when I felt ready. After my high school graduation, I was celebrating with my friends at a cafe that was having an open mic night. I couldn't resist getting up on stage and singing, and it felt great. Just then, I spotted a familiar face smiling at me, and I walked over. Kenny, it's been a while. How are you?
Pretty great, actually. I finished the program with flying colors.
Of course you did. It's lame in comparison, but I just finished high school.
I know. I made a social media account just to follow you.
Kenny, all those things I said to Chaz, I didn't mean them. You weren't a distraction or a rebound, and you're not at all ordinary. Not to me. Anyway, I'll see you around.
Are you free for dinner? I know this shady cafe that's great if you want to get food poisoning. And good tea. We could talk more?
Sounds good to me.
One day, someone knocked on our door and Mom opened it. "Ma'am, please hurry up. Your daughter got into a fight with 3 girls and they're hurt very badly." Mom ran really fast to the store where she saw everything was a mess, like a tornado had swept through. "Maggie! Maggie, where are you?" Just then, she saw 3 huge men holding a teenage girl kicking and screaming. They were trying to calm her down, but it wasn't working. But when the girl saw her mom, she ran to hug her. Ma'am, she attacked 3 girls. I think they're her classmates. The girls were taken to the hospital. One of them is in serious condition. Mom, don't listen to him. I'm your good girl. And the girl they were talking about is me. I hugged Mom again and held on to her as I pulled a switchblade out of my pocket, aimed it at a rice bag, and hit it at the perfect angle to tip it over. The bag fell on the man's head, and he collapsed. Mom turned around as he fell to the ground. Oh dear, that poor man. Don't worry, Mom. He just got tired from standing up all day. Then Mom gave me the strangest look. Who are you, young lady? I'm your only child, your husband went missing, and you have no one. It's only me. Don't worry if you're not understanding what's going on. I'll explain it to you later. Let's pray those girls are dead by now. No. The girls are dead? No, not dead. I meant bed. I hope they're in bed by now, resting. They're fine, I swear. Then Mom burst into tears. I tried everything to calm her down, but she wouldn't stop crying. I slipped the big security guard a $100 bill and asked if he could give us a ride home. We walked out of the store, and then I realized we were surrounded by the bad guys. Yep, this mission was a disaster. I'm Maggie, and let's just say I have a special set of skills. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Before I met Mom, I lived in an orphanage in a small town. I was pretty quiet and kept to myself, but I loved playing in the sandbox. I could build anything if I saw a picture of it first. I built sandcastles, sand rockets, sand airplanes, and I even sculpted my favorite teacher. My sand sculptures were so cool, they got lots of attention. The newspaper even came to take my picture once. One day when I was 9, I'd been making a complicated new sandcastle for hours when 3 of the biggest bullies walked up to me. Your stupid sandcastle is in my way, weirdo. Move it or else.
There's plenty of room and I can't move it, dummy. Plus, I was here first.
The bully got really mad, then he and his friends smashed my sandcastle to pieces. Tell anyone and we'll smash your face too. I cried like a baby, and I even told the nuns in the orphanage, but the bullies just denied it. That night, I watched a martial arts movie about a man that fought a dozen bad guys and beat them to a pulp. The next morning, as I was building another castle, the bullies came up to me and tried to push me around, but then I thought about the martial arts movie. And I suddenly started kicking and punching like a ninja. I gave 2 of the bullies a black eye and punched the big one in the nose. They ran off crying to the nuns.
She's a maniac. She's out of control.
The nuns didn't even listen to my side of the story and grounded me for a month. I was so angry I could scream. Then the best thing happened. This strange couple, we'll call them Mr. and Mrs. X, adopted me. They flew me to America on a private jet and moved me into a huge mansion. But when I walked through the doors, I learned that Mr. and Mrs. X had adopted another girl my age named Grace. And that wasn't even the craziest part. During the day, Mr. and Mrs. X worked as executives at a huge security company to pay the bills. But at night, they were vigilantes fighting for justice. Grace and I started training for the secret family business on our very first day. Grace also had a special set of skills like me. Before she met Mr. and Mrs. X, she lived with a magician, so she knew a ton of magic tricks, and she could appear and disappear with the snap of a finger. Yeah, it was kind of creepy. Mr. and Mrs. X played us a couple scenes from a boxing movie on TV, then threw us into a boxing ring. I didn't want to hurt Grace. She seemed really sweet. Do we have to fight each other? Whoever wins gets $500. And the biggest room. The next thing I knew, Grace's fist came flying at my face, and I landed flat on my back.
Hey, that's cheating. I wasn't ready. Too bad, loser. Are you gonna cry or get up and fight?
Then Grace kicked me. I jumped to my feet, and we fought like a couple of wild dogs. I used my ninja skills to pin her to the ground. After that, Grace and I spent our days learning new skills, like picking locks, driving getaway cars, and swinging from tall buildings. By the time we were 15, every night, Mr. and Mrs. X took us out on missions where we beat up criminals, tied them up, and dropped them off in front of the police station. Mr. X was really nice, and even when we weren't fighting crime, he loved spending time with me. But I always felt like I wasn't Mrs. X's favorite. Whenever I tried to talk to Mrs. X, she'd get bored and start asking about Grace. Mrs. X and Grace even left the house late at night to go on special training missions and refused to let me join them. Sorry, Maggie, there's only room for 2. I felt so left out, and it made me pretty sad. But then I met my best friend Asher. He lived in the house next door, and he always made me smile. We'd play video games, watch MSA videos, and build model airplanes. One time, Asher almost figured out my secret. Why is your watch beeping like that?
Maggot, we need you ASAP. The bad guys are... Ah!
Was that Grace? Is she okay?
Oh, that's nothing. It's just a little game we play sometimes. Actually, I have to go. See ya.
I really liked Asher. He was a great friend, but I felt so guilty lying to him all the time. Grace knew I had a crush on Asher, so she loved torturing him. Once he came over to visit me, and she pretended to be sick.
Oh no, I don't feel so good.
Asher ran over to help her. What's wrong? Is there anything I can do? Then she pulled out a water gun, sprayed him in the face, and then shoved him out the door.
Sucker.
Grace hung out with the popular kids, who she'd turned into her little minions. She loved to brag about how she had more friends, more boyfriends, and better clothes than me. But when Grace and I were in high school, things took a turn. Mr. and Mrs. X lost their jobs at the security company, and money got really tight. Then one night, I caught Mrs. X and Grace stealing a bag of money from a crew of bank robbers instead of turning the money into the police. A couple hours later, reports of the missing money were all over the news. I told Mr. X what Grace and Mrs. X did, and it caused the biggest fight.
We're the good guys. You have to give that money back.
They'll never know it was us.
Plus, I need new shoes. My disguise is too small, and our gadgets are way too old.
But stealing is wrong.
So is your stupid face.
If you don't give it back, then I will.
Mrs. X promised to give back the money, but the next morning, I woke up to a crashing sound. Then the police stormed through the doors. Mrs. X was gone, and she'd taken all the criminals' money and cleaned out all our bank accounts. The police told us that Mrs. X had been stealing from criminals and banks across the city for years and had framed Mr. X for the crimes. Mr. X and I were shocked and heartbroken, but I could tell Grace already knew. Of course she did. Later, I tried to talk to Grace. I know you were in on it. You and Mrs. X were so close, and you lied about your secret missions. Why did you two do this?
Because we wanted a great life for ourselves away from you two. We had bigger ambitions, and now it's all ruined and I'm stuck with you. But I know she'll come back for me because she loves me. She never cared much for you.
But so much time passed, and Mrs. X never came back or responded to any of our attempts to reach her, and Grace grew bitter and angrier by the day. Asher and I tried to cheer her up. One morning, we made her favorite chocolate waffles. Look, Grace, we made your favorite breakfast.
Are you and your idiot friend trying to poison me, you backstabbing jerk?
Grace threw a waffle at me and dumped orange juice on Asher's head.
My eyes!
Then Grace tried to drown me with syrup. Dad rushed in to break it up. Luckily, Asher wasn't hurt too bad, and Grace was grounded for a month. When Grace and I turned 17, Mr. X fell in love with a rich woman named Miss Cherry. Now, when I say rich, I mean really rich. Like she owned 3 mansions, donated millions of dollars to charities, and even had a hospital named after her. And Grace hated Miss Cherry. She slammed doors in her face, gave her dirty looks, and refused to talk to her. I thought Miss Cherry was really nice, though. Even though she was so wealthy, she was sweet and down to earth. We spent hours talking, and she loved helping me with my homework, and she even taught me how to play the piano. For the first time, I felt like I really had a mom. Soon, Miss Cherry and Mr. X got married. Mr. X was called away for a job interview out of the city, and while he was gone for a few days, Grace started acting really weird. She'd sneak out of the house late at night, and when I asked her where she was going, she'd snap at me.
Mind your own business, loser.
One night, Miss Cherry was cooking, and she accidentally spilled a cup of water. Then she slipped on the water and hit her head hard on the floor. I ran over to help her up, and thankfully, she was conscious soon. But then she started to panic because she didn't even know where she was or who I was. Heck, she didn't even remember her own name. I told her I was Maggie and I was her daughter. I told her to rest while I got her medicine for her throbbing head from the store. As I entered the store, I got an alert on my phone. It was a message from Mr. X.
Maggie, listen, I don't have much time. Miss Cherry is in danger. Mrs. X and Grace are going to try to steal all her money. You have to protect her.
The video cut off, and just then, I turned to see Grace and her minions behind me.
It's over, Maggie. You're outnumbered. Fighting is futile. Mrs. X and I will get Miss Cherry and all her money.
You'll have to get through me first. Grace and her minions charged at me, holding breadsticks like swords. We fought in all the aisles, knocking over a dozen displays, and food flew everywhere. By the time we were finished, the grocery store was destroyed. 2 burly security guards grabbed me and pulled me off Grace and her friends. Then out of nowhere, Miss Cherry appeared.
Maggie! Maggie, where are you?
So, this brings us back to the beginning. Miss Cherry took one look at me and the mess and got really confused and then upset. And I was trying to take her home, but now we were surrounded by the bad guys. Grace and her evil minions. Yeah, she'd called in backup, and there were more of them now. Grace had a big bruise on her forehead. Her hair was all messed up, and she looked like a crazy lunatic. Miss Cherry, took one look at the girls and started yelling at me. Maggie, you terrible girl! Look at what you've done! Apologize at once! Then the big security guard pulled off his mask, and it was Mrs. X in disguise. Give us Miss Cherry. We just need to take her for a few hours, have her sign over her wealth to us, and then we'll return her to you to live together happily ever after. There was no way I was going to hand poor Miss Cherry to Mrs. X and Grace, so there was only one thing I could do. Run! I jumped in the air, flipped over their heads, and grabbed a bunch of apple pies off a food cart. One by one, at supersonic speed, I hit Grace, Mrs. X, and the minions in the face. They fell down in a daze, and I grabbed Miss Cherry, pulled her into a random car, and drove her straight home. We were almost home when I saw Mrs. X and Grace on my tail in a huge moving van. We had a high-speed chase through the streets. I turned a corner and swerved toward my house and almost hit Asher. Mrs. X and Grace came barreling down the road. I grabbed Asher and Miss Cherry, ran inside the house, and barricaded the doors. Miss Cherry sat down on the couch and took a nap.
What's going on? When did you learn to drive?
Before I could explain, Mrs. X and Grace jumped through the window. Surrender, you big loser! We won! Asher got so scared he dropped his milkshake on the floor. Grace lunged at me, slipped on Asher's milkshake, and lost her balance. I grabbed her, shoved her into a closet, and locked the door. Then Mrs. X grabbed Asher.
Give me the old lady, or your little friend here is toast.
Asher screamed like a banshee and fainted in Mrs. X's arms. Then Miss Cherry appeared out of nowhere. She hit Mrs. X in the head with a vase and knocked her out.
Look, I stopped the bad woman. I'm hungry. Who wants ice cream?
Mr. X and the police arrived later and took Grace and Mrs. X off to jail. Mr. X had been captured by one of Mrs. X's associates and tied to a tree on the side of the road, but he cut his way out and ran all the way home. Asher didn't speak to me for weeks after the incident, but I convinced him to meet me on the roof at school.
I can't believe you lied to me all these years.
I wanted to protect you. I'd never be able to forgive myself if I ever put you in danger. You're my best friend, and so much more.
What do you mean, more?
A lot more. I like you, dummy. Asher leaned in for a kiss. I couldn't help but giggle. I was so nervous.
What's so funny?
I've never kissed a boy before.
I've never met a real-life vigilante.
Then this should be fun. Put on this mask and hold on tight. I'm taking you for a ride. Hi, I'm Abina, and I live in an orphanage in Ghana. And before you start feeling sorry for me and blah, 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 relax, man. Everyone is super chill here. The coffee is bomb, and I have a little brother who worships me. So I guess that's why I've never wanted to get adopted. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I could remember, rich, stupid foreigners would come every month to take one of us home with them. But I knew they were just using us to brag about how they'd done such a noble deed by adopting a poor orphan. So whenever those snobs would drop by with their camera phones and designer clothes, I'd convince my brother Kofi to help me mess with them. Come see our room. We just got new blankets. Sweetie, I'm taking a selfie with... Our new blankets smell like lavender. Ah! Is that pee? Silly me. I forgot. We have a bedwetting problem. A bedwetting problem! The woman ended up bursting into tears from the awful smell. So traumatic. But one day, the warden had had enough of my behavior.
You're 14 years old now, and Kofi's 8. It's important for your development to have parents. So the next time a visitor arrives, you better behave yourself.
I was about to refuse, but I wanted Kofi to be happy and healthy, so I gave in. Except when a couple finally decided to take us home, I immediately disliked them. Apparently, they were both philanthropists who loved doing charity work. They were just too sweet, and I had a bad feeling about these people. Just like that, they whisked us from our beloved home to some mansion in America.
Who wants to see their new room? Do you want to see your big boy bed, my cutie-wootie widow mouse?
Ew, gross. We hate mice, and don't talk to Kofi like he's a baby.
Of course, dear. I'll try again. Yo, dudes. Who wants to see their billion-dollar golden baller sleep in place?
You hear me, bro?
There's gotta be a cliff I can jump off of. At least I had a giant bed with a mattress from heaven. But the next day, things took an awful turn. I discovered that Kofi and I were all over the news, and the paparazzi were right outside our window. Were my new parents famous? How come you didn't tell us you guys were celebrity philanthropists? I don't want to live in the public eye, and I've got an 8-year-old brother. I don't want his picture everywhere online.
Oh, come on. Being a celebrity is fun.
You never have to wait in line. You get free stuff. Give it a chance, Abena.
It's Abina. I've told you 3 times. You know what? Just call me Abby, since I'm an American now. Mom looked hurt when I said that, and from that day on, things went downhill. Mom and I fought about everything imaginable. Like, she'd get mad because I hated being interviewed by reporters, or because I hated the itchy $1,000 clothes she bought me, or the fact that she kept feeding Kofi fancy food that he wasn't used to, even though I told her to just give us something more simple. By the time school started, I was exhausted from all the media attention, and I didn't want a bunch of kids coming up to me since I was the famous Ghanaian orphan that they were fascinated with. So I decided to ditch class and hang out in the school garden. Then suddenly, I heard a voice near me.
Hey, are you okay?
I looked over to see a boy my age with neon hair dressed in rags. Even the clothes I wore at the orphanage were nicer than his. No? I don't know. My parents are annoying. Your biceps are gorgeous. Never mind. The guy just laughed, and suddenly, I found myself pouring my heart to a total stranger about everything that had happened. I found out his name was Carter, and we went to the same school. He apparently skipped classes regularly, so he'd have enough energy to work nighttime shifts. And it was all because his parents barely had enough money to buy food. I felt bad for Carter, but I was kind of relieved to finally meet someone here who wasn't rich. He ended up walking me home, but when we arrived, Mom greeted us at the door, and she immediately asked Carter to leave.
Abby, I know that boy. He lives in a trailer outside our neighborhood. I want you to stay away from him. He's a criminal. You'll be in danger, and people will think my daughter's mixed up with a crook.
Because your publicity image is all you care about, right? You don't actually care about my safety. Well, guess what? You're not my real mom, which means I don't have to listen to you. Mom grounded me after I said that, but I didn't let that stop me. Carter and I started hanging out all the time. Sometimes we'd ditch class together, and sometimes he'd sneak in through my window so we could watch MSA videos together on my TV.
I'm so glad you watched these on YouTube instead of TikTok. Promise me you'll never watch MSA on TikTok and fry your brain, please.
I didn't believe Mom about the criminal nonsense until one day I noticed Carter take off his baseball cap to reveal a clump of shiny jewelry. Please tell me he didn't steal all that.
Abby, you know I have a family to support. Yeah, I feel bad for stealing, but a job washing dishes can only pay so much.
Look, I get it, but you don't have to become a thief. No wonder Mom thinks you're a delinquent. Maybe I'll ask her to give you some money. She and my dad love bragging about how they give to charity. Then suddenly, Carter got this really serious look on his face, and then he told me something disturbing. My parents were known for being frauds. Kofi and I hadn't been the first kids they'd taken home. Apparently, they'd foster them for a year or two, use them to get publicity, and then they'd send them somewhere else. That makes no sense. They took me home and signed the papers.
Are you sure? Because they've never adopted an actual kid before. Look, I don't know the logistics. I just don't want you getting hurt. I know it's only been a short time, but I've grown to care about you, Abby.
I was about to confront Mom and Dad when I got home, but when I arrived, I was hit with awful news. Kofi was in the hospital due to food poisoning, and he was really sick. This is all your fault. I told you a million times not to feed my brother fancy food like caviar because he's not used to it. Now he's sick, and it's all because you two were too stuck up to give him something like rice and beans.
Abby, it's not fair to blame us for something like this. The food poisoning could have been from anything.
Plus, he'll be fine. Why are you making such a big deal about food poisoning?
It's not about the freaking food poisoning. It's about you two being selfish, irresponsible jerks that don't care about us. Mom and Dad apologized and reassured me, but I didn't listen. I knew now that Carter was right. My brother and I weren't safe with these people. So as soon as Kofi was better, I crafted a plan to run away from home. Carter said Kofi and I could stay with his family in the meantime, while he would help find new parents who weren't horribly selfish. So one night at 1 a.m., I turned off the location services on my phone and helped Kofi sneak out the window. I don't want to run away. These people are nice and they take good care of us. They seem nice, Kofi, but they don't really care about us. We'll be living in another foster home in another year. Trust me. Says who? Your new boyfriend Carter, who you've known for like 5 minutes, and who also happens to be a thief? I know you're not actually this dumb. It's not like he wants to be a thief. He has a family to support, and I still would trust a thief over any adoptive parents who could hurt us. Carter picked us up in his car a few minutes later, but Kofi wasn't speaking to me. I felt bad, but I was doing the right thing by protecting us, right? Besides, Carter's parents were happy to let us stay with them for the time being. Yeah, they lived in a 1-bedroom trailer, and Kofi and I had to sleep on a floor mattress, but it was still so much better than staying with parents who didn't care about us. The next morning, Carter told me that he had disguises in case the cops came looking for us. No, I want to go back home. You can't do this to us. You can't take us away from Mom and Dad just because you heard some rumor to live in a 1-bedroom trailer with your boyfriend. It's not like I have a choice. I'm doing this for you and your safety. Mom and Dad are frauds. Why? Because they like bragging to the media about how they adopted us? Big deal. They still care about us, and they're still giving us a great life. You're just trying to find excuses to run away because of what happened 6 years ago. Right then, Carter asked me what my brother was talking about, but I wanted to change the subject. I didn't tell Carter about how my parents had gone missing at work one day, and no one had ever been able to find them. And that's why we'd been at the freaking orphanage in the first place. You'll do anything to avoid being hurt again. You'd even rather live with your criminal boyfriend and believe a ridiculous rumor than let another family take care of us. I knew Kofi was right, and maybe staying with Carter wasn't the best option, especially because as days passed, I learned that he wasn't just poor, and he didn't just steal to support his family. I was drifting off to sleep one night when I heard laughing outside, and I opened the door to find him sitting with a bunch of guys and unwrapping towels filled with money. No, do not tell me you're in a gang.
Well, we all have families to feed, and now that you and Kofi are staying with us, I want to make sure I can support you guys. I don't want all of us to have to live in a 1-bedroom trailer. Here, babe, I stole $50,000 just for you and your brother.
Carter, I can't accept this. You can't keep stealing. It's wrong, and I don't think we should be together either. I appreciate what you're doing for me, but I think it's best if Kofi and I leave.
No, please, don't leave me. You're the only thing that makes me happy. Nobody at school wants to be friends with me because I'm a poor loser, and no one in the neighborhood wants to associate with me because I'm a thief.
Before Carter could finish his sentence, I heard police cars, and that's when Mom and Dad came running over and crying. I guess they did care about us after all, and Kofi seemed overjoyed to see them. I started to warm up and apologize to my parents for running away. Then suddenly, a policeman handcuffed Carter and said he was taking him to juvie for 3 years.
It's thanks to you two that we've been able to do an investigation and track down how much money this guy's stolen.
And he dated my daughter and put both her and her brother at risk. My heart suddenly stopped as I saw Carter's parents beg and cry and apologize. I knew it was wrong what Carter had done, but did he really need to be away from his family for 3 years? I tried not to think about it as Mom and Dad drove us home and said we could do whatever we wanted. Watch movies, order in, go to Disneyland. They were good people, and I had been wrong all along. Instead, I'd put my brother in danger and got a boy taken away from his starving family. All because I was too traumatized to trust anyone to adopt me. I felt practically ill with guilt. The next day, I finally went to school for the first time without ditching class, and everyone was interested in being my friend since I'd been all over the news and I'd dated a known delinquent. So what's it like dating a real thief? Have you dated thieves before in Ghana? Is it true all of them have rock hard abs? I don't know. Why would I know that? By the time I got home, I felt like I was literally gonna die of guilt. And then things got even crazier. Mom and Dad called Kofi and I into their study because our old warden had called.
She wanted to check in and see how things were going. We told her we loved fostering you two, and the truth is, we want to adopt you.
What do you mean? I thought you already adopted us. Oh, no. Usually, we foster children for a few years and then we find them a home. Your warden sent you off with us because you'd have better living conditions. But we love you two so much that we want to keep you. So Carter had been right about the whole fostering thing, but he'd been wrong about them trying to hurt us. He'd just been looking out for Kofi and me. He was a good guy. I couldn't let him sit in juvie for 3 years. You guys can adopt us, but on one condition. You have to help out Carter's family. They don't have any money or food. That's the only reason why Carter formed a gang and became a crook in the first place. Yeah, he committed some bad crimes and I won't date him anymore, but he's a good person prison and shouldn't have to stay in juvie for 3 years. To my surprise, my parents actually agreed, and the four of us went together to talk to the police about Carter's situation. My new mom even insisted on buying his family a new house. Thanks, Mom. That means a lot. Did you just call me Mom? Well, you did agree to adopt me, and I've kind of been a jerk to you. We hugged at that moment, and it made me feel warm inside, but there was one more person I needed to talk to. I'm really sorry I got you into this mess. You might still have to go to a disciplinary school, but you won't have to stay here for 3 years.
Don't apologize. That's what you get for forming a frickin' gang. Thanks for looking out for me, Abby. I know we need to break up, but I'm glad we're still friends.
Actually, my real name is Abina. Why don't you call me that from now on? And yeah, of course we're friends. I've never had anyone look out for me the way you did.
So, will I see you again soon, Abina?
You sure will.
Hey guys, I'm Kinsey from North Carolina, and I have a condition called OCD. That means I worry nonstop about all kinds of things. Like, I have to wipe my desk chair 8 times before I can sit on it. I also count my socks 6 times each night to make sure I have enough pairs for the next day. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Living with my condition was tough and a bit lonely. I was an only child in a super rich family, but our servants were my only friends because everyone at school thought I was a freak. One time, I was sitting in class next to a girl who kept staring at me.
What are you doing with your colored pencils? Duh, I'm organizing them so they all face the same way. You've organized them like 50 times. What are you, a robot?
Everyone started laughing, except this one boy named Blake. After class, he gave me some chocolates to cheer me up. Don't let those mean kids make you feel bad. You're pretty, you're funny, and you're the best speller in our whole class. He was a sweetheart. After that day, Blake and I became really close. And as time passed, I really started falling for him. But anytime I decided to tell him how I felt, I chickened out. But one day in 10th grade, there was an announcement for the school dance, and my heart raced. I wasn't letting this chance go. Today, I'd ask him out. At lunchtime, I caught Blake sitting alone, but my heart dropped when a gorgeous girl walked over to Blake and put her arms around him. No! Hey, dude, what's going on? Is this your cousin or something? Nope, this is my new girlfriend who just asked me to the dance. Isn't that awesome? Wow, so awesome. Sorry, I gotta go. The air is making my eyes water. Allergies. I couldn't believe I'd missed my chance. And now Blake has a stupid girlfriend. I was watching MSA videos that night when I came across a story about a girl who got married 9 times just to get revenge on her sister. That's when I got an idea. The only way to get over Blake was to date as many guys as possible. So I texted every boy I knew. I was a gorgeous goddess with extra clean hair. Surely at least one boy would want me. But I woke up to see my phone had blown up with messages from 16 guys. And when I walked into school, a swarm of boys circled me with flower bouquets and even a life-size teddy bear. That's when Blake came up to see me. These guys are going crazy. Did that dude just throw rose petals at you? Oh, that one's been wanting to go to the dance with me. Yep, while you were with your girlfriend, I decided to get myself 16 dates. You can't go on 16 dates. That's crazy. Oh, yes, I can. You just watch. I walked away like a queen and couldn't help notice Blake looked kind of upset. Well, I was glad. He had chosen someone else, and that was his loss. I set up my dates in a row that whole week. One at a bowling alley, one at an escape room, and one at a skating rink. But I realized I didn't like a single guy I went out with. One night, I was stuck at a restaurant with the most annoying guy on earth. What's your favorite flavor bubblegum? Do you like surfing? Why are you wearing rubber gloves while you eat? I hate bubblegum and swimming in the ocean. And again, I have OCD and don't like touching silverware at public restaurants. Just then, our waiter came by and he looked around my age. Excuse me, miss, you have an emergency call. I jumped up right away and the waiter led me to a counter. Did anyone die? Is my mom sick or worse? They canceled MSA, my favorite channel. Oh, I just made up the emergency call. You just seemed miserable on that date, and I wanted to save you. Oh my God, you're amazing. Thank you. No, you're the worst. You made me think my mom was sick. So, how about I make it up to you after my shift ends? We can go to the park. I have a thing for girls with turquoise gloves.
I laughed and immediately agreed to hang out with the guy after his shift. I found out his name was Indigo, and he actually lived close by to me.
Actually, I'm homeschooled, so I come here a lot. I don't have a ton of friends.
Well, now you have one. From that day on, Indigo and I started hanging out a lot. I had made a commitment to go on every one of my dates. My mission wasn't complete, so every time I'd go on a bad date at his restaurant, Indigo would come up with some excuse to rescue me, and we had the best time laughing over it. Then one day, Blake and I decided to catch up over coffee.
How come you and Indigo hang out so much? I thought you were busy dating 16 guys.
Now I'm down to 9 guys. I still haven't found anyone yet, but whatever. Indigo's my friend, and I really like him.
Oh, so you like him. Didn't you say he doesn't have any friends? That doesn't seem a little off to you or anything.
There isn't anything off about him. Why can't you just be happy that I made a new friend? He's the only person besides you who doesn't think I'm a weirdo.
I am happy for you. Why wouldn't I be happy? I just don't want you getting hurt since you obviously like him.
God, what a drama queen. But the more I hung out with Indigo, I wondered if Blake was onto something. Indigo was lovely, but he also never invited me to his house or told me much about himself. One night, Indigo and I were sitting by the lake, and I decided to ask him about it.
I don't tell people about my life. It's too complicated.
Well, I don't like hanging out with people who keep secrets.
Fine, I'll hang out by myself then.
At that second, Indigo ran into the lake and went underwater with his clothes on. What are you doing? The lake is polluted. You don't know what's inside it. I'm going home.
Just put your feet in. It feels nice. And remember, you can always take 100 showers after. Do you trust me, Kinsey?
I was about to tell Indigo no freaking way, but then I noticed his warm brown eyes and that he was holding his arms out to me. I held his hands tight as I dipped my feet into the water. Oh my God, I'm doing it. I'm amazing. Indigo, this is a really big deal for me.
Well, I'm honored to be by your side during such a big moment in your life.
Indigo smiled at me, and suddenly, I pulled him close and kissed him. I felt my heart race like never before. I fell asleep thinking about Indigo that night. I could still feel his lips. But the next day, I heard a knock on my window, and it was Blake. Blake, what are you doing here?
Kinsey, I'm in love with you. I've been in love with you for years, but I never had the guts to tell you. That's why I got a girlfriend, but I ended things between us. You're the only one I want to be with.
I couldn't speak. My head was spinning. I'd wanted to hear those words for so long.
So, do you love me back? Can you squeeze in a 10th guy to date?
Before I could reply, there was another knock at my window, and it was Indigo.
Well, I understand everything now. Indigo is the guy you love. I came over because I never heard back from you after we kissed. Is it because you're in love with him?
Oh God, oh God. I sat on my bed and both boys sat on either side of me. Okay, it's true. I like both of you, but I don't know who I like more, and I don't want to hurt anyone.
Fine then. There's only one way to settle this. You cancel the rest of your 9 dates and date both of us for a few weeks, and then decide who you want to be with.
Indigo agreed, and suddenly the two of them were arguing about where they'd take me and what gifts they'd buy. I kicked them both out so I could go to sleep and take a frickin' bubble bath. But I agreed to their date plan since it was probably the best course of action. Blake was first and invited me over to his house for a candlelit dinner. He was even wearing a suit and playing romantic music.
I thought the two of us could have a slow dance before we ate.
I actually would love that. Blake pulled me close and my heart fluttered. Even with everything that had happened, I did still love him. But then suddenly, Blake pulled away.
What happened to your hands, Kinsey? They're not peeling or red anymore. They look normal.
I've been washing my hands a little less. Still a lot, but not 30 times a day. Oh, you wouldn't believe what Indigo made me do the other day. I told Blake about how I dipped my feet into the lake, and he looked really surprised.
That's really big for you, isn't it? I'm glad. Anyway, let's have dinner. I had all your favorites made.
The next evening, Indigo took me out to see the symphony, and later we went out for a moonlit walk. We ended up roaming the streets for 2 hours because I wanted to count 333 lampposts, and Indigo was more than happy to oblige. The next couple of weeks were a whirlwind of romantic dates, but making my decision wasn't getting any easier. Blake was the boy I'd always loved, but Indigo had left his mark in a short time, and now I couldn't imagine not having him in my life. A few days later, I was having a picnic with Indigo when he turned to me looking serious.
Kinsey, It's about time I told you the truth. The reason I'm homeschooled and why I don't have any friends is because I have a serious illness, and I'm in and out of the hospital a lot. And I never ask you to come over because my parents are really overprotective and they fuss over me a lot. I didn't want to freak you out with all that. Wow, Indigo, that sounds tough. It's not been too bad, just something I have to live with. But things will change once you get the surgery in 2 days. Indigo turned to me in shock as I clapped my hands over my mouth. Oh God, how did I let this slip? I was about to tell you about my surgery. How do you already know? Wait a second. Did you pay for it? Because my mom told me that just this morning that some anonymous donor had decided to fund my surgery. Kinsey, is that you? Okay, please don't be mad. I once saw you taking your meds secretly, and I just wanted to know what was going on with you. So I went to your house and met your mom. She told me everything. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be nosy. It's just because I care. I can't accept such a big favor from you. It's not a favor, and you don't have a choice. I know your illness is more serious than you're letting on. You have to do this. You're running out of time. Okay, you're right. I can't thank you enough, Kinsey. Save your speeches for later. You just focus on the surgery now and getting well really soon. The day of the surgery, I reached the hospital an hour before, and I was going to Indigo's room when Blake appeared. I'm so glad you're here, Blake. God, I'm so dumb. I nearly told Indigo everything the other day. But he doesn't know that I paid for half of the surgery, right? You did what? Blake and I turned around to see Indigo in a wheelchair, ready to be taken to the operating room. Listen, Indigo. Are you kidding me? Your lover BFF took pity on me and chipped in too? What am I, some charity project that he used to win you over? No, dude, it's not like that. Save it, Blake. Lucky for you that you're rich enough to pull off such grand gestures. You helped save my life and come off as the hero, so of course she'll choose you. And I'll just end up feeling like a total loser. I'm calling it off. I'm not getting the surgery. And Kinsey, you're better off with Blake anyway, so choose him already and let's get this over with. With that, Indigo stormed off. I have to go and convince him. He needs this. Let me try once, okay? Indigo, don't be stupid and come back inside. Please, just leave me alone. No, I won't. And that's because I really care about Kinsey and you're the right guy for her. Over the last few weeks, I've seen how much Kinsey has changed. She seems lighter and more comfortable with herself. I've been her friend since we were kids, but I haven't had the same impact on her that you have. She's different because of you, and I just really want my best friend to be happy. So I told her days ago that I was going to step aside, and I helped pay for the surgery because I want you to be healthy. So do it for yourself and do it for her. We all waited anxiously for hours, and finally the surgeon stepped out of the operating room with a smile. The heart transplant went really well, and we're expecting a full recovery. Congratulations. The next day, when I could finally see Indigo, I went up to him and hugged him gently. I'm so glad you're doing well, Indigo. And it's all because of you. I have a new heart now to love you even more with. I love you, Kinsey. I love you too.
Hey everyone, I'm Nia. Please like and subscribe. Most stories around here start off with unhappy families. But growing up, I always felt like I'd lucked out with mine. We weren't very rich, but we were always comfortable. Mom and Dad completely doted on me. And even after being together since high school, they were still crazy about each other, which they didn't hide. Even though I sometimes found them embarrassing, I secretly loved how in love they were. The only thing they ever disagreed on was me playing soccer. I'd always been sporty, and when Dad enrolled me in the local girls' football club at 10, the wires in my brain connected the second I kicked the ball.
2 extra hours of training every day till the big match, okay?
You're pushing her too hard, honey. She needs to focus on school right now.
She's born to be a football star.
Once in 7th grade, I was walking back home from practice when I spotted 2 older boys roughing up a skinny boy my age.
Well, hello, Mr. Lame. Looks like you're a poet. What's that around your neck? A woman's necklace?
Please give it back. It's my mom's.
As they kept teasing him, I charged towards them, kicking one bully hard in the knees and headbutting the other. Don't you morons know there's some lines you just don't cross? Then I grabbed the skinny boy's things, took his hand, and made a run for it. The bullies came after us, but we hid behind a garbage dump as they ran past. Hey, you're okay now?
Oh, yes, thank you. It's just that you remind me of my goat Octopus who used to headbutt everyone and died from a concussion.
I remind you of a dead goat named Octopus?
Yeah, your eyes are just like hers. Even your voice.
How about you just say thank you and stop talking? That was the day Zeke and I became friends. In fact, he'd just moved with his single dad into the house next to ours. He couldn't kick a ball to save his life, but he was sweet and smart, and he seemed to really enjoy doing all my homework. And because we were super close, I started getting teased about him in high school.
He, likes you. It's all in the signs, babe. His eyes sparkle when he looks at you. His voice gets deeper when he says your name, and he always notices small things about you. And have you seen how his feet are always pointing at you when he's talking to you?
Where else would they be pointed? You're being ridiculous. But those comments got under my skin, because after that, I kept seeing the stupid signs. Was I imagining them now, or had I missed them all along? I had a really big match soon, and before it started, I was sitting on the side bench and fidgeting with my hands when Zeke sat down next to me.
Nia, you've got nothing to be nervous about. You're gonna win. We'll go out to celebrate afterwards. And there's, also something I need to tell you.
What is it?
It can wait a few more hours. Just came to wish you luck.
He gave me this strange look as he left, and my heart fluttered. Jeez, what was that? But all thoughts vanished as soon as the match started. It was an intense one, with our team having a slight lead. But as I was hovering near the goalie, an opponent kicked the ball hard and sent it flying at my face. I was knocked back, and my head hit the metal goalpost. Then everything went black. When I opened my eyes next, I found myself alone in a hospital room. I couldn't recall why I was there. Feeling panicked, I tried running out, but my legs felt like jelly, and I found myself falling face forward, straight into someone's strong arms. I looked up into the warm brown eyes of a tall, really cute guy who instantly pulled me into a tight hug.
Nia, oh my god, I can't believe you're finally awake.
Nia, how do you know my... Oh my god, Zeke, is that you? Why do you look so different?
I just upgraded my wardrobe a bit.
A bit? You look like the lead singer of a boy band. Also, how are you suddenly taller?
Nia, you might want to sit down for this.
And what he told me next knocked the wind out of me. 3 years? I've been in a coma for 3 years? I didn't even know how to begin processing this. And when I asked him to call my parents, Zeke went pale.
I don't know if I should tell you this. Well, it's kind of important. Okay, I should, but don't get upset, because you might.
Spit it out.
I don't want to send you back into a coma.
I swear to God, I will twist your arm so hard.
Okay, your parents got divorced and your dad has a girlfriend who seems to be a total witch.
What? I'd lost 3 years. My parents were divorced. My dad had a witch girlfriend, and my geeky best friend had become hot. After the doctors had run all their tests, I was told I'd need physiotherapy, but I was ready to be discharged. Soon after, Mom and Dad both arrived at the hospital, and we had a teary reunion. Mom said she'd take me home with her and answer all my questions about their divorce. As we went down to the hospital entrance, suddenly 4 men in black suits surrounded us, but no one else looked surprised.
I think I'll leave this first. I wouldn't want the crowd outside to overwhelm Nia.
Did I miss something here?
You know how you said earlier I looked like a lead singer of a boy band? Well, actually, I am. I'll tell you all about it later, okay?
And the minute the hospital door opened, the crowd broke out into frenzied screams. I looked on in complete shock at Zeke smiling and waving while his bodyguards escorted him to a car, and then he was gone. Holy mother of what? On the way home, Mom explained that a year ago, Zeke had joined some neighborhood kids to form a band. They'd won a talent competition with a song Zeke had written, which shot them to instant fame.
His fans are usually camping outside the hospital because they know he visits often.
His fans? Man, I was not getting over this anytime soon. It also turned out that he no longer lived in the house next door. And then, Mom finally explained everything that happened with Dad.
After you went into a coma, I started getting really angry at your dad. I knew it wasn't his fault, but I kept blaming him because he'd always pushed you to play soccer. We were fighting all the time and growing distant. Then one day I received pictures in the mail of him and a woman from work looking like a couple, and that was the last straw. He denied having an affair, but I had proof, and soon after the divorce, he started dating that same woman. Maybe it wasn't fair to blame him for your accident, but he betrayed our marriage.
My heart broke at how my perfect family had been torn apart, but somehow I was having trouble believing that Dad would cheat on Mom. Adjusting to my new life was quite tough over the next few days. I had to get used to Dad not being around, and he couldn't even visit immediately because his girlfriend Rachel had a family emergency out of town. I couldn't play soccer till I
I was done with physiotherapy, and I was 3 years behind everyone in high school, which also meant that Zeke and I were no longer in the same class, and it was almost impossible to even have a conversation with his bodyguards lurking in the background, or his fangirls all over him. Just a week later, Mom suddenly had to go overseas on a business trip and was worried about leaving me alone, and I suggested I could stay with Dad.
I can't leave you with him and that woman.
Mom, I haven't had any time with him since I woke up, and I miss him. Mom reluctantly agreed to arrange things with Dad, and the next day, she dropped me off at his mansion. Apparently, his company had skyrocketed to success while I was in a coma. Dad greeted me with a bear hug, and just then, I saw Rachel walk in. She was pretty, but like a witch.
Oh, I finally get to meet Nina.
It's Nia, sweetheart.
Close enough. My. You look just like your mother, don't you?
Definitely didn't sound like a compliment.
I'll get Nora settled in, babe. Why don't you order something nice for dinner?
Yeah, of course.
Not so fast. You forgot to hug me when I came home earlier, honey buns.
Oh, sorry about that, sugar booger.
Ew! I was about to vomit. As soon as Dad left the room, Rachel turned back to me with a cold smile.
Oh, darling, isn't it just divine how fate brings people together? Here I am, the new beacon of light in your dear father's life. And there you are, the previous night. But let's not dwell on the past. We must look to the future. And sweetheart, the future is Rachel.
Previous light? I'm his only daughter.
Yes, but till last week you were a vegetable, and people move on. One must keep up with the times, mustn't one? Oh, and speaking of time, I imagine you'll be wanting to spend a considerable amount of yours at boarding school, summer camps, perhaps even a nice long exchange program. Oh, the places you'll go.
I'm not going anywhere. And why are you talking like that?
I don't think you're listening to me, my little chickadee. While you were sleeping, a new world order was established. There's room for only one queen bee in this hive, and you're looking at her. Oh, but don't worry. I'm sure we'll find a lovely little worker bee role for you.
Good job, Aunt Rachel. You've been practicing that speech all morning, and you nailed it.
A boy my age walked in behind us, and he was drop-dead gorgeous. Rachel just made a face and introduced him as her nephew, Brian, who was staying with her for some modeling gigs in town. As the two of us talked, I felt rather relieved that Brian was around. He seemed cool and fun, and easy on the eyes, too. Later that evening, we decided to play Twister, and we couldn't stop laughing as we got tangled up. Left foot yellow. As Brian reached over awkwardly, his elbow bumped into a table, and the huge vase on it wobbled. We both jumped up to catch it, and Brian ended up wrapping his arms around me instead of the vase before we collapsed on the floor. Just then, the door opened, and we found Zeke looking down at us.
Am I interrupting something?
Oh, no, nothing. What are you doing here?
I dropped by at your place, and your mom was just leaving for the airport. She told me you were here, and I thought you could use some company.
Well, luckily for her, I'm staying with my aunt here for the next few weeks, too. Wait a minute. You're that boy band singer, right? I'm shooting a shampoo commercial with you tomorrow.
Ah, right. You're the model. Small world.
As Brian excused himself, I told Zeke about how weird Rachel was. I just don't know what Dad sees in her. Also, I'm finding it hard to accept that Dad cheated on Mom. I want to find out more about how exactly Rachel ended up in Dad's life.
Yeah, she's shady. Don't worry. If there's some dirt, we'll dig it up.
We? I doubt a celebrity like you has the time.
I'll always make time for you, Nia.
I remembered what Mom had said about him visiting me in the hospital often, and my heart skipped a beat.
I'd be careful of Rachel during your stay. And maybe you should stay away from that Brian dude, too. I mean, he is her nephew.
He seems nothing like her, though. Wait, you're not jealous, are you?
No, why? I mean, that would... Of course not.
How does a famous pop star have so much free time?
It's called time management. I can give you some tips.
Won't you have paparazzi or fans following you here?
Oh, no. I have a foolproof plan. I went wearing a mask to this small cafe no one visits, then changed my outfit there and my car too. Then sometime later, I ditched my car for a scooter my bodyguard was waiting with. And we zoomed on our way through some quiet back alleys, and here I am. Can we rewind the movie to the start? Hey, Nia, I thought you'd like to go watch a movie, so I booked the whole cinema for us. We'll go through the back entrance. No one will know I was there.
That sounds amazing, dude. Can't wait.
I meant me and Nia. Us. There isn't space for you.
It's a whole cinema. Of course there is. Look a bit cranky. Here, have a cookie. Dude, did you follow us here?
Of course not. It's my favorite place. I practically live here. Nia, you've got to try their slushie.
Can't you see we've already ordered them?
Oh God. Brain freeze, brain freeze.
I've got thighs of steel. You can't beat me.
Watch me, buddy. I can do this all day while singing.
Do I need to be here for this? They seemed to be fighting for my attention, but I was beginning to feel rather ignored. And worse, whenever I tried to spend any time alone with Dad and talk to him about what happened between him and Mom, Rachel made sure I couldn't.
Sorry, honey. A bee slipped into Rachel's dress and the poor thing's traumatized. We'll go to the mall another time. Sorry, honey. Rachel didn't receive an important package and she's very upset. Rain check on the breakfast plan?
Soon, I was cleared by the physiotherapist for some light soccer practice, and Dad was so happy that he wanted to accompany me to the club. Of course, Rachel had to tag along. Just as I was exiting the girls' locker room, I found Rachel outside pinching her nose.
Ew, you'd think the girls' locker room would smell a little better. Ugh. Anyway, I just came by to say good luck. Break your arms and legs.
I just rolled my eyes and kept walking.
Oh, also, your dad and I are getting married soon.
My heart dropped to my stomach. You're making that up. Dad wouldn't just ask you to marry him without telling me about it first.
Yes, he would, Nancy. Just like he got divorced while you were sleeping. Now, don't you want your dad to be happy? He certainly wasn't with your mom.
You don't know the first thing about my parents' relationship.
Oh, trust me, I know more than you think. And if you're harboring any secret desire to go all parent trap on them, don't think for a second it'll work. It's so over between them. So over.
She walked away smirking, and I was trembling with rage. I had to go join the game right after, but my focus was totally shot, and I was terrible on the field. I left the game midway and marched over angrily to Dad. Are you two getting married?
What?
She said you're gonna get married soon.
Nia, sweetie, I said your dad and I are going to Maryland soon. I was only asking if you wanted to come along.
What? Gosh, you're such a creep and a liar. But Rachel burst into tears, and Dad looked rather displeased with me as he consoled her. She was evil and manipulative, and I had no idea how to make Dad see that. But then one evening, Zeke called me up to give me some news. Apparently, he'd hired a private investigator to look into her, and he was still working on it. But he'd found out that Rachel had grown up in the same hometown as my parents. Their town was small, but neither of them ever said anything about knowing Rachel from before. They're even the same age, and there was one high school there.
Maybe we need to look for a yearbook.
The next evening, Dad and Brian were both working late, and Rachel had her Pilates class. So Zeke and I started snooping around her room, hoping to find something from her past. We'd looked all over and found nothing, when suddenly we heard the front door open. It's Rachel. She wasn't supposed to be back so soon. Suddenly, Zeke grabbed my hand and dragged me into the bathroom, then pulled me into the shower and drew the curtain. Don't you think she'll come straight to shower after an exercise class?
Oh my God.
We held our breath as we heard her walk into the room, mumbling something to herself, then straight into the bathroom.
Ugh, who does that woman think she is? Telling me I can't attend class because I was late? Oh, she's crossed the wrong blonde. Maybe her gym will be infested by rats soon. Or maybe it'll catch fire. The fun is in the mystery.
She cackled like a maniac, let out a loud, stinky fart, and left. We waited a few more minutes, and then thankfully, we heard her car pull out of the driveway. Just then, I noticed Zeke was still clutching my arm.
That was super close. Why are you looking at me like that?
Sometimes I still can't get over how much you've changed. How come I never knew you had all this talent?
Well, I never let you read any of the stuff I wrote, and I always liked singing, but not in front of anyone. I guess after your accident, when more time went by and you didn't wake up, I felt depressed and alone. Joining a band really helped me.
Helped you get tons of fangirls. That cheerleader in school who's always clinging to your arm is very pretty.
She really is. Yeah, here I am, hiding in a bathtub of a weird woman with you.
Suddenly, he leaned closer, and I could feel my heart beating faster. But then, he just reached over and pulled the shower curtain open and stepped out. What was I thinking?
Maybe we should check the attic.
As we were rummaging boxes, we suddenly stopped short when we heard someone coming up the stairs. Oh God, she's back? What are we gonna say we're doing here?
I have an idea.
And just as the door burst open, Zeke pulled me in for a kiss.
Am I interrupting something here?
Oh, it's just you. Yeah, duh, clearly. Can you please go away?
Nia, are you okay? You look flustered. He didn't force himself on you, did he?
Are you serious right now, dude?
I'm talking to her. Nia.
Before I could say anything, running. Zeke pushed Brian. Brian pushed him back, and the two started fighting like crazy.
Ow! Stop! My face is my job! My face is my job!
Don't touch mine either. I have a concert tomorrow.
Deal.
And then the two went crazy again. I tried to stop them, but they suddenly went crashing into a pile of boxes, and some things fell out that caught my eye. There were pictures of Mom and Dad sitting next to me in the hospital. Who took these? And when? And there were more pictures of Mom and Dad from before, all of them with Mom's face crossed out.
Oh my God! Can you two cut it out and shut up for a minute?
As they both calmed down and looked at the pictures, I filled Brian in on what we were actually doing here. We found Rachel's yearbook as well, and Mom's face was crossed out there too, but I couldn't find Rachel.
No, look, that's her!
It was a plump, brown-haired girl with glasses and acne who looked nothing like the Rachel I knew.
She lost a ton of weight and got a lot of work done on her face. Obviously, I'm not allowed to ever bring that up. And I've always known she's crazy, but I didn't know she's some weirdo stalker.
I don't know what all of this means exactly, but we're gonna find out. And later that evening, while she was cuddled on the couch with Dad watching a movie, the three of us confronted her.
What are you doing?
What are all these pictures?
You'll have to ask Rachel. Also, did you know she used to attend high school with you?
What?
As Dad looked at Rachel, she suddenly lost it and wiped everything off the table.
Of course you wouldn't remember me. You wouldn't even look at someone like me in high school. I've loved you since we were kids. But you were always so obsessed with Nia's stupid mother. I've kept tabs on your life since you left town, and I heard your kid had been in an accident and your marriage was on the rocks. I hired a private investigator to find out more. I just wanted to be near you, darling, to comfort you. I still loved you so much, so I joined your company and we instantly got close.
I was going through an awful time, and I appreciated having a friend. But that's all it was back then. I never understood who would Photoshop pictures of us holding hands and send them to my wife. That was you?
Why does that change anything? You guys were already at the edge of the cliff. I just gave you to the last push. And see, you've been so much happier since then. Honey buns.
I want you to leave right now. Go to a hotel or wherever and I'll send you all your stuff. You can't stay here another minute.
Rachel looked at him in shock, then screamed and lunged forward to attack him. But Brian and Zeke dragged her away. Dad collapsed on the sofa in shock.
I can't believe this.
Me neither. She broke up you and Mom. Dad lifted his head slowly.
Not really, Nia. I can't believe Rachel sent those pictures to your mother. But the truth is, we were already broken. Your mom couldn't stop blaming me, and I should have been patient and comforted her, but instead I lashed out too. And she just wouldn't believe that I didn't cheat, so things had to end.
Maybe we can fix everything now.
Don't get your hopes up, love. Yes, we can start to forgive each other, but it may never be what it used to be. I still love your mom, and we both will always love you.
Things slowly started to mend between my parents after they talked things over, but I wasn't sure if the old spark would return. But I was glad they could be friends. And a month later, when I was back at my first friendly soccer match, it warmed my heart to see them both in the stands, along with an unexpected visitor. What are you doing here? I thought you were still on tour.
I canceled some shows. I couldn't miss this. So is Brian here?
No. I mean, we're still friends, but I didn't think he'd come right after he asked me out, and I turned him down. I could literally see Zeke's eyes light up.
Aw, poor guy.
You're not fooling anyone. I gotta go. The match is about to start.
How about this time you finish it and let me take you somewhere to tell you that I like you and have ever since the day we first met?
I'm picking the restaurant. Most of us start our lives in a hospital as newborn babies, but not me. No siree. I started my life in a hospital too, yes, but as an adult. I opened my eyes feeling woozy and numb. I felt like I'd been struck by a freight train.
She's up. She's finally up.
Nurses and doctors surrounded me from all sides, examining me excitedly. What's going on? Can you tell us who you are? I'm me. Who else am I supposed to be? The Queen of England? Your name. What's your name? I racked my brain trying to remember, but I just couldn't. In fact, I couldn't remember anything. It was like my brain was filled with dust bunnies. What was my name? Hi, I'm Harper. Yeah, I know my name now. And I woke up in a hospital bed one day with no clue who I am. But before I continue my crazy story, please like and subscribe. There was nothing wrong with me, except, my amnesia. The doctor told me my name, that I was 18 years old, and apparently
I'd been unconscious since an accident I'd had 2 weeks ago, but what she said next turned my world upside down. Both of your parents are in jail. My jaw dropped to the floor. I was the daughter of some criminals? Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the doctors decided to kick me out. Release me from the hospital. No other friends or family came forward, so you'll have to manage on your own. How on earth am I supposed to do that? I barely know my own name. You're physically and mentally fine, and you'll start to regain your memory over time. Here are your belongings, and I've called you a cab to your home address. That's where we'll be sending you the bill, too. Now, goodbye. And then she practically pushed me out the door. Just, wow. I hoped I wasn't some kind of weird loser or creepy pariah. Seriously, what kind of person has no friends or family to show up for them? Forget going home. I needed to find my parents, whatever their names were. They'd give me the answers I needed. I turned my attention to my so-called belongings, which consisted of a purse. I rummaged inside, hoping something would spark a memory, but it just felt like I was going through someone else's stuff. I found a phone, wallet, keys, and a chocolate bar. Yum. I turned on the phone, but it needed a passcode to unlock it. I typed a few different combinations, but none of them worked. And then my phone locked me out for guessing wrong too many times. Just then, a black Mercedes screeched to a stop right in front of me. A really cute boy, a little older than me, poked his head out the window, staring at me in shock.
Harper, oh my gosh, are you okay? I've been searching for you everywhere.
Who are you? I have amnesia. He jumped out of the car and ran to me.
Really? So you don't remember anything?
No, duh. That's how amnesia works. This guy was a pretty package, but he wasn't too smart.
I'm Mason, your neighbor, and, well, your friend.
My friend? Mason pulled out his phone and showed me a photo of the two of us together smiling. We looked good together.
Have you spoken to your parents?
Not yet. My stupid phone's locked, and I can't remember the password. Mason put his hand on my shoulder.
Don't worry about it. I'm here now.
Just then, I heard heavenly music play as the skies opened up and a bright light shined down on my head, and then butterflies danced around me. I wasn't a weirdo. I had a friend. Plus, he was a cutie, and he smelled amazing. Mason offered to drive me home. I'd like to see my parents first, but I don't know what jail they're in.
Don't worry, I'll find out and arrange a visit.
Just then, my stomach let out a loud growl.
But first, let's get you some pizza. We can grab a slice down the corner.
A slice? I haven't eaten in 2 weeks, man. Mason laughed and bought me an extra-large pizza before taking me home. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to a luxurious apartment building. Wow, is this where I live?
Yep, this is where we both live. I live 1 floor below you.
Mason was the perfect gentleman. He helped me out of the car, opened every door for me, and generously tipped the doorman. As we rode the elevator to the penthouse floor, Mason's hand brushed against mine, and my heart skipped a beat. Mason said we were just friends, but it felt like we were so much more. I thought to ask him, but I was too shy. What if he didn't like me that way and was just being nice? I didn't want to scare him off, so I stayed quiet. My apartment was huge and so fancy inside, with expensive furniture, exquisite paintings, and crystal chandeliers. A family portrait hung on a wall with a gold-plated frame, and I paused in front of it. My parents looked like really nice people. Mason, what are my parents' names, and why are they in jail? Suddenly, he looked really uncomfortable.
Mr. and Mrs. Harrison did some illegal stuff, but I don't know the details. I'm sorry.
Then Mason told me he had to go, and I was all alone in my so-called home. I roamed around, touching and smelling things, trying to get my memory back, but nothing worked. I tried to open my phone again, but I still couldn't unlock it. I started to get tired, so I tossed it on my dresser and went to bed. The next day, Mason showed up at my doorstep looking all swoon-worthy, with his dark eyes and his movie star hair.
I've got something for you.
He showed me a perfectly wrapped gift. I tore off the paper and found a new phone inside.
I know you can't unlock yours, so I got you a new one. Also, I have my best people trying to find out exactly where your parents are. We'll find them soon.
I threw my arms around him, absolutely smitten. Later that day, I tried looking up my parents online on my new phone, but nothing about them popped up. I'd just have to wait for my visit. But thank God I had Mason, and we started hanging out every day. At my place, at his place, fancy restaurants, at museums. One day, we were walking in the park, and we saw a bunch of kids running up to an ice cream truck, but one boy was standing on the side with a sad face. Hey kid, what's the matter? I can't afford to get any ice cream. Well, how about I buy you a banana split? Or maybe 2 scoops of cookies and cream? A couple of kids appeared out of nowhere. They didn't have any money for ice cream either. I gave each of them a $100 bill, and they all ran cheering and screaming to the ice cream truck. I turned around to see Mason looking at me with a huge smile. What? Did a bird poop in my hair? I hate when that happens. No, I just think you're wonderful. Then he pulled me into his arms, and my face was inches away from his. Mason, were you and I ever more than friends? No, but I wanted us to be. We can be now. And then he gave me the most amazing kiss, and I practically melted in his arms. A couple days later, Mason took me to the aquarium, but as I saw all these kids with their parents, I felt kind of sad. Hey, are you still thinking about your parents? Yeah, I still don't remember them. Not exactly, but I want to see them and talk to them. Maybe if I do, my memories will come back. Mason sighed and then took my hand in his. Listen, Harper, we've managed to find them, and I can arrange a visit very soon. But before that, there's something you need to know. I should have told you this earlier, but before Mason could finish, this girl ran up to us screaming excitedly. OMG, Harper? Is that you? Hey, I'm sorry, I don't remember you. Mason tried to hide behind me. And Mason? Hi, Jackie. I knew it! Knew what? Oh, Harp, you're so hilarious. I'm your friend, and I knew you always had a crush on Mason before you started hating his guts. How'd you ever patch things up? Mason turned as red as a cherry popsicle. I have no idea what you're talking about. You called him Mason the Maniac, and you wanted to crush him for ruining your life. You spray painted his house, scratched his car with your keys, threw a brick through his window, and created a website that listed 1,000 reasons why he shouldn't be trusted. What? That's crazy. Why would I do something like that? Yeah, you went a little psycho. But Mason did write that article which got your parents arrested. Are you insane? Mason would never do that to me. Tell her, Mason. Mason? Mason lowered his eyes. Harper, I can explain. It's okay, Mason. I can show her myself. Jackie pulled out her phone and showed me a news article with a headline that read, Whiz Kid journalist puts criminal couple behind bars. The Whiz Kid was Mason, and the couple were my parents, and their names were Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Right beneath my parents' photo, there was a link to a video. With trembling hands, I clicked the link. It showed the police hauling my parents out of our apartment building, while a dozen reporters were taking pictures and firing questions. And Mason was right there in the front, with a smirk on his face. We're innocent. We didn't do this. That sneaky kid Mason is out to get us. Then suddenly, I came running out of the building and tackled Mason to the ground. We crashed into the reporters, then the video ended. It's not what it looks like. Yes, it is. I just couldn't believe it. Suddenly, I got so mad my hands started shaking. I slapped Mason really hard across the face, then stormed off. I took a taxi straight home and spent the rest of the night crying into my pillow. Mason called me 12 times, but I refused to answer. He even came to my door with flowers, but I ignored him. I looked my parents up online. I found Mason's article and read all about my parents' crimes. Mason accused them of stealing from tons of banks, museums, and even a children's hospital, but my parents claimed they were innocent, and Mason was a liar. He'd lied to me about being my friend too. No wonder I hated his guts. One night, when I was watching love stories on MSA, no, don't trust him. He's hot, but he's a bad guy. And stuffing my face with ice cream and cookies, I got a call from the apartment building's reception desk. Ma'am, there's a call for you from your mother. I'm putting you through. I shot up straight as an arrow. My mom was calling me from prison? Oh, Harper, how are you? We heard you were in the hospital after the accident, and then you were released. I wasn't allowed to make calls any sooner, and I tried your cell phone first. Oh, I've been so worried, love. Mom, where are you? Can I come see you? I was able to schedule a visit to prison for the next day. I met my mom in this big room surrounded by other inmates and their visiting families. Oh, I can't believe you're here. Your dad wanted to see you too, but he got into a fight with an inmate and isn't allowed visitors for a week. I've missed you so much, baby. Suddenly, I just broke down in tears. Mom, I'm so confused. I lost all my memories in the accident. What? You don't remember anything? No, nothing. I just know that you're in jail because Mason said you guys did all these awful things. Mason? Oh, what I wouldn't do to wring that boy's neck. We wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for him. He's evil, Harper. You can't trust a word he says. I'll explain everything later, but first, you need to listen to me closely. Mom leaned in and whispered, "Get the money out of the safe." What safe? It's in a secret room behind my closet. Your dad and I stored things for the family business there. We didn't tell you about it because you were too young. I need you to use the money we've kept in that room to bail us out. The combination is in a drawer in my desk, and be careful. We had a misunderstanding with a few gangsters. Gangsters? Oh, I mean business associates, sweetie. Somehow they think we owe them money. Vultures. So if anyone suspicious turns up at the apartment, do not let them in. Mom gestured over my shoulder, and I turned and saw this scary man with a skull tattooed on his forehead, giving us death glares. Once I got home, I raced to my parents' room, found the combination, and typed it into the keypad on the back of Mom's closet. Then a wall opened up, and I walked into the secret room, my mouth hanging open. It was full of bags of money, jewels, and paintings. All the stolen items that Mason wrote about in his articles were stacked right in front of me. I was devastated. Mason was right. My parents were thieves. Just then, the doorbell rang, and a surveillance feed popped up on a screen in my parents' room. 3 scary gangsters with skulls on their forehead were at my front door.
We know you're in there, Harper. We want our money.
I spoke through the speakers. Sorry, Harper's not home. She's moved to the moon. The gangsters got really angry and kicked down the main door. I locked my parents' bedroom door, and feeling completely freaked out, I called Mason. Mason answered on the first ring.
What's wrong?
You were right. My parents are bad, and now these gangsters are out to get me. What should I do? Mason told me to run to the window. I peeked down and saw him waving at me from the window below. He told me to climb down. Are you crazy? What do I look like, Spider-Man?
You used to climb down all the time when we were kids.
Well, I don't remember that. Suddenly, I heard the gangsters pounding on my parents' door. Okay, maybe some memories are coming back.
Come on, you can do it. I've got you.
Somehow, Mason's words gave me confidence, so I took a deep breath, then started climbing down. Suddenly, I lost my grip and screamed as I fell, but Mason caught me just in time. He pulled me inside through his window and hugged me.
You're okay, Harper. You're safe now.
Okay, cool. This is really nice. You always smell so comforting, like fresh laundry.
I still have to call the police. You mind letting me go?
We reported the gangsters to the police, and they were arrested and hauled off to jail. After that, Mason walked me back to my apartment. When we got to my door, tears started streaming down my face. Mason, was I a bad person, like my parents?
No, you didn't even know they were criminals. Your parents lied to everyone about their business for years.
But I did all those horrible things to you. Why did you even go to the hospital to find me?
Because it was my fault you got hurt.
Mason's words shook me to my core.
The day you had the accident, I tried to talk to you about your parents and make you see the truth, but you got so mad you got into your car and drove off. The next day, the police found your abandoned car stuck in a ditch and they said you were missing.
Mason showed me a picture of my car in the ditch. Then a memory popped into my head. I think I remember now. It was raining. I was driving really fast and I lost control. I remember crawling out of the car to find help, but after that, everything is a blur.
Harper, not knowing what happened to you or where you'd gone was breaking my heart. Then I found you at the hospital and you were different. You didn't remember anything. And most importantly, you didn't hate me. I should have told you the truth sooner, but it was getting harder the more I was falling in love with you.
You're in love with me?
I've always had a thing for you. I'm sorry I lied. I understand if you never want to see me again. I love you, Harper, but I don't want to come between you and your family.
He started walking away, and suddenly my phone rang. It was the number from prison. It must be my mom calling. As I watched him leave, my heart ached. I had to choose. I could bail out my family, help them clear their names, and go back to their criminal activities. Or I could take a chance on a different life. I shoved my cell phone into my pocket, ran to Mason, and grabbed his hand. Let's go and tell the police about the proof I found in the secret room. I choose to be a good person. I choose to be happy. I choose you. I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid. He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子。
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it.
Excuse me. Could you tone that down, please?
Tone down the what?
Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying.
I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder.
What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back.
The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone.
Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God.
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间。
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera. And these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Hatham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electroelement to activate it.
What do you mean, electro-element?
Electroelement. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Hatham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Hatham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Xin Ten Toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin Loi, Bang Ko Te Chung Toi Duang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Ko Te...
Xin lỗi, no ngàn con đít chỗ, chúng tôi viết đúng viết vinh, ha lông đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Hatham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope! So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, my favorite. Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with the corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye, aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and saw him and Duo transforming into something with dust particles and glowing green projections dancing around them. Everything then cleared away, revealing a strikingly handsome video game character and his adorable sidekick. Hatham, is that you?
This is my true form, Elira. And my real name is Zal Hatham, a scholar from Sumeru, and our academia scribe. That machine in front of you is a primal construct, only found around the desert area of Sumeru. This machine enemy is often found guarding the temples and ruins, and I need to defeat it.
So it's like the final boss in the game, and you're the brave hero. I suddenly felt bad for suspecting him as a bad guy. As the primal construct started charging toward them, 3 ethereal green mirrors popped in and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated. Dude, you were so cool! How did you do that?
I don't need to fight. I only need to think. Everything else is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
Okay. Enough with your deep philosophical words, dude, and maybe start explaining everything to me properly. You know, I've been following you around like a dumb little kitten and catching up with your stamina.
As a gratitude for helping me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kaveh and I were trying to open a domain, but something went wrong. It started malfunctioning. The rule is to hit these columns using a physical attack and never use any elemental attack. Kaveh didn't know this, so he used his elemental skill because he thought it was more efficient. It made a different reaction to the process, and instead of opening a domain, it opened a portal that connected to the human world. And before I knew it, it started sucking my friend. I tried to save him, but I was the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense, and no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Elira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Just play Genshin Impact, and I'm sure you will enjoy the magical beauty of our world, Tevat. We have 7 nations brimming with natural wonders that you would love to capture. You'll meet a diverse set of people with unique personalities and abilities like me. And together, we will fight exciting enemies. We'll share every adventure in this enchanting realm.
I felt a lump in my throat as he extended his hand, but knowing that I would be seeing him again, I shook it with a smile.
See you around, Elira.
I watched them as they entered the portal, returning to their world.
Come here, boy. Bam, bam. Eat that, monkey butt. All right, Hatham, time for some snacks.
Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris.
Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
You're never here when my tears dry. You're never around to see me thrive. When it's my birthday or my day off, you got other plans and can't show up.
Hey guys, I'm Ashlyn, and I lived with my mom and 2 siblings in Atlanta. And I have superpowers. Hang on to see why. My mom was a famous businesswoman in the city. She was from a filthy rich family and considered herself royalty. She carried herself like a queen and made sure my siblings and I behaved that way too. From the way we spoke, dressed, or even our posture, everything needed to be perfect. But because of my superpower, I couldn't get anything right.
Mom, I'm sorry. I was just squeezing the ketchup. I didn't know how it ended up in your face. It's not my fault. He threw the ball at me first. He ducked and it shattered the window.
Yep, being the clumsiest person on earth was my superpower. Sometimes, I even felt if I was bubble wrapped and kept in a corner, I would still end up breaking things. My siblings used to bet on how many times I'd trip over myself or drop something. Like once at the dinner table, I got the hiccups and they started giggling. Just wait, she'll break the glass.
No, I think she'll break the glass and the jug.
And sure enough, my sister won. But in the process, Mom was drenched in water.
It's okay, Mom. It's just water. Let me help you dry this.
I'll bring a fan. Oh, the fan isn't here. Okay, that napkin'll work. When I pulled the napkin, it dropped the candle stand on the table mat, and in seconds it started burning. I quickly put out the fire with the curry. Oh, phew. Hiccup's gone and the fire's out. All good now. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Just stop it, Ashlyn. How could you be so careless? Every time you're around, it feels like a disaster is waiting to happen. Always finding ways to ruin everything in my life. Such bad luck. It's like you're a curse in my life.
But Mom, it's not like I did it on purpose.
Just get out and let me have my dinner in peace. And all of you are fired. Mom's words really hurt me every time. But thank God I had Annie, who was my nanny, but she was so much more to me. She tucked me in bed, told me stories, and hugged me. Things my mom never did. I shared everything with Annie, and when she saw me crying, she asked me what was wrong.
Annie, Mom's always angry with me. She doesn't like me. I don't know why things themselves fall even when I don't touch them.
Oh dear, don't cry. You know you have superpowers, so things just move around. It's not your fault. And don't worry about your mom. She loves you. Just be a little more careful. Yeah, I know. Annie tried her best to make me happy and told me how Mom was just overworked, but actually loved me loads. But Annie didn't know that years ago, I had found out the reason Mom resented me so much. It was because Dad had left her for a maid working at our place just 2 days after I was born. And since that day, Mom saw me as her bad luck. I tried not to let it get to me and focused on my studies, but I wasn't very good at that either. But still, I tried. I really wanted to win Mom's love because seeing her with my siblings made me feel like I wasn't even a part of the family. One time, when I was around 17 and on summer vacation, Mom had a launch party for her new business. Please, just spare me the embarrassment and stay in your room. Order pizza, watch MSA videos. Just don't ruin my party. Mom was always keeping me away from the fun things she did, and I was curious, so I decided it would be fun to just peek at the party. The moment I saw the guests dancing, I decided to join them, and it was then that I tripped and fell on a table. Mom was furious. Before she could even say something, Annie came running and started to clean the mess I had made. You ruined! Ma'am, I got it. Please, don't be angry at Ashlyn. Mom forced a smile, and I thought she'd let the matter go. But I couldn't have been more wrong. When I woke up the next morning, I learned from the other servants that Annie was fired. Mom could call me bad luck and whatnot all she wanted. But firing Annie? That was the limit. Mom, that's not fair. It was my mistake. Why did you fire Annie? She was the only one that cared about me in this big house of yours. What? She was just a maid. It was her job to take care of the house and you. I can't take it anymore. You're heartless. I won't live here a minute longer. You want to leave? Fine. One day out in the real world, you'll realize how much you take for granted. I want to see you try. You're not serious. In fact, I am. I left the house in a haze and found myself standing at Annie's door. When she saw me, she was worried and tried to send me back, saying how mad my mother would be. But I was determined, and eventually she invited me into her small house. Have a seat. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Yeah, I'd like that. But as I sat on the chair, I ended up stuck. Just then, I heard a girl laugh. Bet you never used a chair like that before. No, I didn't. She helped me up and then introduced herself. She was Michaela, Annie's sister, and she was as nice and welcoming as Annie. I really liked their cozy home, even though the things were old and some were even broken. At night, I slept peacefully on the couch, which was far better than my luxurious mattress. But old habits die hard, and the next morning, when I told her I wanted an omelet with a fresh fruit smoothie and a pancake, hearing my words, she looked stunned. Your Highness, this is not your palace, and I'm not your servant. Serve yourself. I'm so sorry. I don't mean it. I can do it myself, but could you please tell me the thing that works like a grrr? What? I just forgot the name of the thing that was used for smoothies. Ah, a blender. Princess, here it is. She left me, and after watching a bunch of videos on how to cook an omelet, I couldn't make it and ended up burning my hand. Michaela came running when she heard me scream. Like, why did you even come here? The real world is a difficult place to survive. I don't know why you would give up such a chill lifestyle for this. Yeah, it might be kind of tough, but I'm confident I can work it out. She was kind enough that she made me breakfast and fed me herself, and in no time, we became friends. It had been several days, and although Mom was angry, I still hoped that my being gone would make her realize my worth, but she hadn't called me once, like I didn't exist to her. One day, when Michaela saw me sulk, she suggested we do something fun. I was totally up for it. We ate popsicles and cotton candy, which had previously been a big no for me, and even rode a bicycle. And it was just one more thing where I ended up with bruises all over my legs that I got by falling several times off the bike. A few days later, the summer vacations were over, and Annie got me into Michaela's school so I could finish my final year of high school, since I didn't want to go to my previous one where I would have to face my siblings and even Mom when she'd come to drop them off. On my first day, everyone looked surprised to see me. I guess I might have overdressed. Ugh. Oh, wow, Michaela, who is she? She looks so pretty. I love that fragrance she's wearing. All of them were really sweet, and everyone gathered around to chat with me. You have a Gucci bag? Is that a real one? No, thrift store. She bought it from there. You want to fit in or stick out like a sore thumb? Fit in? Good. So from tomorrow, don't dress like you're modeling. Michaela was right. I needed to blend in, so I bought new stuff for myself. Things were going well at school, like really well. I even made friends and started to do well in studies. One day, we were walking down the hallway and I noticed a poster for a speech competition with the topic self-esteem. Michaela suggested that I should participate. I decided to give it a shot since it would be the perfect opportunity for me to voice my ideas, something I couldn't do much around Mom. I worked hard for weeks on my speech, practicing in front of my friends. I was still nervous, but I was determined to do my best. On the day of the competition, I kept my eyes on Michaela and Annie as I stepped onto the stage. I was so relieved when I finished my speech, and I knew I had done a good job. The judges were impressed and announced that I was the winner. I was so shocked and excited. To my surprise, the guest of honor was the mayor, and he took a picture of me with the other winners. My picture was in the newspaper the next day. Just a few days later, as I was lost in the pages of my book, Michaela came running and told me how she'd seen my mom go to the principal's office. My heart raced with excitement as I thought maybe finally my mom was proud of me and had come to my school. But then I heard my mom's voice from down the hall yelling at the principal. I gave you permission to give her admission, but that didn't mean you could use my name to publicize your school. Putting her picture in the paper and mentioning she's my daughter was a publicity stunt, right? The school runs on my donations. Do you have any idea how humiliating that is? Mom, why are you saying this?
I thought you'd be happy, but all you care about is your name? My mom just gave me a nasty look and walked away. At that moment, it finally sunk in that I'd never be enough for her. I was done trying to make her happy. I was done trying to be someone I wasn't. I went to school the next day like nothing had happened, like my heart wasn't breaking. Throughout the day, Michaela and my friends tried to cheer me up. She asked if I could come and watch them practice their cheerleading routine. I'm glad I did because she did a backflip and landed smoothly on her feet. It was amazing. OMG, I can't believe it. I did it. Yay, I did it. Oh, Ashlyn, girl, you are like my lucky charm. You know, I've been trying this routine since like forever and I could never get it right. Today, you came and I nailed it. Awesome. Congratulations, Michaela. Hey, what happened? Why are you crying? I've been called bad luck my whole life. No one has ever called me their lucky charm. Luck isn't something you're born with. It's something you create. If you focus on the good things in life, you'll be lucky. I stayed with Michaela until we graduated. Then she got a scholarship to a big university while I applied to business school and got in. I was stoked and couldn't wait to start my journey of becoming a business professional. I was in my 3rd year of college when one day, Annie told me how Mom wanted to see me. The company was failing. What? After all these years, she remembers she has a daughter, only when her company is going into the ground? Forget it. But Annie said Mom was sick too and kept insisting I visit her, but I just didn't want to. A few days later, Annie asked me to accompany her for shopping, but she had another idea. And before I knew it, she had driven me straight to Mom's house, and I was so angry. I get why you're mad, but she's still your mom. I know she was mean to you, but Ashlyn, don't let the anger take over. You are better than her. Please do this. For me. Fine, I'm doing this just for you. When I stepped in the house, I couldn't believe my eyes. Mom was sitting in a chair and she looked so weak. The moment she saw me, she had tears in her eyes. It turned out that my brother and sister had both taken their shares of the company and left Mom. Ashlyn, is it you? I am so sorry. I was so wrong about you. I always treated you wrong, called you bad luck. Please, forgive me. I was such a bad mother to you. Mom, you don't have to say that. Please, let me. I was so wrong to blame everything on you. Can you forgive me? I don't know if I can right now, but I'll try, Mom. I'll really try. And I'll spend every day of my life trying to make it up for being like I was to you. Then Mom and I hugged. She apologized to Annie and thanked her for always supporting me. Mom told me everything about her business and I decided to help her. I spoke to her lawyer and got to know that to save the company, we would need a merger with some big company. I started working there day and night and bagged a meeting with a big company. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling confident and engaged in the discussion. Suddenly, I dropped the pen and it went rolling under the table. Why do I have to be so clumsy? Oops, I'm sorry. Silly me. It's like I have butterfingers. You know what? I'm gonna go. Come on. Happens to the best of us. We understand. It's just part of being human. If it had been my mom, she would have screamed at me. After that, the meeting went awesome, and they told me they'd let me know about their decision. At home, I told Mom everything that had happened, including dropping the pen. She looked unhappy, but right when she was about to say something, the phone rang. Oh my God, we got it! We got the merger! I knew it. I knew you could do it. This calls for a party. Mom threw an awesome party by the poolside. Everyone was having fun until Mom got a call, and her face suddenly changed. I followed her inside the house and saw my brother and sister were there. What are you two doing? Get out now or I'll call security. You can't really own this house anymore, can you? It's impossible. You ruined the business. Oh God, did you trick Ashlyn into helping you? We'll tell her the truth. What truth could you possibly tell her? That you were never sick, Mom? That it was all an act to make me save your business? I knew all along. Mom's jaw dropped and my siblings were left speechless. You knew? But why did you still help? Because someone very important to me told me I'm a better person than you. I turned around with a newfound confidence and walked away, leaving Mom behind.
What's up? I'm Wyatt, and my parents adopted me from a poor farm in Sri Lanka. And now, living a millionaire life because of my politician parents. Well, I'm not a fan of rich life, but shh, don't tell my parents I said that. I mean, I'm grateful for what they've given me, but rich people always boss people around for the craziest things.
I asked for a gold-plated toilet seat, not this regular one. What? Are you stupid?
Mom, who cares? It's just a toilet seat. No one's going to rate our bathroom on the luxury loo leaderboard. So I spent all my free time jamming on a guitar with my best buddy in the whole world, Kevin. Time for the next gig. You in? I met Kevin at a local band tryout, and we've been close ever since. We got in the band and started playing local charities. It felt so awesome to bring so many people joy. One day, we were playing at the local soup kitchen, and I heard a commotion. A bully was cornering one of the most beautiful girls I'd ever seen.
I found twigs in the soup you made. I want my money back.
It's free, and I saw you put those in there.
I was about to step in when the girl poured soup all over the bully's head. Security came and threw her out. I ran outside to tell her how cool she was, but it was too late. She was gone. But when I got back to Kevin's, he had the biggest smirk on his face. Do you remember that cute girl who souped that bully? Duh. Well, her name's Gabby, and I asked her out. So she's kind of my girlfriend now. I felt like a giant rock had been stuck in my throat. But you guys, what was I supposed to do? There's a bro code. That's awesome, Kev. But as they started dating, I started to see less and less of Kevin. And whenever we did hang out, all he would ever talk about was Gabby. You know, Gabby supports her entire family. She has like 17 jobs. Wow. And the next day, my parents had a huge surprise waiting for me. There was a pretty girl twirling in my kitchen. She batted her eyelashes in slow motion. Honestly, it was a little ridiculous.
Hello, I'm Olivia.
I'm Wyatt, and why are you here?
Well, son, it's your 18th birthday, and your present is Olivia. She's gonna be your wife.
My what?
Did you really think we'd leave your matchmaking up to fate?
But
your mother and I were in an arranged marriage. Look how happy we are.
I was definitely not convinced.
Olivia's living with us until the wedding. You'll have plenty of time to get to know her.
I tried it first for my parents' sake, but everything about Olivia rubbed me the wrong way. Every time she opened her mouth, I felt like some brain cells had died. One time, we went on her family's yacht for a week and sailed past the farm where I was born.
Ew, I could never be that poor. How sad and pathetic.
That really made me want to throw her overboard. Wyatt, remember, you're a gentleman. I needed out of this. A life with Olivia would be a life tied to the very type of person I hated most. So, I decided to run away. As I was climbing out of my window, Kevin pulled up to my house. How could I forget? We were supposed to practice together. Bro, what are you doing? My parents want me to marry this total snozberry. I'm running away. What? Wyatt, you can't give your life up. I don't have any other choice. I couldn't bring myself to say no to my parents or break their hearts. So, it's either run away or marry her. Besides, it's not like I have any other romantic leads. But then Kevin looked at me with this sparkle in his eye. What if you hired a fake fiancé and told your parents you're already getting married? I burst out laughing. Yeah, right. Would anyone actually be interested? I mean, it's a little pathetic. Gabby could do it. You mean your girlfriend? Yeah, she's desperate for money. Let me ask. And then he started texting her. Wait, Kevin, isn't that weird? She's your girlfriend. She said she's in. And who cares, dude? It's just pretending. Besides, I trust you more than anyone. I mean, it's not like I really had any other options. Luckily, my parents went on a business trip, so at least that bought me some time. The next day, I met up with Gabby and got up to pull her chair out, but she kicked it back in.
One thing straight. This is just a job.
Jeez, I was just trying to be polite.
I love Kevin.
So do I. But don't you feel weird that he's passing you off to me like you're some loaner car?
I would advise you to shut your face hole before I shut it for you.
Well, you better get an attitude transplant if you're gonna be a convincing fiancé. Otherwise, this won't work. She looked at me with this mischievous smirk.
You don't have to question my believability. Trust me.
The next day, I invited Gabby to my school's potluck. I went to the bathroom for 2 seconds, and when I came back, I saw Gabby had entered the green chili eating contest. As Gabby shoveled chilies down her throat, she glared at me with cold hatred. And then, to my shock, she told everyone,
My fiancé holds the green chili eating world record.
Before I knew it, tears were streaming from our eyes as we ate chili after chili. Remind me to bathe in milk later. After Gabby won, I dragged her away from everyone. What are you doing?
Just having some fun with my fiancé.
I'm gonna be in the bathroom for a week straight now because of you. But if that's what you want, I'll give it to you and eat until you're happy.
No, stop!
Suddenly, Olivia appeared out of nowhere.
Wow, Wyatt, that is pretty impressive. My parents love spicy food. They're going to be so happy when they find out you can handle it.
And then she kissed me on the cheek and ran off. I wanted to flip a table.
What was that about?
Ugh, you need to start playing by my rules, Gabby, or you can kiss your money goodbye.
I do one thing you don't like and this is how you act? You're exactly who I thought you were. You're a rich, arrogant jerk.
I walked outside to blow off steam, literally, but I realized I got why she thought I was that way. I mean, rich people, they're the worst. I had to show her that I wasn't like that. I went back inside, but Gabby was nowhere to be found. I started to get worried, so I called Kevin.
Did you seriously lose my girlfriend, dude?
I'm on my way. Then I heard someone crying in the girls' bathroom. I took a chance. Gabby? It's Wyatt. I wanted to apologize. She unlocked the door, but when she opened it, I was shocked to see Gabby was covered in Jell-O. What happened?
That girl who kissed you on the cheek threw a whole Jell-O cake in my face.
Olivia. So maybe she was starting to get the message. I was almost a little excited when...
I look like a sea monster.
Here, let me help. I washed Gabby's hair in the sink and gave her my sweatshirt so she'd have clean clothes.
Why are you being so nice to me?
Because this is all my fault. Olivia attacked you because of me. And then I told her everything about the arranged marriage and Olivia. I'm sorry, Gabby, for all of this. This was stupid.
No, it's not. I was wrong about you. Just give me one more chance. I'll be the perfect fake fiancé.
And then she hugged me so tight that my heart started beating fast. But just then, the door swung open and...
What do you think you're doing?
Kevin, it's not what it looks like.
Wait in the car, Gabby.
Kevin!
Now!
I didn't like the way he was talking to her. He was acting so... controlling. Kevin came for me, his nostrils literally flaring.
What gives, man? She's still my girlfriend.
Whoa, dude, relax. This was your idea. Gabby and I are just...
Stop, man. I see the way you look at her.
What? No! The bro code. I would never...
Whatever. Just finish this up ASAP.
I can't believe he was really gonna let a girl get between us after all we'd been through. The next day, I woke up and was surprised to see Gabby sitting at the edge of my bed.
I have a surprise for you.
Then she put a blindfold around me and put me in the driver's seat. I had no idea what was going on, but I've always been a sucker for surprises. And the next thing I knew, we were in the mountains. We climbed the whole thing, but what shocked me is that the longer we hiked, the more I actually started to love it. For the first time, I could drop everything, and I could just be me. We took a picture together at the top, and Gabby put her arms around me. I blushed so hard. Uh-oh. Maybe Kevin was right. Maybe I was starting to catch feelings for Gabby. And it was magical.
Doesn't this feel like a scene from a movie, Wyatt?
Yeah, these paths are just like finding a YouTube channel unexpectedly.
And you're just pulled to hit subscribe and like. You never know what stories you'll get next, but it's sure to make your day.
So, you're saying that our lives are a YouTube channel now?
Maybe, because if it were, then people would subscribe to see if we soar or crash.
You heard it. Want to know what's next? So hit like and subscribe. And when I got home that night, Olivia was waiting for me.
You better be free tomorrow night.
Hello to you too.
My parents are coming for dinner to meet you. Our wedding's happening, Wyatt. Can you believe it?
I called Gabby immediately.
Why don't I just come to the dinner and they can see for themselves that you're taken?
Gosh, women are smart. If anything had a shot, it was that. The next day, Gabby arrived at my house. She looked incredible. You look beautiful.
Thanks. Too bad tonight's our last night doing this. It's actually been fun.
But before I could confess my true feelings, Kevin stepped out from behind her. I thought you may need a little chaperoning to make sure you don't fail miserably, Wyatt. Thanks for the vote of confidence. When we got inside, Olivia and her parents were already there. It was now or never.
I said for you to come.
Olivia, this is my best man, Kevin. This is Gabby, my fiancé. I wished I could bottle the look of disgust on Olivia's face for the rest of eternity. I was waiting for her to explode, but she simply said,
Okay then, prove it. Kiss her.
What?
If she's really your fiancé, it shouldn't be hard.
I looked at Kevin, who was fuming, but I had no other choice. Gabby gave me a nod of approval. I leaned in and kissed her, and the world seemed to stop. Crash! We broke the kiss and swirled around to see that Kevin had just smashed a vase and stormed off. Kevin, wait! What happened to the bro code? What was I supposed to do? You're the one who told me to do this. I never said to kiss her. Gabby is my girlfriend. You crossed the line.
Aha! I knew you were lying.
Kevin and I both turned to see that Olivia, her parents, and Gabby had followed us and overheard everything.
Nice try, Wyatt. But I knew you'd never date low-life trash like Gabby. You're marrying me whether you like it or not.
Can you really blame him for wanting to leave? You've got the ugliest personality ever.
This was getting out of hand. They were literally pulling each other's hair. So I stepped in the middle of them. Girls! Gabby, stop! And she felt bad the way I screamed, so she dashed away. Things couldn't end like this between us, though. Her family was struggling, and I had to do what was right. So I followed her. Gabby, wait! Take this. I wrote her a check for $3 million.
Wyatt, you shouldn't have to do this. Any of this. Just be honest with your parents about Olivia. Maybe they'll understand.
She was right, but I was still afraid of disappointing my folks. Just take the money. Now you can take care of your family.
What?
But she just stared at me blankly. That's why you took the job.
No, I took the job for Kevin. I agreed to do it and give the money to his sick mom.
What? But Kevin's mom isn't sick. Last week she ran the marathon. Just then, we saw Kevin with Olivia, of all people, showing her my cars like they were his own. He even had his arm around her. Kevin, you lied to us? All this time, you wanted my money for yourself. Kevin turned around with an evil look in his eyes. You don't even do anything with it. I deserve to have a little. Come on, Gabby, let's go.
I'm not going anywhere with you. You lied to me too. We're over.
Are you happy now, Wyatt? You've ruined my life. Don't be so dramatic, Kevin. Consider our friendship over. And then he got in his car, actually my car, and rode off. I didn't even care. He was never a true friend to begin with if he was only after my money. Gabby called a cab, but there was really nothing to say except, I'm sorry for how this all turned out.
Me too.
I wanted to kiss her so badly, but before I even got the chance, Olivia had a tentacle around me. I guess that was that. My parents came back and I went along with wedding planning, but I felt like a total ghost. I droned out Olivia's nonstop talking with thoughts of Gabby. I should have told her how I felt. I even texted her on the day of the wedding, telling her that it was happening. Maybe in hopes she'd want to pull a big romantic gesture. But when the time came and Olivia was walking down the aisle, Gabby was nowhere to be found. The priest started officiating when I heard a familiar voice call out, "Stop the wedding!" Everyone turned and gasped. To my shock, it was Kevin. Kevin, what are you doing here? Olivia, I love you. Let's run away from here. You want me to confess it in front of the whole world?
so here I am.
What? But then Olivia ran over to Kevin and started kissing him. I guess there was a lot more to the casual arm around her that night at dinner.
The wedding's off!
As they ran away together, I couldn't help but laugh. And then I was in for the shock of the century when my parents came up to me.
Son, I'm sorry we forced this upon you.
We never should have. We were wrong. Olivia is clearly not good enough for you.
We made a mistake with her and just want you to be happy. From now on, we've agreed, you choose who you love.
And they hugged me tightly and went to the guests. What just happened?
It looks like someone just got their happily ever after.
I turned around, shocked, to see the priest removed his beard and hat. It was Gabby.
You seriously thought I'd miss watching this train wreck?
Gabby, I'm so sorry. Look, I know this sounds crazy, but although we were just pretending, I actually fell in love with you.
I know, silly. Why else do you think I'm here? I feel the same way.
How did I have no idea that was you?
I told you not to doubt my believability.
I laughed and grabbed her in my arms. What do you say? Should we make this a happy ending?
I thought you'd never ask.
Hi, I'm Brittany from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single German mom who moved to the US before she had me, and she wasn't a very conventional mom. For starters, I was allowed to call her by her name, Julia, and other people just didn't get that.
Carol, excuse me, can I please go to the bathroom?
It's Miss Carol, honey. You don't call adults by their first names, like you say Mom. You don't use her name.
Yeah, I do. I call her Julia all the time. What's wrong with that, Carol?
She thought I was being cheeky and got mad, and I really didn't understand why. But after that, I started using Miss, Mr., or Mrs. with names of everything in her class, just to be on the safe side. Mr. Apple, Miss Banana, Mrs. Pencil, and for some reason, that annoyed her too. Mom always treated me more like her BFF than her daughter, and we could have candid conversations about anything.
How many boyfriends have you had, Julia?
5.
Can I have a boyfriend?
Sure, but I warn you, boys are annoying.
Was my dad annoying?
He was the worst. Lazy, stupid jerk. He always stole my chocolates.
I'm glad he's not around. Okay, is Santa Claus real?
Ugh, of course not. I buy your amazing presents, not some fat old men.
I thought so, Julia.
Life was pretty good, till a woman moved next to us in the 3rd grade. She had a son who seemed to be my age, and Mom and I were excited to welcome them to the neighborhood, but the lady didn't seem too happy to see us. What is it? You woke me up from my nap. Oh, we just brought you a butter pecan pie. A what now?
A butter pecan pie.
That's just her German accent. Sounds really weird. I'll return the dish once we've eaten it. Okay, danke. What did you say? I said okay, danke. Who are you calling a donkey, you weirdo? And then she smashed the pie in Mom's face. Mom lost it and attacked her, and several neighbors had to stop them from ripping each other's hair out. I tried telling the lady and her son that danke means thank you in German, but they just wouldn't listen. And that was the day an endless war started between the two houses. Alan's mom worked the night shift and slept during the day, so Mom made sure she did everything noisy during that time, like mowing the lawn, hammering nails in the wall for hanging pictures, and playing the drums. Yeah, she bought a drum set just for that purpose. And in turn, we'd often find our washed laundry in the mud, dog poop on our doorstep, our newspaper crosswords always done, and trash outside our gate. Hey, you pick this up before I come and kick your bottom. You should go back inside. There's already enough garbage on the street. Our moms also kept calling the cops on each other. They were playing their music too loud. We were not. They're keeping an illegal animal in that house. We just own a cat, you moron. But you've been keeping lice in your hair and spreading it in the neighborhood. Officer, arrest her. We shared a wall, and one time, Mom was playing music and Alan's mom started banging on the wall. Mom got pissed and banged even harder. Then Alan's mom punched a hole through the living room wall with a broom. You stupid cow. You've ruined my wall. It's not your wall, it's mine. Alan and his mom tossed a bunch of trash through the hole, and of course, we returned the favor. And for me and Alan, our feud didn't even stay at home. We made each other miserable in school with stupid pranks. One day, I discovered slime climb in my locker, and just then, I heard Alan talking trash about me to his friends in the hallway. I'd had enough, so I threw toilet water on him.
Wow, you smell terrible.
I'll get you for that, Brittany.
Ooh, I'm scared. You gonna get your mom to punish me, you mama's boy?
I can take care of myself, you ugly monkey. There was never a moment of peace between us. And then in 9th grade, our moms both came to school for the school play and started fighting over a seat. Hey, that's mine. It doesn't have your name on it. If it did, how would you know? It's not like you can read English. They started shoving and scratching each other. A couple of teachers had to drag them out of the auditorium as Alan and I looked on in horror. Seemed like everyone was talking about us. I don't think I've ever felt so embarrassed in my entire life. Seriously, I wish the ground would swallow me whole. Wow, look at us. We actually agree on something. And honestly, I was getting a little sick of it all. We had done about as many nasty things as we could to each other, and I was beginning to wonder what the point of it was. Julia, why don't we just move and put all this behind us? No. That's exactly what that woman wants, and I won't let her have it. But there were more and more days where I saw Alan, and it wasn't my first instinct to glare at him or call him stupid or throw my drink in his face. And I started noticing a similar change in Alan. I think the two of us had reached the same conclusion. We had outgrown this feud. We weren't friends, like not at all, but we weren't really enemies anymore either, which somehow led us to being partnered for a class project. Oh, great. Stuck with you. Are you gonna set my notebook on fire or stab me with a pencil? Look who's talking. You threw rotten eggs through my bedroom window and put a dead fish in my mailbox. I'm not exactly thrilled about this either. Whatever, let's just get it over with. We knew there would be a huge fight if either of us told our mothers we were working together, so we kept it a secret and met up in parks and cafes. I didn't expect to enjoy myself, but weirdly, I did. One day, I caught him staring at me. What are you looking at? I always thought your face looked like a rotten tomato, but when you smile, you're kinda cute. Oh yeah? Your face looks like a raisin. Raisins are sweet, and they're good for you. The next day, Alan gave me a basket of golden raisins with a silly note that made me smile. Alan was actually really funny. He made me laugh more than anyone else, and I could almost forget all the things he'd done to make me angry over the years. Brittany, I know our moms hate each other, but I was thinking. You mean you finally got that brain of yours to work? Haha, very funny. Truth is, I don't hate you. I'm not sure if I ever really did. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Even after the project was done, we kept sneaking around and hanging out as much as we could, watching movies and taking long walks, and the more time I spent around him, the more I started realizing that I liked him. Alan, I think You've fallen head over heels for me. You've been struck by Cupid's arrow. You can't get enough of me. And you think about me all the time. I wouldn't say all that. Okay, fine. If you were gonna say that you liked me, then you should know that I like you too. So, what should we do about it? I have some ideas. Then Alan pulled me close and kissed me. Our moms were still getting into fights, but that didn't mean we had to be a part of it. When we were in school, we could totally pretend none of that drama was real. And afterwards, we would hang out in places where our moms weren't likely to find us. Sometimes we'd even use the whole connecting our houses to talk after our moms had gone to sleep. Things seemed to finally be going well, mostly. When should we tell our moms? Don't you think it's too soon? Considering that they hate each other, it seems like any time would be bad. Besides, aren't you sick of sneaking around behind their backs? I'm not really used to keeping secrets from my mom. I guess you're right. Why don't you come over for this big family dinner mom's hosting tomorrow, and I can introduce you as my girlfriend then. She won't make a scene in front of so many people, trust me. That night, I showed up at the party all decked out, and Alan greeted me at the door. Wow, you look amazing. You look good too, aside from the sweat on your forehead. I'm just a little nervous. I'll be fine. The house was filled with guests, and they were really nice to me. A few minutes later, we all went to the dining room, and that's when Alan's mom walked in with the roast chicken and saw me. What is that awful girl doing here, Alan? Alan was about to speak, but then suddenly he pushed me away instead. I have no idea, Mom. She must have snuck in. She has a crush on me, and she's just obsessed, like a psycho stalker. I was so shocked and hurt. I couldn't even move or speak. You horrible child. Get off my property at once or I'll call the police. Alan's mom picked up a bowl full of spaghetti and hurled it at me. I ducked just in time and went running out the door in tears. And when my mom found me sobbing on my bed later, I told her what had happened. She was beyond furious. I'm not going to let them both get away with this. Julia, can't we please just move away? I'm so sick of all this fighting. No, we are staying right here, and we are planning revenge. She came up with all these crazy ideas for how I could embarrass him at school or out in public, and some of them involved his mom. I was getting so frustrated that my brain was about to explode. Just stop! What do you mean stop? You haven't even heard the rest of the plan. I'm sick of this. I don't want to be part of your stupid plan. There's no need to be rude to your mother. If you have a better plan, share it. OMG, you are not hearing me. I'm tired of this stupid feud and I don't care about getting revenge on anyone. And I wish you would act like a mother for once. I ran outside and bumped right into Alan. What are you doing here? Brittany, look, I don't have much time. My mom's out and I wanted to say, I don't care about what you have to say. We decided to tell your mom about us and you chickened out and lied about everything. Wait, please. I know I was a jerk and a coward and I shouldn't have acted like that. I just froze up. Congratulations on your self-awareness. Now get out of my way. You don't understand. My mom's terrifying. She gets that crazy look in her eyes. I can't make her mad. She's really hard on me. But I know that's not a good excuse and I really am sorry. I love you so much. I want to shout it from the rooftops. I hate hiding things and living like this. What if we didn't have to hide it? Our moms will never see eye to eye. We need to find a way. If you really care enough. Of course I do. Both our moms were on alert because of what had happened, so we had to be extra careful sneaking around and meeting up, which led to some pretty close calls. One night, I even had to climb a tree and leap over Alan's backyard fence when his mom got home from work early. And then a day came when we were hanging out at the park, and suddenly my mom popped out of a bush. Aha! I knew something was going on. How could you, Brittany? Mom, Alan. Suddenly, Alan's mom appeared from behind another bush. Why would you associate yourself with that awful girl? Because we love each other. Your evil daughter has brainwashed my son. More like, your demon son has brainwashed my daughter. Our moms fell into an all-out fight, pulling hair and screaming and trying to gouge each other's eyes out. It was insane. But Alan and I looked at each other and just ran away from there. We were done. And for the next 3 days, we hid at my friend's house and made her swear not to tell our mothers. After a while, our moms reported us missing and flyers of our faces were posted all over the city. You know we can't do this forever, Brittany. I know, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go back yet. I'm not either, but we have to eventually. The next morning when we went home, both our moms came running out, pulling us into hugs and sobbing. Brittany, where have you been? I was very sick. Alan, how could you do this to your poor mother? Alan took my hand as we faced them together. Alan and I are together. That's not going to change just because you can't get along with his mom. We've always been so close, Julia, but you're ruining our relationship and making me miserable. I need you to stop being so selfish. Don't make us choose between you two and our relationship. You both need to respect our decision. You don't have to like each other, but you need to respect and tolerate each other if you want us in your lives. You got it? Our moms looked at us and then at each other, and for the first time that I could remember, they didn't start fighting. Instead, they shook hands. All right, this doesn't mean we are friends though, but can we call a truce? Gross. Why would I think we're friends? But yeah, truce. All my life, people have told me I must be magic. Hi everyone, I'm Tanya from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe to hear my secret. I have a unique skill that makes me popular with almost everyone I meet. When people come to me for advice, I'm able to help them achieve their goals. Making the varsity soccer team, asking out their crush, acing a big test. Somehow, I was always able to get them what they wanted. In truth, there was no magic to it. I was a good listener and tried to give the best advice I could. It always just seemed to work out. Eventually, it gave me this reputation for being a miracle worker. My friend Elaine thought I should be paid for it. You really should be charging for this. I like helping people. Hey, nothing wrong with getting paid for doing what you like. By the way, my boyfriend loved the birthday gift you suggested. And we're going to the restaurant you recommended later. Try the chocolate cake. Ironically, my own life was kind of a mess. My grades were good, but not great since I was so caught up with everyone else's problems. I didn't have a boyfriend, and in general, my future seemed both uncertain and scary. Not to mention, I had the most embarrassing dad in the world. A few years back, my dad fell in a manhole on the sidewalk and sued the city. He won so much money in the lawsuit that he quit his job in big tech. Now all he does is sit on the couch and watch YouTube videos. You gotta see this video, honey. A baby panda sneezes and scares its mom. I have school, Dad. You have fun, though. So, that was my home life. As helpful as I was to most people, I just couldn't seem to work the same magic for me or my dad. I don't think he even wanted me to be honest. He ignored every job posting I showed him and never left the house, no matter how hard I tried. It scared me to think that I might turn out like him someday. But I always felt better when I helped someone. At school, this really agitated girl stomped up to me in the hall. I talked to my mom about spending the summer in France, and she said no. I knew I should have asked my dad instead. Everyone says your advice is foolproof. Did you give me bad advice on purpose? What? No, of course not. I would never do something like that. Maybe you misunderstood what I told you? I did exactly what you said, word for word, and it blew up in my face. You're a fraud. I was stunned. This had never happened before. I tried to remember what my advice had been, but so many people came to me for help that the details were hazy. Shake it off, Tanya. It was upsetting, but just that morning, 3 people had approached me and said I was a lifesaver. This had to be a weird freak accident. It wouldn't happen again, right? But then later that night, Elaine called me crying. She and her boyfriend Joe had gone to the restaurant I recommended, but the server insulted Joe and they got into a fight. Joe almost got arrested. Why would you tell us to go to that place? The server was a criminal. Maybe he was new. The service was great last time I went. You ruined Joe's birthday. I don't have a crystal ball, you know. I'm a human being. I make mistakes like anyone else. Maybe your boyfriend shouldn't have punched out the waiter. Whatever, Tanya. Keep your advice to yourself from now on. Did you at least try the chocolate cake? I did. It was dry. What was going on? Had I lost my touch? If I couldn't help people anymore, then what was I gonna do? I guess I could try fixing my own life. That night, I dreamed that everyone who ever came to me for advice confronted me and accused me of ruining their lives. No matter where I turned, I couldn't escape. When I woke up, I knew something needed to change. If people only cared about me when I was solving their problems, maybe they didn't really care about me at all. You know what? Fine. You can all solve your own problems from now on. At school, I turned away anyone who asked for something. I didn't like saying no, but it got easier after a few times. During gym class, we were playing dodgeball when a boy approached me. Hey, you're Tanya, right? I'm Matt. I heard you're a miracle worker. I'm retired. Could you make an exception? I'm trying to get my ex to take me back, and you're the only one who can help. Trust me, you don't want my help. What if we help each other? Like a trade. There's gotta be something you want too. That was different. Not many people ever offered anything in return. Not that I expected them to pay me back, but it was nice to be asked. Okay, here's a challenge for you. I want to figure out what my thing is. I spend so much time giving everyone else advice that I've never had a chance to figure out my own goals. If you can help me do that, then I'll help you get your ex back. Sounds like a deal to me. Matt and I met after school to get started. So what do you think I should try first? Send her a dozen roses? Write her a song and play it outside her bedroom window? Do you want her to take you back or file a restraining order? Then what's your great idea? Why did you two break up anyway? She said I don't pay attention. I have some thoughts, but before I tell you, we're focusing on my thing first. Did you come up with any ideas? All he did was smile. Uh-oh, what was I getting myself into? Turns out, Matt had a whole day planned out for us. We explored cool architecture in the city like the Golden Gate Bridge, baked sourdough bread, volunteered at a local animal shelter, and even visited Alcatraz to see what a real prison was like. Matt was patient and a great guide throughout all our adventures. At the end of the day, we stopped at Pier 39 to grab some ice cream. I always loved seeing the sea lions flop around and bark at each other out on the bay. So what do you think? Architect, baker, veterinarian, prison guard? To be honest, I really don't see any of those things being my career. I had a lot of fun though. Good. I've got more planned for tomorrow. What about your ex? She can wait. Hold on a second. Was someone prioritizing my problems over their own? I could get used to this. The next day, we did it all over again, except this time with brand new activities. We tried photography, fitness classes, and went on a ride-along in a police car. Nothing yet? No. I mean, I'm still having a good time, but I can't picture myself doing any of those things for the rest of my life. Maybe I'm being too picky. Hey, you gotta choose what's right for you. This is everything I had planned, but I can definitely come up with more. You've done a lot already. Let's work on your goal for now. I want you to write a letter to your ex tonight, and tomorrow we'll go over it together. You're giving me homework? You'll survive. The next day, Matt shared his letter with me, and I read it during lunch period. Well, what do you think? This is all about your feelings, your memories, your regrets. There's almost nothing about her. This could be about any girl. I worked really hard on that. You said yourself that she thinks you don't pay attention. This letter doesn't really prove otherwise. What do you like about her? Is she smart, empathetic? Does she tell funny stories? Matt had to think about it. I didn't understand why he found it so difficult. She's a good big sister, and I like how she sings along to every song on the radio, even when she doesn't know the words. That's more like it. Matt revised the letter. I hid around the corner and watched while he approached his ex to give it to her. She looked surprised, but seemed to appreciate the gesture. Finally, progress! More people came up to me that day to ask for help, but I kept turning them down. I even had to say no to a teacher. A football player got really mad when I refused to help him. We all know you're not really retired. I saw you help that Matt kid. Guess you only help guys you like. Excuse me? Who did this jerk think he was? It's not like that. Matt and I are helping each other. So if I take you on a date, you'll help me too? Suddenly, Matt appeared and shoved the football player into a locker. Speaking of your little boyfriend, I'm not her boyfriend. Apologize to her. Just then, I noticed Matt's ex. She looked at me like I'd stolen her boyfriend or something. I didn't stick around to see what happened next. I needed to get away. I'd never been so embarrassed in my life. Everything was such a mess. My recent advice had all backfired. Matt wasn't any closer to getting his ex back. I was fighting with my best friend, and I still had no clue what I wanted to do with my life. When I got home, my dad was snoring on the couch. For all I knew, he hadn't left that spot all day. Ugh! Before, I could at least feel proud about how many people I'd helped. Now, I didn't even have that. The next day at school, I decided to tell Matt our deal was off. What? But what about our plan? You're gonna let some jerk football player push you around? That's easy for you to say. You're not the one who's being treated like an outcast just for saying no to people. And our plan isn't working anyway. I haven't figured out my future, and you haven't gotten your girlfriend back. I don't care about getting her back. For a second, I almost thought I heard him wrong. Then what's the point of everything we've been doing? I cared at first. I really did miss her, but I realized we broke up for a reason. If you want the truth, I'm having fun, and I want to keep spending time with you. I felt so confused. This was too much all at once. Then maybe just ask to hang out like a normal person. I thought you were helping me figure out my future. Tanya, why are you so obsessed with your future? We're in high school. You don't have to figure it all out right now. My dad threw away a great career and now he's a slug. People need a purpose. All I could think about the rest of the day was escaping. We had a big assembly that afternoon and I was considering skipping it and locking myself in my room. But why should I have to leave? They're the one acting like jerks. So in the middle of the assembly, I did something kinda crazy. I stole the mic. Almost every single one of you has come to me for advice. Did I ever say no before? Did I ever ask for anything in return? No. I did my best to help you all because I wanted you to be happy. But the second something goes wrong or I decide to take some time for myself, what do? You turn on me, talk behind my back, blame me for your problems. Now I know I was just being used. I handed the mic back to the teacher, and she awkwardly cued the cheerleaders to begin their performance. After school, the doorbell rang a bunch of times. I snapped at my dad while I stomped to the door. Don't get up. I'll get it. Honey, you have to see this. A baby tiger pounces and scares the heck out of his mom. Dad, those videos are super old. I opened the door and was surprised to find Elaine on the front steps. She was holding a chocolate cake as a peace offering. It was such a relief to see a friend that I almost cried. We ate chocolate cake on my bed and caught up. I'm sorry. It was totally unfair of me to act like what happened was your fault. All you've ever done is try to help me. And advice should be a two-way street. I hope you know you can come to me when you're struggling too. Want to see a video of a baby tiger? Maybe I didn't need to run away. I felt stronger with Elaine in my corner. The next day, the football player came up to me again. I tried going around, but he wouldn't let me. Hey, it wasn't cool of me to say those things to you. I'm really sorry. I have to admit, I didn't expect an apology from him. When I got to my locker, something even more surprising happened. It was filled with flowers and about 100 thank you cards. All day, students surprised me with gifts, cards, or sometimes just a hug. I guess my big speech at the assembly had gotten through to people. After school, Matt found me on the bleachers reading some of my cards. You okay? It hasn't been easy lately, but yeah, I'll be okay. I never set out to trick you, you know. When I first asked for help, I thought I wanted my ex back. You helped me realize that we weren't right for each other. You helped me realize something too. I did? What? That it's okay if I don't have it all figured out. It has to happen naturally. And maybe my dad will never go back to work, but I'm not him. I know I'll find my purpose someday. So I guess we did help each other. I guess so. Maybe we could hang out sometime? Like normal people, instead of as part of some deal? I'd like that. Things got a lot better after that, and I realized something else. That no one can give perfect advice 100% of the time. But that doesn't mean I should stop trying. I liked helping people. I was going to keep doing it, even if sometimes I failed. The people who mattered most to me would be in my corner no matter what. And the times when someone told me I'd made a difference in their lives, no matter how small, made it all worth it. Hello, everyone. My name is Diana. Before we get into my story, please like and subscribe. I was born in a tiny town in America, in an old house where my mom had grown up. Our cleaning lady once told me that Mom used to be the most beautiful woman around, and when she walked by, everyone stopped to look at her. She'd left for Hollywood, but she returned when she was pregnant with me. But the version of Mom I knew was not very glamorous. She hardly left the house and spent all day watching soap operas. She was obsessed and was always trying to copy the actress. This woman is the worst actress ever. I can do better. Yeah, that role would have been mine if I didn't give up my career. Mom didn't say it exactly, but I always felt like I had gotten in the way of her acting dreams and a different life. Sometimes I kind of felt bad for her, and I tried not to bother her so much. She came in wearing jewelry and some flowy silk gown that was too tight. Did she think she was at the Oscars? She catwalked down the hallway and flirted with all my male teachers. It was so embarrassing. Why did you have to act that way, Mom? Couldn't you just be normal? What? I'm just being myself. I'm an actress. Looking and being a certain way is all part of it. Mom, I'm just a kid. I don't care about your acting and all that. I just want you to be a normal mom. Over time, Mom and I grew more distant, and by the time I was 12, we were living like housemates that barely spoke to each other. One time in 8th grade, I'd asked to borrow some of her clothes for a talent show, but I didn't bother inviting her. To my surprise, though, Mom walked in halfway into the show, and she looked totally normal, just like all the other parents. But soon after, a girl was performing a one-man show, and suddenly, I saw Mom running up to the stage and grabbing the mic from her. Honey, that was so embarrassing. I just couldn't watch anymore. You have to play each character as if you are the character. Look deep into your soul. Come on now, try it again. And maybe you can do one character with a British accent. She started speaking in a terrible British accent. The girl looked as confused as the audience, and I was beyond embarrassed.
Hey, isn't that Diana's wacky mom?
I ran away to hide in the bathroom. I couldn't even do my act anymore. Once the show was over and everyone left, I came out to the parking lot to find Mom there. Hey, I was waiting for you. Why did you come here? Was it to humiliate me? What? No, I came to support you. Then why couldn't you just sit quietly instead of jumping onto the stage and snatching the mic from a kid? I was doing her a favor, and she'll remember me forever for those tips. Come on, let's go home. I'm gonna walk home. In fact, I'm gonna walk all the way to China if that's what it takes to get away from you. Diana, watch out. I suddenly felt something hit me with force and I went flying. I saw a blinding white light and then I passed out. I woke up to Mom's worried face and realized I was in the hospital. Mom told me that I'd been hit by a car. I'd broken my leg and I had to use a cane now. For how long? A few months, at least. We can't be sure when it'll be fully healed, and you might end up with a small limp. I'm so sorry, baby. This is all my fault. That day, I cried so much I thought my eyes were gonna fall out. I tried to stay mad at Mom, but I couldn't. She wasn't great, but I knew she didn't wish for this. When we got home, Mom tried so hard to be the perfect caregiver, but I knew she was struggling. It just didn't come naturally to her. But she never stopped apologizing. Baby, this is all my fault. In times like this, I wish I was more like Carol. Carol was my mother's sister who lived in New York. When I was younger, I always wished she was my mom. She had 2 kids, Theo and Becky, and the holidays I spent with my cousins were my favorite memories. Auntie Carol is quite amazing, and it would be nice to see Theo and Becky. Do you think spending some time with them would make you feel better? Yes, yes, yes! If that's what you want, love. And soon enough, I was heading for New York. But my first disappointment came at the airport when I saw Aunt Carol wasn't even there to pick me up. When she didn't show up after a while, I called her. It turned out she'd forgotten. I am so sorry, honey. There was a little situation at the kids' school. She still looked like the amazing aunt I remembered, but something about her also felt different. And when we got to her house, it was really quiet. As Aunt took my luggage to my room, I wandered into the kitchen to find Theo making a sandwich. Hey, Theo, it's so good to see you. Theo just looked at me blankly, then walked off without a word. What the heck? Didn't he remember me? Just then, someone almost knocked me out with a bear hug.
Oh my gosh, you're finally here. I've been waiting all day. Gosh, I missed you. How are you? Well, I know you're a little sad, but I got you now.
Thank God Becky was the same chatterbox I knew. We talked and laughed for hours. Hey, is Theo okay? He was so weird to me earlier. Becky's face instantly fell and she looked like she was gonna cry. Yeah, that's him these days. Mom thinks it's just a puberty phase, but it's more than that. He's changed so much, I hardly know him anymore. But at least I have you now. In the coming days, I got to see the new Theo myself. He never spoke to anyone and spent all his time in his room playing video games. One day, Aunt had to go in to make him clean his room, but Theo started yelling like a crazy person. Leave my room right now! Get out! One day, Aunt was having a garage sale and Becky and I were helping her out when suddenly a police car pulled up with Theo in it. Is this your son? He was caught stealing cigarettes and magazines at the mall. All our neighbors were staring at the spectacle, and Aunt's face was red with embarrassment. The policeman let Theo go because he was a first-time offender, but that day, Aunt snapped. Why have you decided to humiliate me? I work my butt off for you to have everything, and you go around stealing? And what, you're smoking now? That's none of your business. And if my allowance was enough, I wouldn't have to go around stealing, would I? So maybe you're not working hard enough. Hey, stop that. You're being rude. You know your mom works so hard. Who asked you? This is a family matter, and just because your mom dumped you here doesn't mean you get to butt into everything. I was so sick of his stupid attitude. I hit him with my cane and we got into a fight and Aunt had to separate us. That's enough. Theo, apologize right now. From that day, Theo and I were dead to each other. I didn't care anyway, as long as I had Becky with me. Aunt Carol registered me at my cousin's school soon, which Theo looked very unhappy about since we were in the same grade. On our first day, Theo cornered me right after Aunt dropped us off. Listen, just stay away from me. Mind your own business, and as far as anyone knows, we are not related. Understood? It was my first time in school since the accident, and I was nervous, but the students here were really nice. They helped me up the stairs and even helped me find my class. I had a feeling I was going to love it here. But when the bell rang for recess, I noticed the strangest thing ever. A group of boys ordered Theo to pick up their books and put them in their lockers. And he did, without a word, like he was their servant. During lunch, I noticed him with the same boys again. This time, they made him fetch their lunch, and while he was balancing all the trays, someone bumped into him and he fell down, and those jerks all laughed at him. Hey, what's the deal with that boy? Oh, that poor boy is Theo, and that blonde guy in their group is Billy, and the rest are his minions. They've been hurting Theo forever. One time, Theo reported Billy and got him into detention, and since then, it's gotten so much worse. Like they're really trying to punish him. Sometimes I feel bad about not helping him, but we're all scared of those jerks. My heart broke into a million pieces. Theo was being bullied by monsters. And why hadn't Becky said anything? You must know what Theo is going through. Why haven't you told Aunt all this time? Diana, Mom works for the company Billy's dad owns, and you don't know how far Billy can go to make someone miserable. He's a spoiled brat, and if he asked his dad, Mom would lose her job in a second. Theo has forced me to stay quiet and says he can put up with it. He says things will be worse if he doesn't. I tried to understand her point of view, but I just couldn't. This had to stop. That night, I went to Theo's room. Listen, I'm really sorry for the way Billy is treating you, and he needs to be punished. Didn't I ask you to mind your own business? And it's not how it looks. I do stuff for those guys and get paid for it. You get paid to run around like their errand boy? That's humiliating. Let me help you. No, you'll make it worse. It's just for a few more months and then we'll graduate. I'm handling it just fine. No, you're not. You are hurting and everyone close to you is hurting too. Can't you see it? Leave me alone. But I just couldn't. So the next day, I made videos every time I saw Billy bully him, then sent them to the principal's email address. The next day, I felt a million butterflies when I found out that Billy had just been called in by the principal and suspended for 2 weeks. Not long enough, but a little justice. But when I got home, Theo was furious.
I told you to leave it alone. He's gonna come back and have my head.
No, he won't. The principal knows now.
You are such a dumb, nosy idiot. You think the principal will actually take serious action against someone like Billy? Thanks for ruining my life.
For the entire 2 weeks, he was so paranoid and looking over his shoulder. And the day Billy was supposed to be back, I noticed tears in Theo's eyes on her way to school. I silently prayed that he'd leave Theo alone and that I hadn't made things worse. But during lunch that day, I noticed a crowd gathered outside. I got closer and saw Theo surrounded by Billy and his boys. OMG, they were gonna hurt him. Hey, leave him alone. Stop it. But no one heard me. Then suddenly, I felt a huge force rush through my legs, and I charged forward and hit Billy in the knees with my cane. He fell to the ground and stared at me furiously. Theo had grabbed Billy by the collar and punched him in the face.
No one messes with my cousin.
Luckily, someone had called the principal to the scene, and everyone said that Billy tried to hurt me. The principal told him he was expelled.
You can't do that. Do you know who my father is?
Oh, yes, I know, son. And I'm sure he wouldn't want word getting out that his son goes around beating kids with disabilities. That wouldn't be good for his reputation. You hurt a girl with a cane. I'll talk to your father right now. Billy was indeed expelled, and his minions were suspended for the rest of the term. Billy's father also reached out to Aunt Carol to apologize and promise that his son would not be bothering her family again. After it was all over, Aunt Carol turned to Theo in tears. I should have known. I'm such a bad mom.
No, you're not, Mom. You're the best, and I'm sorry for all the hurt I've caused you.
And then he pulled me into their hug, too.
Thank you for everything. I really owe you one.
I'm just happy to have you back, cousin. From that day, things changed. Theo started to get better and becoming his old self, and my leg had started recovering too. I could now walk for short distances without my cane, and I didn't have a limp. One day, we were having dinner when someone knocked on the door. It was Mom, and she looked different. For the first time, she looked happy. She told us she'd gotten an opportunity to be in a big movie in LA, but she'd turned it down to take me home. I'm so happy you're getting better. I want to be there for you during your recovery. I'm learning slowly, but I do want to be the best mom for you, really. Mom, I really appreciate that, but you have to take that role. You'd be crazy to turn it down. What? It's your dream, and I'm happy here. Go to LA, become the biggest movie star, then come back to me. I know you love me, and I love you too, but sometimes the best way to show love to someone is by loving yourself.
Sadie and I sat down quietly among Mrs. Lancaster's relatives, who were glaring at us. Why are we here exactly? Just wait for it. It's going to be fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today for the reading of the late Mrs. Lancaster's will, who was a woman of remarkable character and—
Blah, 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 snooze fest. Get to the good part, man.
Upon careful examination of the will, it is clear that Mrs. Lancaster has left her entire fortune worth $10 million to one individual, Miss Sadie.
There was a stunned silence, then Sadie burst into tears. Oh my God, I'm shocked. What have I done to deserve this? Other than being her only friend for the last 2 years, still, you can't put a price on love. Not even $10 million. But I'm so touched. Suddenly, Mrs. Lancaster's relatives ran towards the lawyer, yelling at him, tearing his shirt, and throwing his files across the room, while Sadie turned to me and grinned. Hi, I'm Chloe, and before I explain what happened here, please like and subscribe. My older sister and I were 2 years apart, and nothing alike. Sadie was beautiful with her blonde hair and blue eyes, while I had dark, messy hair, and my eyes were the color of poop. I was shy and introverted, but Sadie craved attention, and she knew how to get it. Like once when we were attending a friend's birthday party, Sadie started to cry right before the cake cutting. What's wrong, sweetie? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't had a birthday party since my mom fell sick. And there's no cure. What's wrong with Ow! Oh, you poor darling. Why don't you cut this cake? Go on, make a wish.
Or the time she knew she was about to lose the art competition to a more talented kid, so she threw herself on the ground and started having a pretend seizure, from which she recovered fully after a minute.
Oh, this happens when I haven't slept or eaten for days. I've just been working so hard on this art piece.
And the judges gave her the award instead. Growing up, it felt like the spotlight always followed my popular sister while I lived in the shadows, which I really didn't mind. I loved taking pictures and was the happiest behind my camera lens with Sadie as my favorite muse. And even though Sadie loved herself the most, I was a close second.
What do you mean my sister's project isn't good enough? This isn't Harvard, it's just your dumb class. You don't have space on your party guest list for Chloe? Well, you could get a life and uninvite your mom.
Sadie's friend had invited a great band to her party, and I had a blast. Thanks for bringing me, sis. This party's the coolest.
This party's a dump, and so is this town. I'll take you to A-list parties when I'm a Hollywood star, Chloe, which is inevitable. I mean, look at this face. It's a moneymaker.
My parents owned a small grocery store, and while we weren't rich, we were comfortable. They promised to send Sadie to an acting academy in LA after high school. To make some extra money, Sadie started working as a companion to Mrs. Lancaster, a rich old lady in our town. Sadie would often sneak me into her mansion, and I'd spend hours in her library. Life was good, but soon after I turned 16, we woke up to the horrible news one morning that an electrical fire had burned our grocery store to the ground.
Your mother and I will have to start looking for jobs.
Sadie, we are so sorry, but we can't send you to LA. Surprisingly, Sadie took the news really well. She kept working at Mrs. Lancaster's place for the next few months, till one day she came home with the news that the old lady had passed. Which brings us to the day after, where the lawyer announced that Mrs. Lancaster had left everything to Sadie, and her family started a riot. But she was perfectly calm as we walked out of there.
I'll finalize the paperwork with the lawyer later.
Hold on, Sadie. You already knew Mrs. Lancaster was leaving you everything, didn't you?
It wasn't a hard guess. She didn't love her family very much.
I don't think she loved you that much either. I know you did something.
Fine. I just encouraged her to make a new will some time ago.
But she decided everything herself. She was like 90 and half crazy, Sadie. The last time I saw her, she accused me of stealing apples from her mother's farm.
Can you focus on what's important here? I'm a freaking millionaire now, Chloe.
We can't take this money. It's not ours.
You're right. It's mine. Just think of how much easier I can make things for Mom and Dad. Don't go telling them your stupid theories and let me help them.
After that day, our lives just flipped upside down. We moved into Mrs. Lancaster's mansion. My parents started rebuilding their store, and Sadie hired herself an expensive acting coach. Suddenly, we were eating off silver platters and had maids and butlers. And Sadie was ordering dresses from Paris, shoes from Milan, and perfumes from London.
I could send you to an amazing private school, Chloe.
No thanks.
Could you at least let me upgrade your wardrobe?
Not interested.
Okay, look, a brand new camera. You should start your photography channel. I'll buy you followers to give you a head start.
Can you just stop? Sadie, you made an old lady sign over her fortune to you and robbed her family. How do you even sleep at night?
Extremely well on my feather bed and Egyptian cotton sheets. And sometimes, if I can't sleep, I count sheep. But instead of wool, my sheep have dollar bills on them. And instead of jumping on grass, they're jumping on more dollar bills. That helps me sleep like a baby.
But I just couldn't accept what Sadie had done, and this created a rift between us. Things really came to a head when Sadie hosted a party one evening where she was showing off a Taylor Swift shoe she'd bought at an auction for $75,000. You need to return that.
Sweetie, you sound hysterical. Why don't you take your medication and lie down?
No, you need to sell it and return the money to its rightful owners. In fact, we need to return everything.
Don't even think about touching the shoe. I'm warning you.
Sadie leapt at me, and we ended up in a huge fight till our parents broke us apart. When we were alone, I ended up telling them everything. My parents were horrified.
I don't care what any of you think. I'm over 18, and I'm the legal, rightful owner of this fortune. You want to go back to the life you had? Then go.
My parents returned the money Sadie had given them for the store, and we left for our old house that night. The next day, we found out that Sadie had put the mansion up for sale and moved to LA. It broke my heart that things had turned out this way between us. Mom and Dad returned to their jobs, and I wanted to help. I made a website offering my photography services, and also started a YouTube channel sharing tutorials. By the time I graduated high school, I was making decent money from both.
Soon after, I had my first ever solo exhibition, and for my showstopper, I went to the lake at dawn to capture the sunrise. I was about to take my best photo yet when a loud noise startled me. A boy was kneeling a few feet away, crying loudly.
Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips,
Lips, do something too. Would you mind going somewhere else, Romeo? I'm trying to work here. The boy turned to me in surprise, and wow, was he a looker.
I'm working here too, babe. I'm an actor and...
Really? I thought you were a madman.
I have an important audition, and this is my usual practice spot.
Fine. I just need 20 minutes here, and I'd appreciate some peace. I turned away to my camera and found the boy posing in front of me. Do you mind?
Not at all, babe. Take as many photos as you want.
I meant, could you move?
An action shot. I like it. What should I do? Maybe a headstand or flex my biceps?
Was he dumb or what? Okay, how about one of you gazing out at the water dramatically? The boy looked out at the water and immediately started crying.
Was that good?
How about one without the ugly crying? Yep, that's perfect.
I'm Blake, by the way. Follow me on Insta at Blake is a Greek god.
Not gonna happen. Good luck and goodbye. The picture with Blake actually turned out amazing, and I was shocked when some art collector at the exhibition offered to purchase it for $5,000. Later that night, I did end up finding Blake the Greek god on Instagram and sent him a message asking if he'd meet me at a cafe. I thought it was only fair that he got a cut from the money.
I just knew you'd reach out to me. I could feel this instant electrical connection between us.
Wow, I feel nothing but regret. Here's the check I promised. See you never.
Oh, come on. A cup of coffee won't hurt. I actually want to hire you for some headshots to send along with my audition tapes to Hollywood.
You want to go to Hollywood?
Of course. I mean, look at this face. It's a work of art.
I guess a cup of coffee won't hurt.
Great. Has anyone ever told you your eyes are the most beautiful brown? They remind me of autumn leaves and hot chocolate.
My eyes are the color of poop.
You really need someone to talk you up, babe. I'm new in town and I have no friends, so I'm happy to stick around and do the job.
He really meant that. He came off vain and silly at first, but he was actually sweet and funny. He'd often accompany me on my shoots and carry around my bags. And his idea of a good time was watching movies at home, eating pizza, and wearing face masks. I should take a picture of that and post it. You look so manly.
Yeah, babe. Real men exfoliate their skin and talk about their feelings.
He felt like the first real friend after Sadie, yet it was so different. Sadie had always overshadowed me, and I'd been fine being my sister's sidekick, but Blake always made me feel like the main character, and slowly, I found myself falling for him. One day, as I was editing some photos in my studio, Blake burst in and spun my chair around.
We're going to Hollywood, babe.
What?
A big producer loved my audition tape, and he's casting me in his new movie. Turns out, he was also looking for a photographer for the promo stuff, and I recommended you.
That's amazing! I'm so happy for you!
For us.
And suddenly, his face turned serious.
You already know that I'm not well off and Dad's in a wheelchair. His mom used to live in this town, but Dad was in the army and he was posted abroad, so we haven't been able to visit in years. She died 2 years ago and my family was gonna inherit her wealth, which could have really helped us after Dad's injury. But apparently, Grandma's caregiver tricked her into giving her all her fortune.
My blood ran cold at his words.
It's been tough, and sometimes I've thought about just giving up the Hollywood dream. But it looks like things are finally turning around, and you're my lucky charm, Chloe. I think I'm in love with you.
He pulled me close and kissed me, but it felt terrible. I know, right? Me too. What's your grandma's name?
Mrs. Lancaster. You okay, babe? Did my kiss take your breath away?
It sure did. I tossed and turned all night. How could I tell Blake that my sister scammed his grandma? But how could I take this job without telling him? But the job was such an amazing opportunity, I couldn't let it slip away. Finally, I decided the only thing to do was to go to Hollywood, meet Sadie, and talk her into giving Blake's family the money. Before I knew it, Blake and I were in Hollywood and starting our first day on set. He got dragged away for hair and makeup. So I wandered around and started taking some pictures when a familiar face appeared in front of my lens. Sadie? Chloe? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I work here. Also, my Hollywood name is Sunday. I work here too. I'm the official photographer. Just then, Blake walked over.
Hey, babe. I see you've met the heroine. She's a rising star in Hollywood, and I'm really excited about working together. But don't get any ideas, Sunday. The movie romance is fake, 'cause this heart is taken.
This was getting so much worse. Of course, I'd meant to meet Sadie, but I hadn't planned on Blake meeting her, let alone working on the same movie. The next few weeks were so difficult. I had to watch my sister doing romantic scenes with my boyfriend, after which they would be whisked off for interviews. And anytime I tried catching Sadie alone, she managed to slip away. So one day, I hid in the trunk of Sadie's car and followed her right to her apartment. I need to talk to you. Unless it's an apology, I don't want to hear it. Fine, it's an apology. Once I was in, I turned to her furiously. Of course it's not an apology. Sadie, you have to give back Mrs. Lancaster's money to her family. Oh my God, that again? You're worse than their family lawyer. Do you know who Blake is? He's Mrs. Lancaster's grandson. What? What does he know? That his grandma's caregiver tricked her and took all the money. But he doesn't know that's you, my sister, his lovely co-star Sunday. Just then, there was a knock on the door. My yoga instructor's here. You need to leave. I had no choice, but this conversation wasn't over. When I returned to my hotel room, I found Blake sitting on the bed with his bags packed. Hey, what's going on?
I think you butt-dialed me by mistake when you were meeting your sister, Sunday. No, Sadie, right? The person who took Grandma's money?
Blake, listen.
How could you not tell me?
I really wanted to, but then I thought...
You thought you'd keep quiet, use me, and take this job?
No, of course not. I came here to talk to my sister, to make her return your money. You have to believe me.
No, I don't. I wish I'd had the sense to record the conversation, but I'm not a schemer like you two. I won't work with her now, so I'm going home.
You can't do that. This is an opportunity of a lifetime.
And some things are more important than money. You wouldn't understand that.
Blake left, and I was devastated. I tried to calm down, but I felt panic rising in my chest. First, my sister left me, and now the guy I loved. I couldn't stop crying, and I was struggling to breathe. Suddenly, I felt dizzy, and I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed with Sadie beside me. Oh, thank God you're awake. What happened? I came to talk to you and found you unconscious. Blake found out everything and left. I think I just had a bad panic attack. Suddenly, Sadie started crying. Chloe, I would never intentionally hurt you, and I've missed you terribly. What hurt the most was knowing you thought I was evil. Yes, I pushed Mrs. Lancaster to make a new will, but she always said her only son hadn't visited in years, and the rest of her family were vultures. Those people didn't deserve the money either, trust me. You're still justifying what you did? I'm telling you now, Blake's family needs the money. How can you be sure he isn't lying? Are you sure he's even Mrs. Lancaster's grandson? I can't talk to you anymore. Just leave, Sadie. Listen, Chloe, no, go away. The next day on set was a mess. The producer was frantically trying to get in touch with Blake, but he wouldn't answer anyone's phone calls. I was sitting miserably in a corner when suddenly I got a phone call from Dad.
Chloe, I know this is a lot to ask, but can you come home? A friend of mine has offered me an amazing opportunity to manage a huge grocery store, but it's in Texas, and I need all the help I can get. I know this is your dream job, but...
That sounds amazing, Dad, and of course I'll help. I'll take the next flight home. As I hung up, I turned around to see Sadie behind me. You're leaving? Yeah, Dad needs my help with work. Listen, if Blake doesn't come back, they'll find a replacement soon, and this movie will be up and running in no time. You can't give up this job. It'll be so great for your career. You know what, Sadie? I can't believe I ever looked up to you or thought you cared about me. I hope your successful career keeps you warm at night, but I'd rather stay close to the people I love. And with that, I went back home. I helped my parents pack up to move, and one evening, I was carrying a box to our car when I bumped into someone. I looked up to see that it was... Blake? I wasn't expecting to see you here. You haven't answered any of my calls.
Yeah, I was really angry. But then Sadie reached out to me. In fact, she's inside your house right now talking to your parents.
Sadie is here? What did she say to you?
She apologized for everything and was giving me a check for $10 million, but I told her to keep half. She did take care of Grandma. Then she begged me to come back to the movie because all the new candidates are ugly and don't look good with her.
That sounds like Sadie.
She also told me that you were never okay with her taking the money and that she's been a terrible sister to you.
I should have told you everything before.
I should have given you a chance when you tried, and I'm really sorry. Listen, Sadie is giving some money to your parents so they can hire help for their business, and you don't have to go with them and give up on something you're really good at. Is there any chance you'd go back with me to Hollywood as my girlfriend?
I can think about it. If you beg and grovel and give me a foot rub every day and forever.
Sure, but can I give you a kiss first, babe?
If you insist. before that, may I hug you, sis?
It's weird to think about why we even need enemies when we've got siblings. That's my thought when I look at my sister Natasha, and when she looks at me. To be honest, things weren't always like this. I used to have an awesome relationship with Natasha. She was just 2 years older than me, and man, I idolized her like crazy. Everywhere she went, people would be in awe of her beauty. Her hair was thick and shiny, her skin was as soft as silk, and her eyes were a captivating blue. Not only was she gorgeous, she was also a genius, passing every test with flying colors. People couldn't help but stare when she walked by. Natasha is the meaning of beauty and brains. She looks like a Barbie doll, but a smart Barbie doll. I'm in love with her.
All right, hold your horses. She's my sis, remember? Sometimes I don't believe that. Look at you and look at her. I mean, you're cool, but Nat, she's hot.
You might think I'd be all green with envy, but nah. It was because Natasha wasn't just my sis, she was my BFF. I totally admired her. She always pushed me to own my confidence and embrace my true self, no matter what.
You are perfect, beautiful, and strong. Always remember that. Got it? Good.
Growing up, my favorite thing was to watch Natasha work her makeup magic. She had a YouTube channel where she taught how to put on makeup, and I used to sit there and admire her. Watching her made me so happy. But there was this one time, I was riled up as she got ready. It was my birthday the next day, and so I wanted to chill and watch a movie with Natasha, but instead, she had to go on a stupid date with her jerk boyfriend.
Stop with the pouting already. I'll throw you a massive party tomorrow.
Ugh. Fine, but you promise about the party tomorrow?
Pinky promise.
I love you. Bye-bye. Once Natasha was gone, I felt so bored because Mom and Dad weren't home either. So I decided to try on Natasha's makeup and even straightened my hair like hers. I looked awesome, but I had no idea that night would change everything. My life, my relationship with my sister, my future. I woke up to a room filled with smoke. Someone was calling my name. It was Natasha. Natasha, help me. I'm coming, Ariel! Natasha rushed to my side and dragged me out of the room. The last thing I remember was my sister carrying me. And then everything went dark. I woke up in a hospital bed and immediately remembered how my sister had saved me. She wasn't just my sister now. She was my hero. I ran to Natasha's room, and the moment I was about to hug her, she started yelling. You! Why is she here? Mom, Dad, take her away! But why? Why is she angry with me? Angry at you? Ariel, you left that straightener on and it caused a fire. In saving you, look what happened to me. It's your fault, Ariel. Look what you did to me. Honey, it was an accident. An accident she caused. Please take her away. Her words hit me hard, but my heart sank seeing how shattered she looked. Once we were home, I realized Natasha's burn scar crushed her confidence. Though it faded with time, she was never the same. She hid it under her hair, ditched school for homeschooling, and even stopped making YouTube videos. She got even sadder when her loser boyfriend dumped her. I knew she blamed me, but still, I was determined to remind her how amazing and beautiful she was, just like she used to remind me. Natasha, I need to talk to you. Don't think about that jerk. He never deserved you. And you're the prettiest girl in town. Shut up. Just shut up, Ariel, and stay out of my room. Just give her some time. She'll come around, honey. She loves you. I love her too, but I miss her. I miss my sister. I wished and hoped that one day Natasha would forgive me and things would go back to normal. Before I knew it, it was my 16th birthday, and I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, Natasha had promised to make it special 2 years ago, but I knew that wasn't going to happen. So I grabbed a cupcake and a candle and headed up to the school rooftop, just like I had done the past 2 years. Just as I was about to blow out the candle, I noticed someone else was there. It was Damon, the school's resident heartthrob. He had transferred just a month ago, and all the girls were going crazy over him. He was the biggest flirt and always tried to hit on me. But honestly, I found him to be cringe. Oh, hey, pretty lady. Not this again. Save your cheesy lines for your fan club. Now please leave. Wow, didn't know you owned the school building. Please, I need to hide here. You know that girl I started dating, Amanda? Ashley. Her name's Ashley. Yeah, her. I told her, it's me, not you, and it looks like I'm a wanted man now. Fine, stay, but keep your mouth zipped.
So what are you up to? Is it your birthday? You wouldn't want to celebrate alone. How about I be your partner in crime? I'll even sing you happy birthday.
No. Okay, fine.
Yo, happy birthday, girl. You're turning 16. Time to break free from that boring routine. They say you're dull, but that's a lame disguise. On your special day, let's see you rise. It's your birthday, girl. Time to let loose. No more snooze fest, let's turn up the juice. Forget the haters. Show them how you shine. Get ready, have a blasted party time.
The moment he was done, I burst out laughing so hard I could barely breathe. We shared the cupcake, and after that, we were best buds. Damon was the friend I always needed, and together, we unleashed the ultimate teenage chaos. We pranked teachers, danced like maniacs in the hallway, and had so much fun together. With him by my side, I was smiling again. But being Damon's friend wasn't all fun and games. The girls at school literally hated me for being his best friend. One time, as Damon and I sat in the lunch area, we overheard some girls gossiping about us. What does he even see in her? She's like a plain Jane. She's not even a size 0 like me. She's a size 10. A 10 is like the new size 18. Plus, her hair, so curly. Damon looked furious, but I stopped him. I knew how to handle this. Shh, whatever. I may be a plain Jane, but you're just jealous of my effortlessly chic style. And you, listen up. Size 10 is where the style and curves have a party. I'm rocking the best of both worlds. And I know you're just jealous of my envy-inducing curls because your hair is full of lice. Yeah, I saw you scratching your head like crazy in the bathroom. Might want to keep your distance, girls. Everyone started to giggle, and her friends left her table in an instant, which made her super pissed. And all of a sudden, she lunged at me like a furious cat. But I pushed her away. Damon grabbed my hand and we ran out of the cafeteria. Once outside, I looked down to see my shirt had been torn by that witch. Damon suggested I go home and change, so we headed to my place. It was the first time I was taking Damon home. Since the accident, I had never invited anyone to my place. Wait here, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Gotcha.
Just as I was done changing, I heard a loud scream. It was Natasha. I ran downstairs, only to find Natasha holding Damon in a chokehold. Ariel, call 911, now! I caught a thief. I won't let him hurt you. Honestly, it felt good to hear her say my name after what felt like forever.
Ariel, who's this cutie?
She's my sister. Nat, this is Damon, my friend from school. You can relax. Oh, I am sorry. Since you're out of your room, can I get you something? Can I make you, lunch? Want to watch a movie together? Want to go out? Natasha looked at me like I was crazy, and Damon stared at her, completely shocked. He awkwardly offered her his hand, but the moment she did, Natasha covered her scar and sprinted to her room, slamming the door shut. Damon was left there standing completely confused.
Did I do something wrong?
I shook my head and left the house with Damon. On our way back to school, I told him the entire story. After hearing it all, Damon suggested I keep trying to talk to Natasha. He said she still cared for me, considering she had protected me and thought Damon was a thief. He was right. I shouldn't give up on the love Natasha and I had. I kept trying to make things better between my sister and me. I cooked her favorite meals, baked her favorite treats. I sent her sweet texts and reminded her of all the good times we had together. But nothing. Even Damon tried to help me. He started coming over more and more, and whenever Natasha was out of her room, he'd tell her lame jokes and would try to chat with her. While at the start, she ignored him like he didn't exist. Slowly, I noticed how Natasha started to smile at his jokes and sometimes even spoke to him. I was happy, but to be honest, I couldn't help but feel a tad bit jealous that she'd respond to him and not me. One time, it was Valentine's Day and we had this fun fair at school. Damon came to pick me up, and just as I stepped out of my room, I spotted him outside Natasha's room. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing to me. Show me. My heart sank when I saw Natasha's name on the box. I didn't know what to think. You can't do this. Nope, you can't give it to her. First, she won't accept it, and second, I don't want you flirting with my sister. She's been hurt in the past too, and I know you, Damon. You're the biggest flirt in school. He tried to protest, but I was having none of it. I felt my head spinning, and the urge to go to the fun fair suddenly disappeared. The next few days were a struggle. I was so mad at Damon and refused to talk to him, but he kept calling. Trying to ignore him, I focused on my college applications. I had applied to a ton of colleges and was accepted in most of them. I just needed to make a choice about where to go. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, Damon appeared out of nowhere. No, I don't want to talk. You have to, please. Just listen to me. Ariel, I really like your sister. A lot. I wasn't expecting you to be jealous. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had this big fat crush on me.
OMG, me having a crush on you? I was mad because I don't want to see Natasha get hurt again. Her ex-boyfriend dumped her when she needed him the most. Damon, you're my buddy, but I know what a big flirt you are. My sister deserves the best. So please.
Listen, I know I don't have the best reputation when it comes to dating, but I promise I won't hurt her. The few times I have talked to her, I realized what an amazing person she is. I just wish she could see herself the way I see her, the way you see her, beautiful inside out.
Damon's words shocked me. The funny guy suddenly showed he cared for Natasha. I had to step back and give my blessings, with a warning to break his bones if he hurt my sister. That night, Natasha came to me and she was fuming. You think I'm some pathetic, lonely girl? You told your friend to ask me out, didn't you? Are you taking pity on me? Is he taking pity on me? Are you crazy? Why would he pity you? You're a beautiful, smart, amazing girl. He likes you for who you are, Nat. Just stay out of my life. I hate you, Ariel. I know you hate me, Natasha. And you know what? Maybe I hate myself too. For what I did. I've been hating myself the past 2 years. It was the first time in my life I was talking to Natasha this way, but I needed to let it all out. Every time you ignore me, I feel like someone hit me in the gut. That day when the accident happened, I tried to style my hair like yours, wanting to be just as amazing. I love you so much, but I guess it's too late. You just told me you hate me for the first time. Well, let me put your mind at ease. I won't be here for long. I got accepted into a college far away. You won't be seeing me as much. I guess it would be for the best. Saying those words, Natasha turned to leave, but her foot slipped and she was about to go tumbling down the stairs, but thank God I caught her just in time. But I ended up with a twisted ankle as a result and let out a scream. Mom and Dad came rushing. All the while, Natasha stood there, stunned. I ended up with a cast and had to stay in bed for a month. At first, Natasha was kinda hesitant to even enter my room, but slowly she started to come into my room to check on me often. One day, she brought in my dinner and asked why I saved her from falling. I had just one simple answer for her. Because I love you and I don't ever want to see you hurt. 2 months later, I packed my bags and left for college. At college, I was super focused on my studying. I did make some friends there, but I really missed Damon. Even though he called me every now and then, it just wasn't the same. Time passed and it was my 19th birthday. And like always, I bought myself a candle and a cupcake and went to the college's rooftop. Just as I was about to blow the little candle, I heard a loud noise. Surprise! Suddenly, all the lights turned on, and I was stunned to see my parents, Damon, and Natasha there. The whole rooftop was decorated, and it looked amazing. What's happening?
Your wedding ceremony. Duh, it's your birthday, dummy.
Wow, thanks.
Don't thank me. Thank your sister. She was the one who said she needed to keep a promise she made to you. This was her plan. She did everything. I just supported her like the good boyfriend I am.
What? Natasha and Damon were a thing now? Wow, a lot had happened back home. Damon told me how happy Natasha made him, and seeing how radiant and confident she looked, I could tell he made her feel the same way. Happy birthday, Ariel. How are you doing? I guess fine. I got admission in a community college and also got a job, and I'm back on YouTube. Things look bright. You go first. I want to apologize for everything I ever said to you. I was just being stupid. Once you left, I finally realized how much I freaking love you and what you mean to me. I'm so sorry. Can you forgive me? Can we go back to being the sisters we were? No matter how much we argue or try to keep our distance, you and I are family. Being sisters isn't something we can just choose. It's something we are. We're in this for life, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I am so happy to be stuck with you. Me too. People call me the queen of entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the Queen of Hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her. You have a beautiful voice, my baby, just like an angel. I'm not so sure.
I didn't get selected for the school choir. Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things. Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie. Are you nervous, Ari? No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Kat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, because if you don't, who else will? Hi, I'm Janet. When I was 16, I fell in love, and it was magical. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. His name was Carter, and he was a dream come true. Every day I saw him, it was like the sun shined brighter.
I miss you, darling. My heart aches when you're not around.
I saw you 10 minutes ago, but it feels like an eternity.
Babe, you're my world, my inspiration, the air I breathe. Without you, I'm nothing. But with you, I feel like I could do anything. I love you so much.
You're so sweet, you make my teeth hurt. You're like cotton candy dipped in chocolate fudge with rainbow sprinkles. Every time Carter held me in his arms, I melted like a popsicle on a hot day. He made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. With him at my side, I was unstoppable. I was at the top of my class in school, I was captain of the debate team and class president, and Carter was my biggest cheerleader. Every time I reached a new goal, he bought me balloons and flowers and we'd waltz down the hallway.
Ouch, my foot.
Sure, we stepped on a few toes and a few grumpy people couldn't handle our public displays of affection.
Jeez, gotta roam for goodness sake.
But we didn't care. Our love was amazing. At home, it was just me and my dad, who was the head accountant at a huge company. He made a ton of money and worked really long hours, but he always made time for me. We'd play chess, watch movies, and I even cooked his favorite meals. Though one time his face turned green and he spent the rest of the night in the bathroom. Life was perfect, but a year later, everything changed. Dad started having problems with his boss, Mr. Saint. Mr. Saint owned my dad's company, and everyone in town loved him. He was filled filthy rich and donated a bunch of money to charities, but Dad hated him.
I can't stand that man. He's a crook and a thief. If they only knew what he does behind closed doors. He's a rotten criminal and he's bribed the police to look the other way.
No way, not Mr. Saint.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Carter is Mr. Saint's son, and of course, Dad has no idea that he's my boyfriend. Dad had to be mistaken. Carter was an angel. No way his father could be a criminal. Sure, Mr. Saint was a little stuck up. Pissed me off that he always tried to set Carter up with his rich friend's daughters. One time, Carter was on a date, and I jumped out of the bushes dressed like a zombie. I pretended to bite Carter, and then we chased his date down the block. Another time, I gave Carter a smelly shirt to wear. It stank so much that his date almost threw up at the table. Carter and I kept our relationship a secret. As far as our dads knew, Carter and I were just friends. Carter once even climbed through my bedroom window.
What's that noise? I swear I heard voices.
Oh, it was just me. Hey, Janet, how you doing this evening? I'm fine, thanks for asking. I think I'll go to bed now. Jolly good idea. Good night, Janet. Good night. One day in the 10th grade, I competed for an internship at this huge tech company. We took a bunch of tests and had to give a big speech. My scores were the highest, and my speech got a standing ovation. But they gave it to some rich kid because his dad was friends with the CEO. The whole thing is rigged. That kid flunked the tests, and he slept through his own speech. It isn't fair. It doesn't make any sense.
Janet?
This is all wrong. The animals are running the zoos. The world has gone mad. All hope is lost. We're doomed. No one can save us. I had a bit of a breakdown. It wasn't my best moment. Carter felt really bad. He tried to cheer me up, but nothing helped. A week later, Carter ran up to me at school with an acceptance letter from the tech company with my name on it.
Your internship starts next week. I told my dad what happened, so he pulled some strings.
I was over the moon. Carter was the best boyfriend ever. But when I got home from school, my dad was furious. Mr. Saint told my dad he had to help him steal money out of the company to pay for Mr. Saint's new yacht in exchange for helping me get the internship.
I can't believe you never told me about your relationship with Carter, and even worse, that you accepted a favor like this.
I'm so sorry, Dad. I didn't know. I'll talk to Mr. Saint. I'll tell him I won't accept the internship.
It's too late. I already tried that. He'll keep hanging this internship over my head to force me to do more illegal things. I won't do it. I'm quitting tomorrow. We're leaving this place for good. I can't believe this is happening. I'm so disappointed in you, Janet. I thought I taught you better than this.
Dad didn't speak to me for the rest of the night, and I felt horrible. I wanted to crawl into a hole. Maybe not a real one. I'm terrified of spiders. But the next day, my world turned upside down. When Dad went back to work to resign from the company, he was arrested and charged with fraud, theft, and embezzlement. The newspaper said he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from Mr. Saint's company. At the trial, the lawyer had a ton of evidence against him.
Guilty.
The judge sentenced my dad to 20 years in jail.
I didn't do it, honey. Mr. Saint framed me.
We have to do something. We can tell the judge or go to the press.
It'll only make things worse. Mr. Saint has too many connections. Promise me you won't tell anyone. He'll ruin your life just like you ruined mine.
My blood boiled at the thought of Mr. Saint getting away with it, but I promised my dad I wouldn't say anything. Soon, we lost our house, and I had to go live with my grandmother in a tiny apartment across town. After the trial, Carter came over to visit.
I'm so sorry about your dad. He seemed like such a nice guy. I can't believe he was a crook.
I was stunned. I wanted to slap Carter across the face for saying that about my dad. My dad's not a crook. It's your dad that's...
I want you to know that I don't care about your dad's crimes. Even if he did try to steal from my dad's company, I forgive him. But most of all, I still love you and I want us to be together.
I was about to explode. But before I could say a word, Carter put his finger to my lips.
Don't speak. I know this is all a lot, but we'll get through this together. I promise. Our love will triumph over it all.
Then he kissed me on my forehead and left. That night, Carter and his dad took their new yacht to some tropical island and he sent me a photo. Seeing Mr. Saint and Carter's stupid smiling faces on that dumb yacht made me so angry I could scream. I called Carter to dump him, but my calls wouldn't go through. Money was tight at my grandma's house, so I decided to get a summer job so I could stay at the private school for my senior year. I applied everywhere, but no one would hire me. They'd say they didn't have openings, but I'd hear them whispering about me behind my back. You can't hire her. Her father's a criminal.
He's a thief and a liar. She's probably just like him.
I wanted to punch them in the face, but I kept walking. Everywhere I went, people gossiped about my dad. After a while, I learned to ignore them. Eventually, I found a job at an old electronics store near the edge of town. My first day there, I met a boy named Vincent. Vincent was kind of weird at first. I'd catch him staring at me across the aisles. Every time I'd say hi, he'd walk away. And one time, I was walking home from work and I caught Vincent taking pictures of me with his phone. What's your problem?
I had a feeling it was you. Your dad's that crook that worked for Mr. Saint.
Vincent showed me a news article on his phone with a horrible picture of me and my dad from the trial.
What's the name of the jail he's in?
The jail is called Janet Punches Weirdos.
Never heard of it. Weird. Janet punches...
I'd had enough. I punched Vincent and shoved him to the ground. My dad is not a crook. He's innocent. That jerk, Mr. Saint, framed him. It was the first time I said it out loud. Vincent was shocked. Then he said something totally unexpected.
Join the club.
Vincent told me that Mr. Saint framed his dad for a crime a few years ago.
My dad was a reporter. He was investigating Mr. Saint. He spent months working undercover as Mr. Saint's butler. He almost had enough evidence to take him down, but before he could finish his story, Mr. Saint found out and planted stolen money in my dad's office. My dad tried to fight it, but Mr. Saint paid off the judge.
Vincent's dad made Vincent promise not to say anything too. I can't keep quiet any longer.
Neither can I. But what can we do? We both promised our dads we wouldn't say anything.
We can finish your dad's story and publish it anonymously. No one would ever know it was us.
Yes, I just got an idea. We can finish my dad's story and publish it anonymously.
Yes, I just said that. It was my idea.
Nuh-uh, it was my idea. I literally just said it 3 seconds ago.
No, it's my idea.
You're making me angry, Janet.
Fine. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not like I'm angry.
God, such a weirdo. That night, Vincent invited me to his house. Vincent found his dad's old laptop in the attic, but when he tried to pull up his dad's story, we learned that the computer had been wiped clean.
Oh no, it's not here. All the evidence is gone. It's all over. There's nothing we can do.
I can go undercover as Carter's girlfriend. I could snoop around his house and find the evidence.
You'd do that?
Yeah. Vincent stood tall like a soldier and saluted me. What are you doing?
It's just, you're my hero. You're so brave and selfless. I heard that Carter is the worst. He's a spoiled jerk. His voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard, and his brain's the size of a peanut. It's gonna be torture to pretend to be his girlfriend.
I didn't tell Vincent about me and Carter. Carter returned to town a week later, and I invited myself to his house. Every time I looked at Carter's face, I thought about Mr. Saint and what he did to my dad. Carter tried to kiss me, and I almost gagged.
Are you okay?
I must be coming down with something. Do you mind getting me some tea and maybe some soup? When Carter left the room, I snuck into his dad's study and snooped around. I took pictures of a bunch of secret papers and files and planted a recording device. Just as I was about to leave, I ran into Carter and Mr. Saint.
What is she doing here?
Oh, Mr. Saint, I'm so glad I found you. You saved my life. You're such a good man for exposing my dad and all the horrible things he did. How can I ever repay you? I know, I'll clean your study. I snatched a napkin from Carter and started cleaning. I knocked over an expensive vase, spilled water on the floor, and tossed a bunch of important papers in the trash.
She's so grateful, Dad. Isn't she the best?
I spent weeks at Carter's house, sending him on crazy errands so I could snoop around. Then, I'd rush over to Vincent's to show him what I'd found. We spent hours combing through the evidence. It was strange spending so much time with Vincent. He and Carter were so different. Vincent wasn't rich, but he was really smart, and his determination was contagious. Vincent and I wrote a bunch of articles that we posted online under a fake name, and before we knew it, the stories went viral, and the police showed up at Mr. Saint's door.
We did it! I can't believe it! He's finally going down!
Vincent pulled me into his arms, and my heart skipped a beat. What are you doing?
I'm not sure.
Then Vincent kissed me, and it was magical, but I was so confused. Vincent wasn't even my type. Suddenly, my cell phone rang, and I pulled away. It was Carter, and he wanted to see me. I should go to, get more evidence.
Good idea.
I raced out of there to Carter's house. I found him sitting on the porch, looking really sad.
I'm scared, Janet. They just arrested my dad. He might go to jail and we'll lose everything. All our money, our houses, and our maids. I don't know what I'll do. I don't know how to be poor. I don't even know how to use the toaster. What if I need toast, Janet? How can I eat a sandwich without any toast?
Carter cried in my arms, and suddenly I felt really guilty. Memories of our love came rushing back to me. I hated seeing him like this. We went to his room to watch MSA videos to cheer him up. Carter drifted off to sleep. Then I saw Mr. Saint in his study paying off the judge.
Drop the charges, and there's more where that came from.
I raced over to Vincent's, but when I got there, a bunch of strange men were searching his house. Then out of nowhere, someone pulled me into the bushes. They're after me. Mr. Saint found out I posted the articles from my computer. They're destroying all our evidence. Tell me you found something. I told Vincent about Mr. Saint and the judge. I know that prune-faced man. He's the judge that put my father away. Mine too. We have to publish another article. This is the proof we need to get our dads out of prison. It's too dangerous. Danger is my middle name. Your middle name is Simon. Yes, that's my second middle name. But the third one is Danger, and the fourth one is Triangle. And, forget it. Just text me the video and I'll finish this. I have to protect you. You're a delicate flower. I'm stronger than you are. You know what I mean. I texted Vincent the video, then he kissed me and ran off. My heart raced as he disappeared into the darkness. But when I got home, something unexpected happened. I walked into my room and saw Carter standing there with a huge smile on his face. It's over. What's over? My dad caught the guy that's been writing all those lies about him. He'll go to jail just like his lying father. Carter turned on the TV. Vincent's face popped up on the screen. He'd been arrested. My heart sank. Then Carter got down on one knee. Will you marry me, Janet? You're my rock and my sunshine. I couldn't have gotten through this without you. Our love saved me. I didn't know what to say. At one time, I dreamed of marrying Carter, but the thought of Vincent rotting in jail made me sick to my stomach. I ran out of there and straight to the police station. I showed them my secret recordings and all the other evidence I'd saved on my phone. The police released Vincent, but when they went to go arrest Mr. Saint, he was gone. He'd left town without a trace. A couple weeks later, my dad and Vincent's dad were finally back home. It broke Carter's heart to learn the truth about his dad. I tried to reach out to him, but he refused to take my calls. I heard he and his mother moved away to a farm where Carter learned to make bread. As for Vincent and I, we fell in love. We studied journalism in college, and after we graduated, we became investigative journalists. We make a great team. You're an excellent sidekick. I'm not a sidekick. You're the sidekick. You're standing by my side, and when we first met, you kicked me. Actually, I shoved you and punched you in the face. Details. Hi, I'm Sophie from France, and my story, you'll have to see to believe. My life was brilliant. I grew up in a vineyard and my parents worked super hard to make it a worldwide success. Even though they were super busy, they made sure I got the best things in life. I've just bought you a pony. You can take him out on rides around the property. Do you want to get a puppy too? We were super rich, but I didn't care about that. I was homeschooled to take over the family business, but I spent most of my time going on adventures with my best friend Luke. He was the son of our surveyor, Mr. Durand, and a major scaredy cat, but he never said no to my crazy plans, even when they landed us in trouble. Come on, Luke. Let's go to the lake and search for sea monsters. Are you crazy? We'll catch a cold, and besides, it's against the rules. Rules schmools. If there was a rule against sneezing, your head would explode from keeping them in. And you'd pick your nose just to tick people off. No, we're not going to the lake, and that's final. But I never took no for an answer. So I jumped over the fence and went running towards the lake. And poor Luke had to follow. But I stopped short when I saw a couple of village boys throwing rocks at a beehive. Hey, leave those poor bees alone. What's it to you, princess? Go back to your stupid grape juice farm. Sophie, we need to head back now. No, you should go back to school and learn how important bees are for the environment. What, Luke? Those aren't bees, Sophie. They're hornets. Just then, a rock tore through the nest, and all the hornets flew out, and they were pissed. But instead of going after the village brats, they attacked Luke and me. We ran for our lives, but we got stung so much that by the time we got home, our faces resembled beach balls, and it hurt. And Luke went ballistic. I told you we shouldn't go. You never listen to me. I'm sick and tired of being your babysitter. Babysitter? The stings really mess with your head. I'm your friend. Friends listen to each other. You're not my friend. Your parents hired me to keep you out of trouble. Luke, stop it. We're honored to serve in any capacity. You might be, but I'm not. She's a reckless maniac. I'm sick of getting hurt because of her. I quit. Mom, what's going on? Sweetie, you're an adventurer, and we didn't want to hold you back. And Luke was the perfect balance to your hyper-personality. So we paid him to keep you safe. We were only doing what was best for you. You think this is best for me? My entire relationship was a lie. What else have you been lying about? Are you two even my parents, or is someone paying you too? I stormed off to my room and didn't speak to anyone for days. Luke left for the city without saying goodbye, and I felt humiliated that I was such a loser. No one would be my friend if I wasn't rich. Mom and Dad arranged playdates with other kids, but it wasn't the same. Every day I missed Luke, and every day I hated him more. But things at the vineyard got worse. Our wine sales went down, and then a freak storm destroyed more than half the vineyard. We had nothing left, and the bank seized the family estate. Suddenly, we were homeless.
Don't worry, darling. As long as we're together, we'll be fine. The Durans have invited us to stay with them for a while.
Stay with Luke? But he hates us.
Beggars can't be choosers, love. And it's been years. I'm sure he's over all that. It'll be cramped in their small house, but it's temporary.
But my jaw nearly fell to the floor when I saw their house. It was a mansion with fountains in the garden. Mr. and Mrs. Durand had made a fortune by making the right investments and were super nice. But Luke, I had to blink hard because I couldn't believe how handsome he'd become. His eyes were still as green as I remembered, and the small dimple still appeared near his lips when he smiled. Suddenly, he reached out and touched my hair.
You've still got bugs in your hair.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know it was there. I guess I'm a real bug magnet.
Yeah, you always did attract the creepy crawlers.
That was weird, but at least he wasn't angry or rude. After lunch, I was strolling around trying to let out a quiet burp when suddenly I slipped and fell in the pool. Strong arms pulled me out of the water, and I was face to face with Luke, and to my complete humiliation, I burped in his face like a bullfrog.
I thought you had changed, but I still have to save you from yourself, and I'm sick of it.
Hey, it was an accident.
Once a troublemaker, always a troublemaker. Mom, you better hide the good plates or she'll break them in a freak accident. Luke, that's enough. Whatever. I have homework to do anyway.
Mr. and Mrs. Durand apologized for Luke's behavior, but I didn't want to be a burden. I spent the night thinking of several business plans to get us back on our feet, but we just didn't have the money. A week later, I was waiting at the bus stop when suddenly a sports car raced by me, drenching me with muddy water. Hey, watch where you're going. I am so sorry. I didn't see you there. You're headed to school, right? Let me give you a ride and we can get you cleaned up. My name is Bella and I'm kind of a big deal there. You should stick with me because you're obviously new and don't mind me saying so, but you look like you got dressed in the dark. I just moved here from the village. OMG! Love that for you. I've always been a city girl. Last year when we went to my family's, Bella talked nonstop till we got to the school, and by the time we were sitting in first period, I knew her entire life story. She was an only child, her mom and dad were rich politicians, and she loved corgis. They have the cutest, slappable butts. I've wanted one for so long, but my parents say I'm too irresponsible, and my boyfriend is super scared of dogs, and OMG, there he is. Babe, come meet my new bestie. Oh, wait, I totally forgot to ask your name. It's
Sophie.
Whoa, did you just read her mind, Luke? I didn't know you had super normal powers.
No, I know her. She's the family friend I told you about. The reckless one.
Even turtles look reckless to a chicken like you. Guys, do you know what this means? We can be besties together. Bella was the sweetest girl imaginable. She didn't care whether I was rich or poor. She just liked me for me and took me everywhere with her, even on dates. Oh, wow, babe, this is such a cute bracelet. But you know I'm allergic to pink. But it looks so cute on you, Sophie. OMG, you should totally have it. Bella, you're crazy. Luke got this for you.
I don't mind.
See? Our boyfriend doesn't mind. Put it on her, Luke. Our boyfriend? What was going on? My skin tingled as his fingers touched my skin, and Luke stared into my eyes. He was oddly sweet when we weren't at home, and rather than get jealous, Bella clapped and cheered. They were the weirdest couple I'd ever met, but Bella thought I was the weird one. What do you mean you've never read Shakespeare? I was only taught things that would help me run a vineyard, like that is hollyroot and will help you with fevers, and that thing you're taking a selfie with is poison ivy. Yikes! Hey, you should make TikToks. OMG, this is the best idea I've ever had. We can go on nature walks, and you can talk about what's poisonous and what isn't. Incredibly, Bella's idea was a hit. I went viral, and people in school started calling me Nature Girl. I even started getting sponsors, and one day, my fans challenged me to participate in Mr. Beast's Squid Game. The contest was tough, and as expected, many people joined the fight. I did my best to win the game, but I lost during the tug of war. Still, it was the best adventure I had ever done. I made tons of new friends as well. Not to mention, seeing Mr. Beast personally is the coolest. My heart jumped when I saw him heading my way.
Hi there. Thank you for joining our version of Squid Game. You were great.
Thank you, Mr. Beast. We all had a blast, even though we lost. Just being part of your content alone is an experience of a lifetime.
Well, making people happy is what my content is all about. I'm glad you had fun.
I really did, and it's been quite a long while since I had fun like this.
Really? Why is that?
Well, sometimes life could get rough all of a sudden. Things happen without warning.
That is so true, but no matter what, never stop walking the road to happiness. Never forget the quote, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step."
I felt my eyes sting as Mr. Beast gave me a hug. And just like what Mr. Beast said, I never stopped walking the road to happiness. I kept on seeking adventure, teaching my fans about plants through TikTok. Bella supported me 100%. Eventually, the money I got from my sponsors were used to set up a small grocery shop in the city. And little by little, we were saving up to move out. Life was getting better, but Luke's behavior at home was getting worse and worse. He was rude to his parents and ignored them all the time. One time, Mrs. Durand asked them to pass the bread, and he accidentally dumped them all on the floor. What is wrong with you? That's no way to behave with your parents.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Stay out of it, please.
This isn't you, Luke. You used to be so sweet and caring, even if you were pretending. His eyes softened, but then he shook his head and pushed past me.
I'm not the boy you used to know.
It's okay, Sophie. It's just a phase. I didn't get what his problem was. He had everything he could ever want. Loving parents, a roof over his head, and a great girlfriend. But things with Luke and Bella were getting weirder. The old feelings were coming back and made me nervous. So when Dad announced we'd be moving to our own apartment at the end of the month, I was relieved, but also bittersweet. Late one night, I was packing up my things for the move when I heard footsteps on the roof. I freaked out and picked up a baseball bat to investigate. There was so much crime in the city. We never had this problem in the village. What if there was more than one burglar? But it was only Luke. You scared the farts right out of me.
Oh, great. Just what I need. A damsel in distress.
I'm the one holding the bat, smart Alec, and I was always the brave one while you were scared of your own shadow.
I sure was a coward back then. Remember that time you couldn't sleep and you made me push all those sheep from a fence so you could count them?
They were goats, and Farmer Jack was so mad.
He made us shovel horse poop for weeks.
You have to admit, it was fun pretending to be my friend.
I was never pretending.
He looked at me like there was so much he wanted to tell me, but he couldn't. His lips were so close, and my heart beat like crazy. I wanted him to say more, but I also wanted him to shut up and kiss me. But Luke pulled away suddenly, looking angry.
Forget it. You won't understand.
Had I almost kissed my best friend's boyfriend? What was wrong with me? It was a good thing we were moving out in a few days anyway. On our last day in the house, Mr. and Mrs. Durand held a farewell party for us. They invited all their friends, including Bella and her parents, and held a mini promotion of our little grocery store and even showed my videos on a big screen. Luke looked handsome in a suit, but I had to look away. I still felt guilty about the other night and confused by his hot and cold attitude. But suddenly, he was standing right in front of me.
Hey, wanna dance?
I shouldn't.
Why? Do you think you'll trip and fall?
No.
Then come on.
He whirled me onto the dance floor, and I felt like I was dancing on air. It was magical and thrilling. Then his lips came close, and all the voices in my head fell silent. But the music suddenly stopped.
Luke, what are you doing? Bella's parents are watching.
You should be dancing with her, not
the poor grocery girl.
Yes. Sophia can't bring you any connections or wealth. I'm sorry, dear, but we have to think of Luke's future, and that is with Bella. I was so shocked my mouth fell open. My parents were furious.
Is this how you feel about us? Why did you invite us to stay with you? Why throw us this party? Because they want to rub in your faces how rich they are now. They always envied you, and they didn't throw you this party. Bella and I did.
It was all Luke's idea. He's been planning this party for weeks. I just helped with the decorations. Suddenly, all the guests left saying they were disgusted, and Mr. and Mrs. Durand looked panicked. What's going on? I'm so confused.
Let me explain. When we were kids, I loved being your friend. You were awesome and brave, but my parents wanted to cash in on that friendship and started charging your parents for protection services. I hated it.
We did it for you, son, so you could have everything rich kids had. I never wanted any of that. And even here in the city, you insisted I date rich girls so you can make connections with their parents. You two have always used me for your own gain, and I'm sick of it. And look what it got you. You have luxury cars, you live in a mansion. But I can't be with the girl I love.
I thought you two were in love. I'm a cheerleader and he's a jock. We had to date. It's like in the Bible or something. But we were never in love. And when I saw how much you two loved each other, you knew? Always. Why do you think I kept leaving you two alone when we hung out? You two are super cute together.
Can you ever forgive me for being such a jerk and not getting in touch sooner? I thought you hated me.
I did, but only because I missed you so much.
I'm never gonna leave you now.
Me either. Best friends?
The bestest.
And he kissed me, and it was everything I'd imagined.
You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story.
Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name. But that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again. I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school, back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom? Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her. And even worse than that in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess.
I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to our old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small-town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. Even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joyrides. Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20. $30, final offer. The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy, and that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs. Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius. We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated. But then I thought of someone who just might have some good advice. Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan. With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was gonna start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer. My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh! If it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail. Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke. Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name. Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both. What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes. I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home completely hopeless. Did it work? Will she keep quiet? She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry. Then we need to move again, now. But this is her home. Sally is my friend. Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent. Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with. I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear. You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out. Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money, you forgot about what really matters, friendship. Trisha, come back here. My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And, by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side. Hi, I'm Kanya. And yes, this is me on top of a skyscraper in Chicago. And that is a massive storm coming in my direction. I was born in Thailand, and my parents divorced when I was just a few months old. Mom left, and Dad raised me on his own. He worked at a very fancy international hotel as part of the waitstaff, and it was a super fun place for a small kid to hang out. I spent days playing in the pool, learning to say hello in 1,000,000 different languages, and every time I was hungry, I just had to turn my puppy eyes to the cook. Here, the clients didn't even touch it. They said the salad was too green. When it was too warm, Dad and I would go to the roof, eat khao lam, and watch the stars.
Wow, they're so bright, it almost looks like it's day.
But the brightest star is sitting beside me.
Aw, Dad. You'd think I'd miss Mom. But Dad was extra caring. Every morning, Dad made pancakes and braided my hair. He also fought Cook to have first dibs on the hotel's lost and found box. And if there was something super nice, like that shiny pink bag both Cook and I wanted, they ended up pulling each other's hair. I wanted to do something nice for Dad, so when his birthday came up, I broke my piggy bank to get him a present. But I barely had anything. Well, just enough to buy a cheap lottery ticket.
It's okay if I don't win. It's the thought that counts.
But as the announcer read the lottery numbers, Dad's eyes grew bigger and bigger, and then he let out a loud scream. We had actually won the freaking lottery! Dad knew his greedy relatives would come after him like bees to honey when they found out about his new wealth. So he decided to move to the U.S. with me, and we settled in Chicago. I was 12, and my life had turned upside down overnight. America was cold, and I wasn't used to Western customs. The first time he took me to a fancy restaurant, there were so many knives, forks, and spoons.
What do you mean I can't eat spaghetti with chopsticks? They're noodles!
But the biggest change was my dad. He invested the money in very successful startups, and we went from being really rich to filthy rich, and we moved into a massive mansion.
Anything you want, you let Sebastian know, and he'll get it for you.
Sebastian was Dad's personal assistant, and he was glued to his side. Every time I wanted to spend time with Dad, Sebastian was there too, tall and serious like a scarecrow in an expensive suit. He even went with us to the amusement park and followed us on the roller coaster.
Does he really have to be here?
Yes, I need him to hold my tie down so it doesn't flap in the pictures.
Gosh, just buy a tie clip. I wanted Sebastian gone. I started giving him impossible tasks, so when he failed, Dad would get rid of him. Sebastian, I want a copy of the next BTS album, the unpublished one. Sebastian, I want croissants every morning, fresh from Paris. But Sebastian always delivered. One day, I was stuffing down a box of fried chicken and plotting my next request, when suddenly I started choking on a chicken bone. Sebastian was immediately by my side, performing the Heimlich maneuver till I spat it out. Oh my God, you saved my life.
Just doing my duty, miss.
After that incident, I started warming up to Sebastian, thinking of him as my grumpy guardian angel / fairy godmother. When I started high school, I was nervous about whether my new classmates would like me or make fun of my accent. I'd heard American high schools were brutal, but then I met Diana, a total firecracker.
Oh, you're from Thailand? I've always wanted to see the Festival of Lights.
Yes, it's pretty amazing.
We should totally organize one for our school, right?
Everyone loved the idea, and while building lanterns with my classmates, I also got to make new friends quickly. As we watched the lanterns float into the sky, I was so happy to bring a piece of my culture to my new home. Diana became my partner in crime. She introduced me to a world of karaoke nights, greasy hamburgers, baseball games, and sleepovers. We spilled secrets about our crushes and talked about my upcoming 16th birthday.
You know your dad is planning a massive Sweet 16 party, right?
To be honest, I don't really care about a big party. I'd rather do something meaningful, you know? Sebastian helped me organize a day of volunteering with my friends at the local animal shelter. Dad, however, couldn't help going overboard. He donated a new building to the animal charity, complete with VIP grooming stations. I guess even the 3-legged half-blind cats deserve a blowout.
And they look great on my TikTok. Here, let's grab a selfie.
At the end of the day, Dad rolled in the biggest cake I'd ever seen. But suddenly, he tripped and fell face forward into the cake. After a moment of horrified silence, I started laughing. I guess now everyone knows how sweet you are, Dad. He laughed too, and I hugged him, getting frosting all over myself. Best birthday ever! But the very next day, Dad was dropping me off at school when our limo got surrounded by police cars. An officer handcuffed my dad as half the school watched and recorded videos.
You're under arrest for fraud.
What? That's impossible. As the police took him away, I frantically called Sebastian, but I couldn't get through. Please, pick up, Sebastian. You're the only one who can fix this. Pick up, pick up. When the police released Dad without charges and without money, he told me Sebastian had transferred everything into offshore accounts, disappeared, and left us with a mountain of debts. We weren't the first family he'd stolen from. He was a con man wanted in 17 countries. This is all my fault. I should have never trusted him. I have a lot of friends. They'll help us out, Dad. But I was so wrong. And I discovered that at Diana's doorstep.
Wow, you really have some nerve showing up here.
What?
Oh, you thought we could still be friends? Your dad's a criminal, and who knows what you've been up to. Before, you were rich and exotic. Now, you're poor and toxic, so scram.
She tried to slam the door shut, but I pushed her in so hard that she fell on her butt. My dad's not a criminal.
Then he's an idiot who got scammed by a butler.
I left before I ended up punching her stupid face. I couldn't believe I ever thought of that snake as a friend. Luckily, not all of my friends were as horrible. One helped Dad find a job as a night guard, and another let us stay in her uncle's apartment. I moved to a public school, and things were not so bad. Except for one thing. The debt collectors. They hounded Dad and even followed me everywhere. One even pretended to be a teacher to get into the school and took my bag. Hey, give me back my bag.
You mean my bag? Where's the money, girl?
Are you stupid enough to think I carry it around in my school bag? Sebastian took everything, and we're broke, you moron.
I don't believe you. Tell your dad to return our money soon, or things are gonna get a lot worse.
Of course, I didn't tell Dad. He was already crushed and looked worried all the time. The only time I saw him smiling was when I sent him a selfie I'd taken of us on our old hotel roof. We didn't have much in Thailand, but we were happy. I just had to remind him that happiness was possible here too, but I didn't know how to do that. But then a few months later, I was working part-time at a coffee shop when I overheard two customers chatting about an upcoming meteorite shower. That's it! Dad loved the stars. If I took a picture of the falling stars, it would remind him of us on the rooftop of the hotel in Thailand. It would cheer him up for sure. Chicago boasted a towering skyscraper, over 100 stories high. The roof, reserved for the top floor hotel clients, was just the spot I needed. On the night of the meteorite shower, I sneaked into the hotel's kitchen wearing a borrowed chef's uniform from work, then went to the Lost and Found. Bingo! I found a perfect fake fur coat and hat. I channeled my inner Paris Hilton and got to the elevators, where a bellhop boy was stationed. He stared at me suspiciously all the way up.
You look familiar. Do I know you from somewhere?
Unlikely. I don't really mingle with the bellhop crowd.
Why? What's wrong with the bellhop crowd?
Oh, nothing at all. I'm sure your family's very proud of you. Your mother must have dreamed of a future for you where you press buttons for a living.
He turned away silently, and I hopped out of the elevator as we reached the top. I felt bad that I'd offended him, but I was just selling my rich brat role. The view from the top was amazing, but the wind was incredibly strong. As time passed, it intensified, and a thunderstorm loomed on the horizon. Just as I was about to give up, a multitude of shooting stars lit up the sky. I took countless pictures before running back home, and I burst through the front door. Dad, look! Dad! I stopped short when I saw the whole place had been trashed. I ran into the kitchen where I found a strange woman looking anxious. Who are you? What happened here? And where's my dad? Oh, thank God you're here. Kanya, I'm your mother. What the what now? I didn't even know she was American. I know you don't remember me, but your dad asked me if I could take care of you, so here I am. Excuse me? You're about 16 years too late. I'm sorry. I was so young when you were born, and your dad and I didn't really work out, so I thought leaving was the best solution. I knew he'd take good care of you. You're right. He did a great job, and I want him back. I ran out and called my dad crying.
I'm sorry it has to be this way, sweetie. The debt collectors are getting too dangerous, and I need to draw them away from you, so I'm leaving for good. I love you, and I'll miss you terribly. You have to leave this house immediately and go stay with your mom. And you have to do what she tells you. I may not be able to call or text you again.
No, Dad, wait! But he had already hung up. Dad was gone, and now I had to leave my house and my school and go live with this stranger at the other end of the city? And she forced me to wear a wig and contact lenses to make myself unrecognizable. I did what she said, but I just wasn't ready to accept her as my parent. I made it my life's mission to find Sebastian and make him return our money so Dad could pay off his debts and come home. I started visiting police stations every day, but no officer wanted to help me until I bumped into...
Hey, it's you.
Bellhop boy? You recognize me?
Yeah, your disguise isn't that great. Also, my name's Enzo, and you owe me a tip.
I am so sorry about that encounter. How about I buy you an apology coffee?
Better make it an extra large.
It turned out that Enzo had started a new job at the police station as an IT assistant, and he recognized me from the viral video about my dad's arrest.
So now you want to catch this Sebastian guy?
Yeah, but I don't know how or where to start.
Let me see if I can dig up some info.
You'll really help me?
Let's say I'm tired of asking. Have you tried switching it off and on again every time something doesn't work around here?
Like a couple of Sherlock Holmes, we started tracking famous rich people's social media accounts because such people were usually Sebastian's targets. He's like a tick, looking for the fattest victim to suck on. But Sebastian was also sly, and he knew the police were on his tracks, so no matter how many pictures we looked at, we couldn't find him. Until one day...
Wait, isn't that him on the yacht with Siley Myrus?
OMG! Yes, even with the mustache, I'd recognize that sleazebag anywhere.
Okay, let's zoom in on the boat name and...
Found him! He's in Greece, posing as a pet masseuse for TikTok canine stars? The next day, I bought a flight to Greece with the last of my savings while Enzo alerted the local police. Together, we descended on Sebastian.
Drop the poodle. You're under arrest.
Give me back my money.
Your disguise is dumb, and I've already gambled all the money away, stupid.
I kicked him in the shin as the police carried him off. I was happy he was caught, but the money was gone. With no chance to pay off our debts, Dad would be on the run forever. That night, I went walking on the beach, and I saw the sky was filled with stars. I took a picture of it and sent it to Dad, but he didn't reply. After I returned to the States, I decided to start mending things with Mom. It wasn't easy, but she was the parent I had now, and I could see how hard she was trying. She even had a box with my baby clothes and pictures that she'd kept all these years. Slowly, we started to get to know each other, and she was really cool. As for Dad, I would send him a new sky picture every night, even though he never replied. He did make me realize I loved taking pictures of the night sky. Enzo, who was still looking for his dream career, was now working at an electronics store. So I asked him if he could find me a good deal on a camera.
Sure, but it'll cost you.
Name your price, Scrooge.
How about a date?
Really? But what if you grow tired of me and dump me? I mean, you change jobs every 2 seconds.
Yeah, but I'm sure dating you won't feel like work.
For our first date, we went back to the skyscraper roof, and I took more night sky pictures. Enzo loved them and suggested I start an astrophotography vlog. And when I won a super fancy prize in a competition, I realized I'd become a professional. I sent Dad the picture of the prize announcement, but like always, he never replied. And I finally accepted that he was never going to. I invited Mom and Enzo to the award ceremony, and I caught her beaming with pride as she admired one of my pictures in the gallery. I'm so sorry I missed your childhood, Kanya. If I could go back, I'd do everything differently. We're together now, Mom, and that's all that matters. I love you. The presenter announced I was the winner, and Enzo walked me to the podium. I dedicate this award to my father, who made me discover my love for the stars. All the pictures I take for you. I miss you. As I stepped off the stage and hugged Mom, I let out a tiny gasp. One of the waiters in the room was smiling brightly at me, and he was unmistakably my dad. He had tears in his eyes as he blew me a kiss and then quietly left. And for the first time in years, I felt truly at peace, knowing Dad was okay and always watching over me.
Hi, my name is Yuichi Hamada. My friends and family know me as a normal teenage student at Yokohama High School. But the truth is, I possess extraordinary powers. Ever since I was a kid, I had this habit of disappearing into other worlds, fantastical and magical. There, I could be whoever I wanted to be, the hero of my own story. These episodes were particularly active during my childhood. but no more so than my parents' frequent fights.
He needs more discipline. His teachers say he's always zoning off in class.
He's got an active imagination. Not every kid is a good student. It doesn't mean he's defiant.
We didn't raise him to be lazy and uneducated. You're too easy on him.
Eventually, Dad would leave the house in a rage. I always felt like it was my fault, but at least I had another world to escape to. And when I'd return, I'd tell my friends all about my heroic adventures.
I buried the demonic wolves in the snow, one by one, sending them into the icy dimension. And finally...
Finally what? You realized you were a crazy person who lives in a delusional fantasy world?
The other bullies started chuckling. They were making fun of me. But my friends loved hearing my stories, especially my childhood friend, Jinsha. She would be glued to every word I said. Despite her support, the bullies just kept getting worse.
Earth to Yuichi! Snap out of it!
The other bullies were laughing at me again, and everyone was staring.
Time to grow up and stop playing pretend, nerd!
I was so embarrassed. I felt terrible.
Tell me a story. That'll cheer you up.
I'm not in the mood. I don't know, maybe it's time for me to grow up. I saw Jinsha's disappointment, but I couldn't handle the judgment and bullying anymore. Sometimes I would secretly hide my ability and adventures because I was afraid how other kids would react to my crazy stories. And then everything fell apart when my dad left us and my mom got sick. A few months later, Mom slipped into a coma, and the power I once had to escape reality felt like a distant memory of childhood. Dad came back to me, not because he loved me, but because he pitied me. We couldn't afford to keep paying the mortgage, so we sold our house. As a result, I had to move into his tiny apartment. When I saw the state of it, I was shocked. Dad was always on my case to improve my grades and be successful. But here he was, living in filth. Dishes were piled up in the sink, dirty clothes lay all over the floor, and the fridge was stocked with nothing but TV dinners. A few years had passed, and I was now in high school. I had also started working at a convenience store, where my manager was always breathing down my neck.
The candy bars are all out of order. There's dirt on the floor in aisle 3.
Jinsha could tell I was feeling especially down lately, so after work, she showed me something to cheer me up.
It's called Honkai Star Rail. It's a single-player strategy and turn-based game where you can travel across different worlds through the Astral Express to steal the evil Stellarons threatening the galaxy.
She showed me the gameplay, and it honestly reminded me of the fantasy worlds I used to travel to.
I know you've been feeling down lately, but now when you're sad, you can just dive into the game and transport yourself to another universe.
Well, I had nothing else to do in my free time, so I gave it a shot, and I was immediately hooked. One day at the convenience store, I was terrified to see the bullies from school perusing the aisles. When my manager caught them stealing, he told me to go after them and stop them, just as I was getting into another Trailblaze level in Honkai Star Rail. I tucked my phone away and chased them out the door and down the alleyway. Hey, stop running! They stopped running and turned around.
Wait, I recognize that voice. You're the geek who can't grow up.
Give me back what you stole, and no one gets in trouble.
Ha! Or what?
Before I could make a move, one of them pushed me, and I fell to the ground as they stood around me, cackling. Suddenly, Jinsha turned up.
Stop hurting him! I've got it on camera, and I'm gonna post it online if you don't stop.
This got their attention. I was so worried as they started to gang up on her. But then, the three of them immediately backed off when a patrol guard showed up.
We're not done with the two of you.
I sat on the ground with my face swollen.
Yuichi, are you okay?
Jinsha tried to help me get up, but I pushed her hands away. You shouldn't have come after me, and now you're going to be in trouble.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to help.
I don't need your help. I immediately stood up and ran away, blaming myself for being weak and putting her in danger. I took the train and gazed out the window. As I settled in my thoughts, I decided to play Honkai Star Rail on my phone. I noticed that I had only one golden ticket left in my account. I pulled on a character banner without much hope of winning a 5-star character. But in that moment, I allowed myself to wish for something more. Suddenly, the train began to rumble, and a strong golden light began to emanate through the train car. Then I Guess I must have passed out.
Weren't there coordinates sent out from the space station?
Who cares? They're here and alive. Do they look like a mannequin to you?
Weak heartbeat and pulse. March, you better do CPR.
Huh? I've never done it before. Denheng, you do it. Wait, stop it. He's awake. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Do you remember your name?
I couldn't believe it. Suddenly, it all came into focus. Dan Heng, the archivist of the Astral Express from Honkai Star Rail, in front of me. And the girl next to him was March 7, the enthusiastic amnesiac who was saved by the Astral Express crew. Is this some sort of cosplay event? Or a prank? Wait, what station is this? Where am I?
What are you talking about? We're in Herda Space Station, and this is not a very good time to be idle. The Antimatter Legion is laying siege on the station as we speak. We must go.
I looked around, and nothing seemed to be making any sense. I grabbed my phone and saw my reflection in the screen, but I didn't look like myself. I looked exactly like Kalis, the Trailblazer. It suddenly occurred to me that I was in a completely different universe. I was inside of Honkai Star Rail. While I was zoning out, March asked me a question.
So, what's your name?
I am... Suddenly, instead of feeling anxious, I felt a rush of excitement as I remembered all the difficult moments that I had in my life. And I had the opportunity to escape those right now. Yes, I am Kalis! Back home, Chinsha was starting to get worried about my whereabouts. Finally, she visited my house, and my dad answered.
Is Yuichi here? I haven't heard from him in days. A patrol guard from the station contacted me and informed me that he found his phone in a train carriage.
What? I just thought he was staying with you. He never answers me when I call anyway. May I see that?
Jinsha handed my phone over to my dad. He began scrolling through it.
What are you doing?
I'm checking his text messages to see if there are any clues to his whereabouts.
Jinsha looked concerned. She knew what was in those texts. My dad looked devastated.
I'm not going home tonight. My dad's place is disgusting. He barely gets off the couch and the apartment smells like trash. Plus, I don't think he's showered in days.
He sadly handed the phone back to Jinsha.
Seems like he was miserable here. Maybe he ran away.
I don't think he would run away. He wouldn't want to worry you.
Jinsha tried to give the phone to my father, but he refused.
Keep it. I don't need a useless son.
Jinsha took my phone with her back home, looking at the last application I used before I disappeared. She saw Honkai Star Rail. Along with March and Dan Heng, we managed to defeat the Void Rangers of Antimatter Legion. However, they kept coming without any end in sight. Suddenly, Himeko appeared and saved us. As we proceeded further, we reached the supply zone, where the dreaded Doomsday Beast was waiting for us. I recalled all my hours of gameplay and put my skills to use. Dan Heng and Himeko used their ultimate, ethereal dream and heavenly flare to destroy the antimatter engine and its hands, which gave me the perfect timing to strike the beast in its most vulnerable state. We took the Astral Express to Gerillo 6 to face off against Cocolia. Unfortunately, I was frozen by Cocolia during the battle. But thankfully, Natasha was able to heal me and cleanse the debuff. With the help of Serval and Hook, we were able to defeat Cocolia and free Belobog from eternal freeze. Our next destination was Zhangzhou Lefu. When we arrived, Zhangzhou was already under attack, perpetrated by Lord Ravager Fantilia, who sought the destruction of Zhangzhou. Things got rough when Fantilia used her havoc during the battle. Our best fighter was injured and fell down. Luckily, Beilu, a skilled healer from Zhangzhou, was able to use her talent, Gore Duel of Elixir, to revive our fallen comrade. With our team back on track and Dan Heng in his powerful Imbibitor Lunae form, he rode his dragon alongside Jin Yuan's Lightning Lord and Henya, who provided valuable support. Thanks to our combined efforts, we were able to turn the tide of the battle and emerge victorious. It felt incredible to finally be a hero in my own story. But as we progressed, I was losing touch with my former reality. After defeating Fantilia, the crew of the Astral Express returned to their cabin and rested. Later, I had a dream where I found myself in a small, dark room. As I looked around, I noticed a girl sleeping at a desk next to a phone, which had the HSR game open on it. She looks familiar. Then she spoke my name.
Yuichi.
Her voice floated away as she said, Yuichi. And suddenly, it all came flooding back to me. I was Yuichi, an average high school student in Yokohama High. Has she been by my side all this time? I held her hands, and suddenly, Jincha felt my presence, waking up from her sleep.
Yuichi!
She looked around and saw nobody. The next day, I gathered the team together and came clean. Everyone, I'm not who you think I am. I am not of this world, nor do I believe this world is real at all. I'm Yuichi, just an ordinary guy with terrible luck in life. I have this ability to disappear into worlds I've imagined, and I just pretended to be one of you. But it wasn't my intention.
You are you, Yuichi or Kalis. Your adventure with us, your heroic deeds, it was all real. You'll just have to discover it in yourself.
What are you trying to tell me, General?
Listen, Yuichi. Life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. In time, you'll understand. But for now, you must find a way to get back to your world.
Do I really need to?
Didn't you call us here because you want to go back?
I realized now what I must do to return to the reality where I came from. Everyone, before I go, I want to have our one last adventure.
We're ready when you are.
Lead the way, my friend.
All right, Yuichi, let's go. Our next stop, the Penacony.
Back at home, Jincha was navigating through Penacony, the land of festivities, not realizing that I was actually a part of the game, and I wanted to keep it that way for a while. From there, we wandered through the dreamscape, which was a fun experience, solving the dream ticker, riding the bubble pinball, and becoming a Hanin. But as we progressed, we found ourselves dealing with Sam, a member of the Stellaron Hunters. Sam seriously gave us a hard time because of his skill, DHGDR, Supernova Overload. Welk immediately used his synthetic black hole to hold Sam for another turn, while Himeko and Dan Hang poured all their efforts to give me the opening I needed.
Rules are made to be broken!
I put all my strength into my ultimate skill, Stardust Ace.
You better say you're welcome!
After the Sam boss fight, Jincha received a character message. She was shocked at how the game messages were actually interacting with her, telling her about my adventure in the game. And the last message left her in disbelief.
Yuichi is waiting for you at the station.
At first, she was skeptical, but then it all started to make sense. She knew I used to disappear often during our childhood and would return with a bunch of stories. One time, she witnessed me transporting, but she always thought it was just a dream.
The station, the train, where his phone was found.
Jincha rushed over to the site of where this all began, and I knew I needed to meet her halfway. When Jincha arrived on the train, she started looking all over for me.
Yuichi, where are you? I'm here.
The train was eerily quiet when suddenly it rumbled and a strong golden light emanated. And then we saw each other in what seemed like a dream state. Jincha, you're here! I can see you! Jincha walked up to me and then slapped me hard.
Why? Why did you leave me?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but it was all too much for me and...
You idiot! Life is full of sad moments, just as it is full of happy ones. You can't just give up every time something bad happens. It wasn't fair, at least for me.
I saw Jincha crying as I reached for her hands in the light. Seeing her like that, seeing how much I meant to her, I knew she was right. I couldn't abandon her. I leaned in and kissed her. A bright light enveloped us both and drew us together. We were back on the train where it all began. Jincha woke up, but I was unconscious.
Yuichi, wake up! Help! Everyone!
I had fallen into a coma, probably due to the stress my ability had put on my brain and body. Later, in the hospital, Jincha was leaving to go home when Dad entered my room with a really worried face. He rushed up to me and started apologizing for everything.
I read your texts. At first, I was angry, but now I'm so relieved to have you back. I'm so sorry for not being there for you in your hardest times. I've cleaned the apartment and even bought fresh food. It's ready for you, and I'm ready for us to make a fresh start. I love you, son.
Jincha smiled as she closed the door behind her. A few months had passed, and Jincha had returned to school. One day, Dad was coming to see me with fresh clothes, but when he reached my door, he dropped everything to the floor.
Yuichi?
I looked at my dad and smiled, like everything was gonna be okay. When Jincha was walking down the alley, she coincidentally encountered the 3 bullies who immediately cornered her.
You're that geek's friend, right? We said we weren't finished with you. Where's your little buddy?
I'm not afraid of you.
For a brief moment, they were frightened by her unwavering gaze. The leader of the bullies immediately raised his hands to strike Jincha when a hand suddenly caught his arm.
What the?
Yuichi?
Go now, before I wipe the floor with your faces. They smirked slyly, ready to fight, and I braced myself, prepared for battle. As the bullies charged at me, I chopped the first one in the throat. Then I swing-kicked the other one in the face. And finally, it was down to the head honcho. We engaged in hand-to-hand combat, and I didn't suffer a single blow. Before Jincha could blink, all 3 bullies were on the ground, cowering.
Where on earth did that come from?
Not Earth. Honkai Star Rail. Luca taught me how to fight. The renowned boxing champion of the Bellabog Underworld. Guess I still have it in me.
I have so many questions.
And I'll answer them right after... I leaned in and kissed Jincha. Finally, I didn't want to be anywhere other than exactly where I was.
Promise you'll never leave again?
Promise I won't. I have everything I need right here.
Hello, I'm Jessica Harlenborough, and I belong to a family of great detectives. My father was James Harlenborough, whose father was Hardy Harlenborough Jackson Jr., whose mother was Janet Harlenborough, who was the first one in our family to hold the badge and wear the uniform. The legend goes that she once defeated a whole family of bandits on her own with nothing but an empty revolver. And since then, she has inspired my father, my father's father, and me to grow and become the seekers of justice. And soon, the day arrived when I got to use my true skills. One day, on my way back from the bathroom, I saw James Heartthrob in the hallway, the guy my friend Lily Larkins had a huge crush on. He walked secretly to his locker with a suspicious brown package in his hands, which he placed inside after making sure no one was around him. After that, he walked away. But as a responsible citizen and the head of the Student Welfare Association, I followed him to a corner as he made a phone call, and I heard every word.
I secured the package. Good job. We will execute our plan tomorrow at noon. If everything goes well, we'll not only succeed in our goals, but we'll also leave enough money to be comfortable for the rest of our lives.
As soon as he ended the call, he looked sideways again. I made sure I was hidden from view. Then I noticed him take out a pair of glasses with a golden frame from his pocket. He clicked on them, and a holographic display of a building appeared in front of him. It looked super familiar, but I couldn't quite place where I'd seen that building before. What was he planning to do there? After staring intently at it for some seconds, James put the glasses back into his pocket and walked away quickly. As I was still processing everything, Lily suddenly popped up from behind me. Hey, Jessica, what are you doing? Come on, we need to go. The football match is about to start, and James Heartthrob is leading the team. I can't tell you how excited I am to see him play. Yeah, I'm doing nothing. Let's go to the game. While I walked to the field with her, I kept thinking about that package. After a recent security scare, all students' bags were checked at the gate, and it would be difficult to bring in a package wrapped up like that. And who was James talking to? I was sure in my bones that something big and evil was about to go down, and I had to stop it. Halfway through the game, while Lily was busy cheering for James Heartthrob, I snuck out of there and made my way to James's locker. Having noticed the password earlier, I unlocked it, and the package was there. But to my disappointment, it was empty. But the brown paper wrapping outside had information about where it had come from. Taking out the pen from my pocket, I noticed the address and the name of the sender. Just then, I heard some footsteps approaching, and I ran across the corridor and hid behind one of the classroom doors. It was James Heartthrob again. He took his phone out of his backpack and went back to the same corner as before.
Hey, listen, we'll have to postpone our undertaking from tomorrow to the day after. I have a date with Lily Larkins. She is so into me. I can't miss this. Our plan is ironclad and will still work no matter which day we carry it out. I'm sorry for this, but she's really hot.
Now I had another problem to deal with. My best friend from childhood was about to fall prey to a possible criminal. I couldn't let that happen. And apparently, now his evil plan had been postponed by a day. But to stop him and save my friend, I needed to find out more information, and I could use some help. Later that night, I asked Lily to come over to my place with a phone book so I could try looking for the address and name I'd noted earlier. Of course, I told her we were just making prank calls. She wouldn't believe me if I told her all my suspicions just yet. We sat at my study table with the telephone near me. Lily kept telling me the cell phone numbers, and I kept pranking them in a manly voice. Hello? Yes. Is this Jack Trades? I'm Heartthrob. James Heartthrob.
Oh my God, why are you using his name? That's so funny.
Most of the calls just led to dead ends, but when I made the final call...
Hey, James, what happened to your voice, man? You getting sick or something?
No, just some allergies. I'm still your man, a man with a plan. You know, that evil plan we were going to pull off the day after tomorrow?
Yeah, but what's so evil about it? Are you sure you're fine? Or have you lost your mind already because of that girl you were going on about? How hot is she?
You stay away from her. No, just nothing. See you day after tomorrow, man. Peace out. I hung up the phone to find Lily staring at my face. What the heck are you going on about? Nothing that makes sense. That's why it's a prank, silly. I bet this guy's as confused as you are, and we'll be thinking about it all night. Okay. Anyway, I don't care, because the only thing I can think about is my date with James Heartthrob tomorrow. How will I wait until then? Oh my God, it's killing me. Yeah, you've only mentioned it about 10 times already, but are you sure about this? I mean, you barely know the guy. That's the point of the date? We get to know each other? Yeah, but is it worth the effort? James Heartthrob is very good looking, but guys like that are usually quite dumb. Do you think he'll be emotionally and mentally mature? It's too big a step. What are you going on about? How is a date a really big step? You know I've been in love with him since the first day he walked into our school with his backpack and cool jacket. What love? Don't you think you're going a bit fast there, young lady? You can't talk to me like this. You're not my mother. Don't you dare talk back to me. I don't have to sit here and listen to you. I'm going home. Fine, go away. And then she picked up her phone book and stormed out of there, slamming the door shut. Ugh, teenagers. I probably wasn't going to learn much about his evil plan by crashing their date, but I just didn't feel comfortable leaving him alone with Lily. So the next evening, I went to the restaurant where they were supposed to meet and entered through the back exit into the kitchen. I found a storage room with extra uniforms and quickly changed into a waitress's outfit. Then I discreetly walked out into the restaurant area, scanning the room like a hawk till I spotted my targets. I was skilled at disguises. I was sure they wouldn't recognize me. I was walking over to them when suddenly some customers at a table stopped me.
Hey, miss, we've been waiting for someone to take our order for a while.
Sure. I'll just send someone right away.
Why can't you take it? You're not doing anything.
I gritted my teeth, forced a smile, and whipped out my pad and pencil.
Can you tell us today's specials?
Look, I have short-term memory loss. I can't remember any of this stuff. Just, select something from the menu.
How are you even a waitress? Fine. How about this side salad? Is it good?
It's amazing. Great choice.
What's it served on the side of?
I guess on the side of your plate. Are we done here?
My family hasn't even ordered yet. Get us another waitress. You're useless.
I told you that 5 minutes ago. I walked off and went back to my mission, annoyed that I'd lost precious time. As I got close to Lily and that heartthrob, I pretended to be working when I felt someone tug at my skirt. It was the annoying customer's kid.
You didn't take my order?
Not now, kid. Go away.
I'm hungry, you witch. I want a piece of chocolate cake.
Just buzz off, will ya? I pulled my skirt away from him, and he suddenly dropped onto the floor and started bawling loudly.
She pushed me! She pushed me so hard!
Oh my God, you little liar. Jessica? The entire restaurant was suddenly staring at me, and I got thrown out within seconds by the management. Lily and James followed me outside. What the heck just happened back there? Why are you dressed as a waitress? Because I work here, or I did before I got fired. Since when do you work here, and why? Since today. It was my first day, and my last day. And why? 'Cause I have bills to pay.
I'm sorry to hear that. Here, take this tip. Hope it helps a bit.
And then he handed me $100, just like that. I hadn't even waited on him. I guess he had plenty of money from all his evil ventures. And now that I was face to face with him, maybe I could make him give away something about his plans. Wow, that's very generous. Thank you. You must be rich. And I guess you'll be very rich soon if your trades go well, eh? You know what I mean, huh?
I really don't.
Oh, come on. Are you really saying you're a jack of all trades and a master of none? What does that even mean?
Wait a sec. Are you talking about Jack Trades? Do you know him? Are you a friend or a girlfriend?
No, I don't know any jack trades. I just remembered. I have a movie to catch in 15 minutes. I'll see you tomorrow, Lily. And with that, I ran off. Wow, this guy was cunning. Instead of giving anything away, he'd started questioning me instead. As I was walking down the street, I passed by a building and then suddenly stopped in my tracks. I slowly walked back to face the building from the front, and then it hit me. Texas State Bank. That was the building that had been in the hologram. And then it all clicked into place. James Heartthrob was planning to rob Texas State Bank with Jack Trades as an accomplice. Of course that would make them super rich. But I was gonna get him. Oh, I was gonna get him good. The next day, I was at the bank 5 minutes before noon, but I walked in to find James and Jack already there at the bank manager's desk. They seemed to be having some intense conversation. What if those two were holding the manager hostage at gunpoint? Or he could even be an accomplice. Just then, James Heartthrob got up from his seat and reached into his pocket. And I couldn't wait anymore. I rushed towards them and threw myself at James, tackling him to the ground.
Ow! What do you think you're...
Shut up, James. Just then, I spotted another accomplice carrying a gun, and I tackled him too. His gun went skidding across the floor as I sat on him and tied his hands behind his back while the receptionist called the police. I thought James and Jack would try to make a run for it, but they were just standing there looking shocked. So, James Heartthrob and Jack Trades, I believe you can now tell us all your evil plan.
What evil plan?
Your plan to rob the bank? What else? You got the package from this Jack Trades, giving you the holographic projection of this bank, giving you all the escape points. You two were banking on getting very rich, weren't you? Banking. I made a clever pun. Anyway, were you holding the manager hostage, or is he in on it too?
What? Jessica, you've got it all wrong. That device is our creation, and we were going to ask this bank official to give us a loan to fund it. The device was for demonstration.
What? That's it?
Yep.
That's when I realized that the guy under my foot was, in fact, a real robber, and James Heartthrob was not guilty. But to save me from further embarrassment, the cops came in and took that guy into custody and gave me a badge of honor. And the next day, my photo was in the newspaper as well, with the headline, "Schoolgirl Solves Her First Case." So, it all worked out for the best. Next day, I went to school and saw James Heartthrob closing his locker. I walked up to him. Hey, James, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
Accuse me of a crime?
I don't know what I was thinking. He was looking at me with an amused face.
You seem to have a wild imagination. And you're super nosy. But tackling a guy with a gun was pretty brave, actually. You're interesting, Jessica Harlenborough, and you're forgiven.
Well, thank you. That ended the conversation. Did you see any sparks here between us? James swears he felt some at that point, but I really didn't. Also, it turned out that James and Lily didn't enjoy their first date and decided not to go ahead with the relationship. We all graduated high school, and some years later, I became a detective. No surprises there. Also, I reconnected with James Heartthrob. We dated for a while, and then we got married. As for Lily, she was our maid of honor. And yeah, some things went wrong at the wedding, and I accused her of sabotaging my big day out of jealousy. But it turns out she had nothing to do with it. Yeah, that was awkward, but our friendship is still strong, ironclad, unbreakable, uncrackable, unscratchable, if you will. Hi, I'm Edith from Ohio. Yeah, I know I sound like an 80-year-old woman. My dad was very close to his great-grandmother, and he insisted that his first child would be named after her. Unfortunately, that's me. Also, as you can see, I'm in a wheelchair. I had a spinal injury when I was little, and I don't even remember what it's like to walk. So, if you want to feel bad for me, it should only be because of my name. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After me came my sisters, Louisa, Isabel, and Celine. Their names are pretty because Mom chose them. We lived in a kind of poor household in a small town with parents who were galaxies apart. My dad was a neuroscientist who lived in our basement. He was convinced he was onto some groundbreaking research that would win him the Nobel Prize. But every year, his research got rejected. It had almost become a metaphor in our town. It'll rain today, I'm sure of it. As sure as Mr. Arnstein getting rejected again. My son has failed 10th grade again. He's really pulling a Mr. Arnstein on us. Those comments made me so mad. No one was as smart or hardworking as my dad. Mom, on the other hand, was pretty and vain. She never met a reflective surface she didn't like. All she'd ever wanted was a fancy life, so she reminded Dad of his failures every day. When I met you, you made me believe you were freaking Einstein. I thought we'd be rich by now. Can't you discover gravity or something already? Like really, how hard is it? I might figure out all the mysteries of the universe before I understand why I asked you to marry me. I was such a fool the day I said yes. Not much has changed since. Mom unhappily ran a small flower shop to make ends meet. As the eldest, I wanted to make things easier for both my parents. I was a model student, and I tried helping out at home by making my sisters responsible. It worked when they were younger, but they were growing up to be useless, especially my second sister, Louisa, who was a lot like Mom. She was pretty, but apparently her nose wasn't rich-looking enough. What does that even mean, girl? I've got this flat button nose, and rich people have cute upturned noses. Okay, gotcha. They look like they can smell cow dung all the time. Exactly. She would sleep with a clothespin on her nose, hoping it would turn upwards. She'd also poke her cheek with a pencil while doing her homework, thinking if she did that every day, she might get a cute dimple. Such a moron. The other two weren't much better. Isabel wanted to be a dancer, and I've never met anyone so uncoordinated. Celine was also super untalented, but she kept trying new things all the time, hoping to find her true calling soon. No one prayed harder than me that it would be really soon. Luckily, I'd inherited Dad's brains, and in the 11th grade, I got a scholarship into a private school that would open up great opportunities for college. You've always been my favorite for a reason, darling. I know you'll do amazing things one day. I know you will too, Dad. I was really excited to start school until disaster struck, and my crazy family was to blame entirely for it. A week before, Mom came home really excited one day because she'd received a huge order for flowers at a rich client's house. And the minute my sisters heard that, they were dying to go with Mom to help her. Dad was out of town, and I'd just settled in for a peaceful evening by myself when I got a frantic call from Isabel. Edith, I'm at the police station. Mom and Louisa are going to jail. What do you mean they're going to jail? Louisa stole a necklace from the rich lady's room and got caught. Mom begged and cried, but the lady called the police. Please, you have to go talk to her. Louisa was such a pain. Isabel doorbell sent me the lady's location pin, and I took the bus to this massive mansion. I was asked to wait in the main hall, and I just couldn't resist taking a spin on the marble floors. But suddenly, I lost control of my wheelchair and went crashing into a center table, which sent a huge fishbowl to the ground, which made the servants running in slip on the water and land on their butts. Oopsie daisy. Soon, I was in the library, facing the snooty owner and her carbon copy snooty daughter. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? Again, so sorry for the damage. I'd love to repay you, but my parents are poor, so I can't. Speaking of parents, actually, my mom is the flower lady who came here today, and the girl who took something from you is my, sister? What? You're related to those thieves? Louisa's mentally unstable, I swear, and some days she just refuses to take her meds. Please don't send them to jail. What will I do without my mom, given my condition? This is very distressing, and the doctors have told me stress is really bad for me. The lady didn't look happy, but she called the police station and asked for Mom and Louisa to be released. I thanked them profusely, and just as I was leaving, I ran into a school bag lying on the floor, knocking over its contents. Do you even know how to use that thing? You should take driving classes or something. I apologized and left, but I was horrified. This girl was going to the same school I'd just gotten into. How has my life suddenly become so complicated? Oh, I'll tell ya. It's because Miss Kleptomaniac here decided to steal, and I had to save her greedy butt. And now I have to go to school with this snooty girl who thinks I'm from a family of thieves. Oh, what a great start. Edith, are you done with this useless family meeting? Louisa and I have had a very tough day, and we need our beauty sleep. Maybe the girl won't remember who you are. Fingers crossed. Yeah, right. In fact, as luck would have it, that girl and I were in the same class. Her name was Haley, and the minute she saw me, her face went from shock to a wide grin. Uh-oh. And soon, Haley became my arch nemesis. Apparently, she was the smartest kid in class till I turned up. She was also beautiful and wealthy, and she was dating the star basketball player Cody. And Cody was fine. But Haley still didn't like being knocked off the #1 student spot. How about we make a deal, Edith? You can act a little less smart in class, and I won't tell everyone how we really know each other. I won't be doing that, thanks. I can make your life miserable, you know. You really want to make the wheelchair girl's life miserable? How would it make you look if I started telling people you're bullying me? It'll tank your popularity, and you might even get suspended, or worse. And Haley knew I was right. We just never got along and continued to compete in class. I always got the highest marks in subjects like math and physics, but she beat me in history and literature. She knew she couldn't openly bother me, but she tried in sneakier ways. Like one morning, when I wheeled into literature class, our teacher, Miss Agatha, was looking furious, and everyone was staring at me. And that's when I saw the chalkboard. On the lower half it said, Miss Agatha should change her name because she is not cool like Agatha Christie. In fact, she is dull and ugly and stupid. I think she was a toad in another life. She is... It went on, and the lovely cursive handwriting was unmistakably mine. Okay, I know what this looks like, but I really didn't do this. Detention for a week. This Haley was good. She'd copied my handwriting to perfection. I didn't take her pranks sitting down, though. Well, I'm always sitting down, but you know what I mean. I just had a lot of accidents around her. Oops, sorry, lost control. That jacket looks new, huh? Sorry, I just didn't see your toes. You have really tiny feet, Haley. Then one day, our principal came to class to tell us about a statewide competition for which one student would be chosen from the school, and all interested candidates had to sit for a test.
Also, I should add that the winner of the competition will get a full scholarship to any university of their choice.
This was a chance to make all my dreams come true. I spent countless hours studying for the test. I knew Haley was preparing for it too, even though she didn't need a scholarship. It was just an attempt to beat me. The test was tough, but I did my best. And guess what? It was good enough. I managed to come out on top, and I was over the moon. But there was one problem. The competition required a big entry fee, and I had to travel to another town and cover those expenses too. I wanted to ask my parents for help, but that evening, I heard a huge fight between them over money, and I just couldn't. I wasn't giving up though, not after coming this far. So I decided to sell tacos in the school cafeteria, because seriously, I make the world's best tacos. I could cover the cost of ingredients, and I just needed to sell enough for 2 weeks to collect the amount I needed. I set up a little taco corner in the cafeteria, and they were an instant hit. My tacos were selling like hotcakes till the awful lunch ladies in the cafeteria reported me to the principal, and I was informed that I couldn't sell food on school premises. So the next day, as soon as school ended, I was ready with my taco stall right outside the school gate. Technically not on school premises, so no one could say anything to me. Even some friends joined me in selling them, and the first few days, things were going great. But suddenly, things started going very wrong. Students started getting sick in school with similar symptoms, and parents poured in with complaints. The principal launched an investigation, and it wasn't long before they discovered the problem: my tacos. I was suspended for 2 weeks, but worse than that, Haley was chosen for the competition instead, and I was devastated. I didn't even tell anyone at home I was suspended. They all thought I had spring break. But 3 days later, the most unlikely thing happened. Cody, Haley's boyfriend, came to visit me at home.
Hello? I'm Cody from school. I came to see if you were doing okay.
Oh, wow, you're welcome. You too. What?
Can I come in, or are you busy?
No, I'm not busy. I mean, yes, I am busy. Actually, there's an avocado that's going bad, and I need to make some guacamole, but it can wait a bit longer. Not too long, though. What was I even saying? And that afternoon, Cody told me that Haley had sabotaged my taco business.
She'd mentioned something about bringing you down, and I thought she was kidding. She got someone to mix something into your food, which made everyone sick. I am so sorry.
I couldn't believe that someone could be so heartless, and there was nothing I could even do about it, and I just started to cry.
There'll be other chances, Edith, and I can't believe you started a business and made that much money. You're really cool and brave.
After that, Cody started visiting regularly during my suspension, and we'd have fun and joke around. He really made me feel seen, and we could talk about anything.
Do you feel people act weird around you sometimes?
Yeah, most people get so awkward when they see a wheelchair. Like, they don't know if they need to express sympathy or if they should just ignore it completely. But really, I'm fine, and I just want people to act normal.
Do you wish you could walk someday?
More than anything in the world. I dream about it all the time. Cody pressed my hand and smiled warmly, and my heart fluttered. And when I went back inside, my stupid sisters were waiting for me with huge grins.
You like him. You want to hug him. You want to kiss him. You want to...
Shut up, Louisa. He's just a friend. You may be book smart, but you don't know the first thing about boys. He's not coming over every day because he likes you as a friend. And if you're not interested in dating him, I can. I mean, it would be a crime to let this rich, yummy boy go. Shut up, Louisa. He's mine. When my suspension ended, I was back to school, ready to work hard again. Actually, I was looking forward to seeing Cody more than anything, but to my disappointment, I found him right next to Haley. I gave him a small wave, then he just looked away. Well, I guess things were back to normal. Cody had just felt bad for me, and he tried to make me feel better. He was still gonna choose Haley because she was everything a guy could want. Soon enough, the spring dance was on everyone's mind, but I wasn't even thinking about it till one day in the cafeteria. I was reading by myself when Cody sat and joined me.
Edith, I'm sorry I've been avoiding you. Will you go to the spring dance with me?
What? But what about Haley? You stole my boyfriend. You act like this poor little wheelchair girl, but you're so cunning. And I'm done keeping your stupid little secret too. Hey everyone, did Edith ever tell you that her sister's a thief who stole something from my house? Who knows? Maybe dishonesty runs in the family, and Edith's lying and she can't actually walk.
That's enough. I broke up with you because I don't love you, Haley. Please, just back off and stop spreading lies about Edith. No one's buying them, least of all me.
Haley stared at us furiously, then screamed and stormed off.
So, where were we? Oh yeah, the spring dance. Go with me?
Since you're desperate, sure. We had an amazing time dancing away, and then we went out for a breather and shared our first kiss. Well, my first kiss ever, and it was magical. But when I got back home, I found Dad in the lounge in tears. Dad, what's wrong? Are you okay?
I'm more than okay, honey. I just won a huge research grant.
Oh my God, I knew you'd do it. I'm so proud of you. What's your research about?
It's about you. It's all I've been working on for years, and I couldn't give up. You never lost complete sensation in your feet, Edith, and I've been working on developing a machine that can get you walking again. I don't want to raise your hopes too high, but it's a very real possibility, and we have the money to try it out.
Dad, I can't believe you did this for me. Even if it all doesn't go to plan, this means everything. Well, long story short, I was one of Dad's subjects, and within 2 months, he got me to stand on my own 2 feet. A baby couldn't be prouder of his first steps than than I was, and all of my mom's and sister's dreams came true too. We moved to a much bigger house with much fancier things, and Mom didn't have to work anymore. I knew I always made the right choice marrying you, Mr. Arnstein.
I'm still wondering why I married you, but let's not argue anymore, dear.
Hi, I'm Anna Sorokin, aka Anna Delvey. Con artist? Maybe. Opportunist? Definitely. Icon? Obviously. Anyway, I grew up in a drab, working-class Russian town where I fantasized about a completely different, much more glamorous existence. I refused to turn out like my boring, generic parents. Nope, I was going to pursue fame and fortune, no matter the cost. In high school, I got pretty good at designing my own clothes, and honestly, people noticed. Compliments were flying left and right. But then, when I was 16, my parents decided to move us to Germany. I thought my new classmates would totally vibe with my unique style, but nope, they roasted me for being different.
What? You didn't get enough attention in Russia?
I couldn't even understand what they were saying. I was still learning German, but the pointing and snickering I heard loud and clear. Can you free me the ketchup, please?
Sure.
What the heck?
You said free the ketchup.
Just then, I grabbed my harmonica bottle, taking a sip before casually playing a tune on the cap's built-in harmonica. I wasn't even thinking about it, just something I did. But suddenly, all eyes were on me.
Wait, what was that?
What was what?
The bottle. You played it like a harmonica.
Oh, yeah. It's a water bottle and a harmonica, obviously.
That's insane. I need one.
By the next week, I had ordered a few bottles for them from Amazon. They acted all grateful. For a while, I thought, maybe this is it. Maybe they'll start being nice to me. Then, a few days later...
So, there aren't any left from the ones you gave us? Can I have yours? It's for my sister.
I hesitated, but handed it over, thinking this has to be a turning point. Spoiler alert. It wasn't. They stayed mean. By the way, grab your harmonica bottle from the link in the description, guys. I was holding back tears. No way could I let them see me cry. They'd tear me apart. So, I bolted to the bathroom and let it all out. But as I sat there, staring at the same ugly black loafers peeking out from the stalls, it hit me. They're the ones who have it all wrong. Just small-town chic with zero taste. Me? I had the big dreams. They didn't hate me. They were just jealous. When I was 18, I was accepted into the prestigious Central St. Martin's Art School in London. But my first class was boring. The professor had no charisma, no sense of style, and his voice sounded like listening to paint dry. I can't take it. How do you expect anyone to learn anything when you're more dull than the subject matter? Everyone stopped and stared at me, dumbfounded. I didn't belong here either. Russia was too drab, London too stuffy. It was time to go to a place where people weren't afraid to stand out from the crowd. Berlin. I got an internship at a PR company where I learned that everything in this world is built on image, money, power, and success.
Darling, are you wearing polyester to a client dinner with a fashion company? I cannot have your poor taste reflecting poorly on me. Where do you shop?
I make my own clothes, actually. It's cheaper.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I could tell my boss totally lost respect for me after that. No one takes a poor person seriously. Ugh, I quit the internship before I could get fired. I was ready to fake it till I made it. It was time to inhabit the successful fashionista I would one day become. I moved to Paris with $20 in my pocket to pursue an internship with Purple magazine. My great-aunt was the first woman in our family to wear a tube top in Russia. She was so counterculture. Let me bring that love of the bold to your magazine. You won't regret it. It worked. I was hired on the spot. But Paris was expensive for a 20-year-old, and $400 a month wasn't enough to fake being glamorous. So I asked for a job and didn't get it. I begged my parents for money to help me finish my internship, but let's just say I spent it on trying to make a name for myself. Dinners at Paris's finest restaurants, nights out mingling with the rich and beautiful at the most exclusive clubs. But soon, I ran out of money.
You owe me 2 months' rent, Anna.
I had no way of keeping up rent, so I decided to flee the country and move to America. 48 hours later, I arrived in New York City and checked into the chicest hotel in Manhattan. I used my Purple Magazine ID badge to gain access to an exclusive event at New York Fashion Week, and with my blazing blue power suit, I arrived on the red carpet confidently posing for pics. People seemed to believe I was someone, because suddenly, click, 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 photos were being snapped of me left and right. The taller I stood, the more interested people were to know me. A woman a little older, maybe 23, with perfect hair, started chatting me up.
Oh my gosh, I love your blazer. Where did you get it?
Custom made by moi.
Oh, I think I detected an accent. Where are you from, if you don't mind me?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm from Germany, Berlin.
Oh, no way. I have friends in Berlin. What's your last name?
Delvey. Okay, I lied. But I was trying to reinvent myself. I didn't want to be seen as the poor working-class girl from Russia.
Your badge says Sorokin and I don't see you on the list. Can I see ID?
Ugh, sorry. I'm going through a divorce and I keep forgetting it's not finalized.
ID.
If I showed my ID, the woman would know I wasn't on the list, and Rachel would know I wasn't from Germany. So I rifled through my purse, pretending to look for my wallet. Oh my gosh. Ugh, I think I left it at home. I can't go back there. He's there. I can't see him. I'm sorry. It's been... And then I started weeping, a skill I practiced back in Russia.
Oh my gosh, honey, don't cry. Your makeup is going to smudge.
Rachel must have actually believed me, because soon she was lying to the check-in woman.
She's with me. It's okay. My guest canceled. Please, she's clearly going through a lot.
The check-in woman looked at me pitifully, and then stoically nodded, letting me through. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you.
Of course. I know how hard divorces can be.
You've been through one?
I feel like I have. I just watched Eat, Pray, Love, and what Julia Roberts goes through in that movie, I can't imagine.
Rachel was perfect. She was bubbly, energetic, and was a photo editor for Vanity Fair. She knew everyone who mattered in Manhattan. Her best trait, though, was believing everything I told her, including that I was a German heiress who was looking to launch the Anna Delvey organization, a private art foundation where all the best creators and entrepreneurs in New York could feature their work and foster a like-minded community of tastemakers. Rachel loved it.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Well, I could use some help. I'm looking for investors.
I can introduce you to some people. You deserve something good after what you've been through.
She was right. I did deserve something good. And the more the idea of my organization looked like it could become a reality, the more obsessed I became with making it happen. I opened 5 new credit cards and followed Rachel's lead. She showed me where to eat, where to party, and where to be seen. And through her, I met the upper crust of young, successful New Yorkers. DJs, chefs, architects, artists. But finding investors was taking longer than expected. Within weeks, my credit cards were almost maxed out. I needed to go big or go home, literally. So I hosted a swanky party in the Hamptons and invited the wealthiest people I knew. But on the day of the party, there was a slight hiccup.
What do you mean your credit card isn't working?
My ex-husband must have accidentally canceled it or something. Ugh, now the venue is saying they won't let us have the party. 1 second. I took out my phone and pretended to be on hold with my credit card company. Hello? Yes, I'm here. What do you mean I have to wait 5 to 7 days to use it? My party is today. It's in 10 minutes, actually.
Anna, it's okay. I can cover it for now. You're good for it, right?
Oh my gosh, of course. Thank you. And I was planning on paying her back. But rich people are very protective of their money, and I couldn't find investors. I tried securing a loan, but the bank wouldn't give me money unless they saw I already had some. The system was so rigged. So I forged some bank documents, saying I had a great deal of funds in a Swiss bank and managed to get a nice little loan of $22 million, just as long as I paid the legal fees up front. Let's just say I had to figure out how to get $10,000 overnight. If you lend me this money, I promise I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Just email my financial advisor if you don't trust me. They did email him. Luckily, it was me who created the email address of this fake advisor and sent a message back to them ensuring Anna was good for the money. And it worked. I secured my $22 million loan, but I was hasty and made one fatal error. I accidentally told the bank I was born in Germany, even though my passport said Russia. I couldn't even keep up with my own lies. So the bank pulled my loan, and I was back at square one. Instead of bailing, I decided to go bigger. to create a reputation no one could ignore. I checked into a fancy hotel in Soho, bought an entirely new wardrobe, changed my hairdo, and started seeing a personal trainer named Casey. I also befriended the concierge at her hotel, Neff. You know Neff. Me and you aren't that different. I once knew what it was like to be close to the wealthy, but unable to reach them.
I thought you were an heiress.
Oh, well, it's complicated. Hey, how about you come with me to that new 5-star French restaurant on Park? My treat. I treated the staff members to spa days and fancy dinners, sparing no expense. But soon, I ran out of money. The hotel owner threatened to kick me out if I didn't pay up. I didn't know what to do. I needed time and space, so I booked a little vacation. With what money, you ask? Oh, just some fake checks in the amount of $80,000 that wouldn't bounce until after I went with Rachel and Casey to Morocco. But when we arrived at the hotel, my credit cards were declined.
Anna, what is going on with your finances? You said you own a yacht and you can't even pay for a Caesar salad?
It's just a glitch with the credit card company. I promise I'll pay you back. I have the cash back in New York. I'll give it to you first thing when we get there. And I meant it, truly. But when we returned to New York, I was shocked to find that my hotel key wasn't working. Neff? What's happening? Why can't I get in here?
You're getting kicked out. They said you owe them $30,000.
I have the cash. I just need to go get it from the room.
Your stuff isn't in there. They're keeping it and selling it. They gave you a lot of warnings, Anna. And why do you have $30,000 in cash? Who even are you?
Who am I? After everything I did for you? So ungrateful. Luckily, this country loves to give away credit cards like candy. So I just got a brand new one and checked into the Beekman Hotel, continuing my business plan with a renewed desperation. My strategy was this: get a loan from one bank and pay off the debt at the other bank. When the second bank realized I couldn't pay, I opened up a new account at a new bank and got a loan. It worked as long as I kept moving. Unfortunately, that meant I couldn't stay at any one hotel long enough to make an impression on the money-hoarding elite. By the end of 2017, I had lived in more than 7 hotels on credit alone. By my 8th hotel, my credit card was declined and I had to leave. But when I tried to get a new credit card, I was denied. Overnight, I was homeless, sleeping in my car on the side of a loud Manhattan street. Okay, I have friends. It'll all be fine. I always figure it out.
Anna, where have you been? Where is the money you owe me?
Rachel, I'm sorry. My life has just been crazy. I'll tell you all about it at lunch. Just meet me tomorrow and I'll bring the money. Promise.
You sound freezing. Are you okay?
I thought about telling her the truth. I really did. But I didn't want to hear it myself. Never better. At dinner, Rachel was staring daggers at me from across the table. I'll have the braised short rib. Thank you.
Who's paying for this?
Don't worry about it. I've got it.
You don't look so good, Anna.
Really? Is it my bangs?
No. Where is my money?
So, look, I'm still working on...
Anna, do you have my money or do you not?
Please, Rachel, I need a place to stay. I promise I will get you the money. But right now, I'm sleeping on the streets.
I don't believe anything you say anymore.
Wait!
If you try reaching out to me again, my lawyers will be the ones answering.
I was speechless, and I totally lost my appetite. With my head heavy, I walked to the bathroom. But as I was opening the door, a big, burly hand grabbed mine. I looked up and saw the gruffest, nastiest-looking cop glaring down at me.
I need you to come with me.
The cop slapped his handcuffs on me, dragging me out of the restaurant. He shoved me into the back of his cop car. When I arrived at the police station, they tossed me in a cell like a criminal. Hey, you can't do this. I want my lawyer. I get a phone call, don't I?
You owe a lot of people a lot of money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Consider this a warning. You're gonna spend the night for attempting to dine and dash.
What?
And if you don't pay your debts within 30 days, the FBI is coming for you. 4 hotels are threatening to sue. 6 restaurants, 4 clubs. Should I go on?
I think I might have growled at him. He slammed the metal bar doors. At least I had a place to sleep for the night, I guess. Ugh, this sucked. I had to admit it. I had failed. The next morning, I decided to cut my losses and leave New York City. But as I was taking the subway to the airport, an advertisement caught my eye for a fancy rehabilitation center in Los Angeles, like the place celebs would go to. I Googled it, and it was totally that place. It was like a sign from above telling me what to do
do next? I needed to go to Malibu for rehab, so I booked a ticket with my credit card and arrived at the beautiful beach resort. But a month later, the rehab said my credit cards weren't working and gave me the boot.
You're just going to kick me to the streets? What kind of rehabilitation place is this?
I didn't even meet any celebrities there, and none of the rich people would invest in my foundation. The whole thing was a flop. As I watched the waves crash into the shore, I felt empty. Maybe it was time to admit I'd never win this game. It was rigged in favor of the rich, and I'd always be just poor. I was all alone, with nothing. Tears started pouring out of me, and then I got a phone call. Rachel?
Anna, I'm sorry I abandoned you and said such horrible things. I heard you're not in a very good place. Can we meet for lunch? I want to make it up to you.
I was actually relieved to hear someone's familiar voice, but still livid, obviously. I don't know. You treated me very cruelly, but I guess one lunch couldn't hurt.
Great. Meet me at the 5-star sushi spot you love. See you tomorrow night.
Wait, tomorrow night? I was in Los Angeles, but I had no one else to turn to and nowhere else to go. And maybe this would be my chance to start over the right way. So I took a cab to the airport and bought a red-eye to New York. On the plane, I made a list of all the ethical ways I would try to achieve my dream. Hey, maybe I had learned something in rehab. I arrived the next morning, enthusiastic to start my new life. And when I met Rachel for sushi, she actually appeared happy to see me. I told Rachel about all the celebrities I'd met in rehab and all the new life lessons I'd learned.
Wow, you were only there for a month, but sounds like it was really good for you. I'm so happy. I just gotta run to the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Okay. Honestly, it felt nice to have a friend again. Plus, she offered to cover the bill. She was taking a while in the bathroom, though. I got up to check on her, but a man was blocking my way. Wait, it wasn't just a man. It was that horrible cop again. Excuse me?
Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to come with me.
Ma'am?
You're under arrest for failing to pay over $150,000 in debt to credit card companies, hotels, and your peers. You have committed a federal offense. Anything you do or say will be held.
The officer slapped handcuffs on my wrist and kept reading me my rights. I was so caught off guard. On my way out, I saw Rachel emerge from the bathroom, smirking. Rachel, help me. Tell them they're wrong.
Anna, I'm the one who called them. I did some digging, and I know you were never married. And I know you're not an heiress. And I don't know what else you've been lying about, but I know this for sure. You're a crook and a fraud.
Traitor! The cops dragged me out of the restaurant in front of celebrity diners, fashion designers, models, all of the people I had spent years trying to impress. Everyone was staring. It was humiliating. And outside the restaurant, the scene was even more chaotic. Paparazzi were snapping photos left and right. Apparently, Rachel had gone to the press with a juicy story about a fake heiress. I was devastated until I came to a realization. People were taking my photos. They were looking at me. When I got to the police station, I saw my story being televised on primetime news.
Anna Delvey, a self-proclaimed socialite and heiress from Germany, swindled her way through New York City. She is now standing trial for her crimes.
Rachel didn't realize it, but she had finally gotten people to pay attention to me. I started bursting out laughing. I couldn't control myself.
What are you laughing about?
I did it.
Are you confessing?
What? No, I did something else. I got famous. Over the next few weeks, I sat in my prison cells, sketching ideas for all my fabulous trial outfits. I even got my attorney to arrange a wardrobe styling. I had the chicest outfits for every day I'd be sitting in that dreary courtroom. And if any of the other prisoners were rude to me, I wouldn't let them get away with it. Not anymore. One day, someone called me a fraud and spat in my food. I tackled her to the ground, and we got into a full-on slap fight. The guards pulled us apart and shoved me in solitary confinement. Thank God, I can finally focus on my sketches without all the noise. I had been getting more attention than ever before. I was all over social media, magazines, and TV. The fake heiress, the chic scam artist, the sly socialite. There was even an Instagram dedicated to my courtroom outfits. When a reporter asked if I felt guilty, I simply said, I'd be lying to you and everyone else and to myself if I said I was sorry for anything. I'm just a girl from a poor family who wanted the American dream. Some people get handed money when they're born. Not
me. Why should the rich get all the opportunities? I didn't hurt anyone. I just wanted more for myself. And I meant it. What was the point in lying? I had done that enough. I was tired of it. After 2 days of jury deliberation, the verdict was announced. I was on the edge of my seat.
Anna Sorokin, aka Delvey, is charged with 2 attempts of grand larceny, larceny in the 2nd degree, and theft of services, and sentenced to 4 to 12 years in prison.
4 to 12 years? I thought only murderers got that kind of time. I guess I'd have to make it worth it. I spent my prison sentence keeping to myself and writing my biography about the fake heiress who went to prison. It was a compelling story after all, and Netflix agreed. While I was in jail, they paid me almost $500,000 to consult on a television show about my life. 2 years later, in 2022, I was released from prison. I had made enough money to rent a flat in Greenwich Village in New York City and was able to serve the rest of my sentence there. I was neighbors with all the greatest creative minds of this century, working on my art, getting the finest food delivered to my door. What else can a girl ask for? Oh, how about a gallery show and $500,000 in sales for my artwork? And let's not forget my latest stint on Dancing with the Stars, though that didn't go over so well. After all I've been through, you're probably wondering, was it all worth it? Well, my criminal years are behind me, I'm a household name, and people are still writing stories about me, and paying me for it. And also you, watching my story right now. So yeah, it wasn't the most conventional route, but I think I pulled it off. Hi, I'm Shayla from Texas, and I'm a child genius. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was only 6 when I discovered I was what people called gifted. I was at my friend's birthday party, and we were having a contest on who could solve a Rubik's Cube first. Well, I solved it in 19 seconds.
Mommy, she cheated! That's crazy. How could I cheat? You were watching me the whole time.
Stop lying, Shayla. There's no way you could solve the Rubik's Cube that fast. Now go sit in the corner.
But that's so unfair.
I didn't want to play more party games after that because all the kids kept calling me a cheat. When I got home, I told my parents what happened, and a few days later, they had me tested. And it turned out I had an insanely high IQ, just like my mom, who was a respected neurologist. Cool, right? Well, not exactly. I got moved up 2 grades, which meant I was the youngest in the class. And no one wanted to be friends with a little 6-year-old who was every teacher's favorite. By the time I got to high school, I felt like a total outcast. One night in 9th grade, I was home alone even though it was Valentine's Day, and tons of kids at school were out on dates. Knock, knock. I have a Valentine's Day present for you, sweetie. Thanks. At least I have one Valentine tonight, even if it is just my mom. Here, open this box. I pulled out a bracelet with an infinity symbol on it. What's this? Shayla, people like you and I, we're not like everyone else. We're smarter and 10 times more special. This is an infinity bracelet. And remember that nobody can hold you back from your potential. Do you understand? I think so. After that night with Mom, I decided it was time to change my attitude and stop feeling sorry for myself. So for the first time during lunch, I decided to eat in the cafeteria with everyone else instead of alone in the janitor's closet. Then suddenly, as I was walking, a flyer hit me smack in the face. Greetings, miss. May I interest you in joining the most amazing club in all of Texas? The Humble Mathletes. What are the Mathletes? Ugh, ignore him. His name is Nolan and he's the new kid. He's trying to recruit fellow dorks to compete in math tournaments across Texas. Well, I think math is fun. Sign me up. Cool. I don't usually allow younger kids on my team, but I'll make an exception. Ugh. I ended up joining Nolan's math team and the two of us became friends. Nolan wasn't gifted the way I was, but he was still smart and a really sweet guy. Finally, the day of our state tournament arrived and my mom called to tell me that she was coming. I can't believe it. My mom never takes a day off from work. Nolan, we have to win today. I really want to make her proud. Calm down, girl. We're gonna crush this tournament. Nolan pulled me into a hug, and for some reason, it made my stomach do cartwheels. The competition went well, but in the final round, Nolan got 2 answers wrong, and that cost us the first place trophy. Oh well,
second place it is then. How about we celebrate with milkshakes and an MSA marathon?
I was about to agree when I saw Mom standing behind me with a very disappointed face. I excused myself to talk to her.
Why were you so happy back there? You're not embarrassed that you got second place?
Hey, second place is still really good.
Shayla, why are you friends with someone like Nolan? He's obviously not very bright. It's his fault you didn't win.
Mom, don't talk that way. Nolan is really smart and we've become good friends. Suddenly, Mom took my wrist and started to unclasp the infinity bracelet. What are you doing?
I shouldn't have given this to you, Shayla. You don't seem to care much about unlocking your potential. I'll just have to live with the disappointment.
No, stop! I do care. I'm gonna make things right. Just give me a chance. I ended up riding home with Dad without saying goodbye to Nolan. And the next day at school, I tried avoiding him until he showed up at my locker.
Hey, Sunshine. I thought we were gonna celebrate, but you left. Are you okay?
Nolan, we can't be friends anymore.
What? Why?
You want me to be honest?
Of course.
You're not smart the way I am. You're average at best. And if we continue hanging out, you're just gonna hold me back. I'm so sorry. I ran away before Nolan could answer, feeling horrible. Nolan didn't speak to me again after that, and I didn't blame him. Then 2 months later, my life took a turn. Mom was offered a research position in China. So, does that mean we're moving to China?
No, only I'm moving, and I'm divorcing your father. I just can't have anyone in my way right now. But don't worry, you and I will keep in touch.
Mom kissed my cheek, and tears filled my eyes. After Mom left, I tried to keep busy and comfort Dad, who wasn't taking the divorce too well. One afternoon, I was sitting on the porch when I saw a van pull into our driveway. A lady came out, and to my surprise, it was my first grade teacher.
Mrs. Johnson? Is that you? Shayla? I haven't seen you since they pulled you out of my class to move you up 2 grades.
Miss Johnson invited me to dinner that night, but while we were eating, she kept asking me if something was wrong, and I just couldn't hold it in. I told Miss Johnson all about Mom leaving and how hard school was and how much I missed Nolan. It doesn't matter though. I just need to focus on myself and my goals.
I remember I was just like you, Shayla. My grades and my dreams meant everything to me, but I realized over time that part of success is also about being happy.
No offense, but that sounds like a cheesy quote you'd read on Instagram.
Maybe, but it's true. Try doing at least one thing that makes you happy this week, sweetheart.
I was exhausted from finals, so that week I decided to take Miss Johnson's advice. I went to the community pool to sunbathe when I tripped over a crack in the sidewalk.
Whoa, easy.
Thanks. At that moment, I realized the lifeguard was Daryl, the most popular guy in school.
I usually save people from water, not concrete. You look familiar. I feel like I know you from somewhere. What's your name?
I was about to tell him, but then I paused. Boys like Daryl usually never talk to me, and I wanted to start off on the right foot. I'm Cher, like the singer.
And you're pretty like her, too. I'm having a party tonight. How about you be my date?
Whoa, did he just ask me out? Of course I said yes. And that night, I got super dolled up for the party and even bought a new dress. The party was so much fun, and I danced with Daryl for hours. And when I saw the other kids at school there, I told them I'd changed my name because, well, I had a chance to be a new me. At one point, I had to go to the bathroom, but I opened the wrong door, which apparently was a bedroom.
Oh my God, what are you doing in my room?
Nolan? This is Daryl's house.
Yeah, and my mom and I moved in here 2 weeks ago. Daryl's my cousin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Of course you didn't. Daryl doesn't want to be associated with nerds. How did you get invited here anyway?
Actually, I'm not a nerd anymore. I've decided to change. Also, my name isn't Shayla anymore. It's Cher.
Cher?
Yeah. So, if you could call me that from now on.
No, I don't have the time or energy for this. Go back to the party, will you? And don't walk by my room again.
Nolan slammed the door in my face, and I felt bad. But I really didn't want to deal with the drama at the moment. I just wanted to have fun. A week later, Daryl and I started dating. I asked everyone to start calling me Cher instead of Shayla, and just like that, I became popular. I started dressing differently, and I didn't wear my infinity bracelet anymore. One day at school, the teacher handed back last week's physics exam, And even though I hadn't studied as much, I got 100. I was grinning to myself during recess when Daryl took the paper out of my hand.
What you got there, babe? Whoa, you got 100 on a physics test? What are you, some kind of computer bot?
No, my brain just works a little differently than other people.
Like a little Miss Smarty Pants? Wait, are you one of those nerds who thinks she's better than the rest of us just because she can memorize a few extra facts? I thought you were cool.
I am cool. You know what? It was just dumb luck that I got full marks.
Whew, I thought we might have to break up.
Daryl and his friends made it clear they hated nerds. So for the next few weeks, I purposely failed all of my tests and didn't do any homework, which they all high-fived me for. The end of the semester school party came around, and the theme was game night. Daryl and his friends just wanted to play foosball and table tennis, but I couldn't help being distracted by a bunch of kids playing trivia. What is a 5-pointed star called in geometry? Time's ticking away, guys. This is a crucial round. Anyone in the room who knows what the answer is?
Why would anyone know that, loser face? Can you stop ruining the party and have your geekathon somewhere else?
I knew the answer, but of course, I stayed quiet. But I wasn't having any fun with my friends either. Daryl was busy with the boys, and the girls kept commenting how my dress wasn't flattering and how my pink lipstick wasn't a good color on me. Can you stop criticizing me already? At least I don't, have her outfit. That's really hideous. The girl I'd pointed at turned around, and suddenly, I felt really guilty. Why had I said that? Just then, Nolan came and took the girl's hand.
Leave my date alone. She looks beautiful tonight.
Oh, she's your date?
Yup. She joined the mathletes right after you left.
Nolan put his arm around the girl, and I tried to push the feeling I had away. Was it jealousy? The party sucked, and I decided to go home early. But when I arrived, Dad called me into the living room and said Mom was on a video call and wanted to talk to me urgently.
Shayla, is that really you? I've never seen you wear so much makeup.
It's not that much makeup. I was just at a party.
Oh, I see. Partying on a school night? Well, that would explain the email I got from your principal today, calling me in for a meeting to discuss your grades. You've been failing your classes?
Yeah. I didn't do so well in a few tests, but I can make up for it.
Really? Because your principal said that if you fail even one more exam, they'll put you on academic probation. Can you imagine how I felt reading that? Wait, where's your bracelet?
Well, it doesn't match with the new clothes I wear now.
What? I gave you that bracelet because I wanted to inspire you to live up to your limitless potential. But instead, you've turned out to be a complete disappointment.
You know what, Mom? I'm not a little girl anymore. I don't need a stupid bracelet to remind me what I'm capable of. Just like I don't need your validation to feel good about myself. This is the first time you've called me in weeks. I'm your daughter. There's more to me than good grades. You don't value me the way I value you. I'm done trying to make our relationship work. As I ran outside my front yard, I suddenly heard a familiar voice.
Haven't seen you around in a while.
Oh, hi, Miss Johnson.
You look lovely tonight. Did you meet a nice boy? Oh, is that why you haven't been stopping by?
I don't know what happened then, but suddenly I ran to Miss Johnson and burst into tears. She hugged me as I told her everything. About Mom, the bracelet, how Nolan replaced me, and how I'd turned into a superficial bimbo.
Oh, Shayla, don't talk about yourself that way. I think I know what the problem is.
You do?
Yes. First, you tried being who your mom wanted you to be. Then, you tried being who the kids at school thought you should be. You've tried to be everything except yourself.
Miss Johnson's words struck a chord in me. I thought about them all weekend, and on Monday, I pulled out the infinity bracelet, but this time, it meant something different to me. I wasn't letting anyone hold me back, and I had to start by making things right with Nolan. Hey, I know it's been a minute, but I'd love to be a mathlete again, if you'll have me.
Let me think. No.
Nolan, please. I've changed. I don't want to be a stuck-up jerk anymore. I'll apologize to your girlfriend for mocking her outfit too.
Firstly, she's not my girlfriend. She was just my date that night. And secondly, you're a fake, and I just can't take that person seriously. Share.
Just then, Daryl walked over to us.
Hey, babe. Want to go with me to a concert tonight? Ugh, why are you talking to him?
Because Nolan's my friend.
I'm really not.
You were at one point. We were on the Mathletes together.
The Mathletes? That's a club for losers. You're better than that. Come on, let's go.
Daryl started to pull me away, but something inside me snapped. No, I'm staying here with Nolan, and he's not a loser. He's your cousin, and maybe it's time you start treating him with the respect he deserves. I should have treated him better too.
Aw, that's a cute speech. But if you want to be my girlfriend, you can't hang out with my dork cousin or join the Mathletes, Cher.
Isn't it obvious that I don't want to be your girlfriend anymore? I feel pathetic that I dumbed myself down to fit in. I'm a nerd, and proud to be one. And just for the record, I know what a 5-point star is called in geometry. It's a decagon, and I'm going back to being Shayla. I marched off like a boss, pulling Nolan behind me.
You know, maybe you can rejoin the Mathletes. We are one team member short, and there's a tournament coming up.
Oh my God, you mean I can be on your team again? And you forgive me? Oh, Nolan, thank you.
Hey, I didn't say I forgive you, but I do need your brain for the competition. I'm not exactly smart the way you are.
Nolan, I'm sorry for saying that. The pressure to succeed turned me into a toxic person. The truth is, I think you're smarter than me. I don't have a quarter of your emotional intelligence.
That's nice of you to say. Thanks.
Nolan hugged me and I felt my stomach doing cartwheels again. Maybe one day he could be more than a friend.
Hey guys, I'm Eva from Canada. Please like and subscribe, and you might just get that new present you've been wanting. As you can see, I was born with a birthmark on my face that covered my right eye. Though it sometimes caused others to stop and stare, which made me feel insecure, the one person who always made sure those feelings didn't stay around too long was my cousin Anna. My dad brought her home to live with us on my 8th birthday.
Don't worry, I got you, Anna. You can stay in my room and share all my toys. Oh, please don't be sad. Oh, Eva, you're the kindest. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Uncle.
I was happy to have Anna with me. Soon, we started going to school. She was shy, but I introduced her to everyone, and my friends were a little too thrilled to see her.
Whoa, is she really your cousin? She is way too pretty.
If she were my cousin, I would feel jealous.
I know, right? Anna's the best. I did put on a smile, but I'm not gonna lie. It did sting a bit when my friends were going all gaga for Anna. But it was true. She looked like a movie star. That day when I got home from school, I decided to put on some makeup to cover up my birthmark and even tried to dress and style my hair like Anna's. But Anna saw me. She told me that my birthmark was cool. It made me unique and special, and that it was like a little star shining on my face. Anna was the sister I'd always wanted. We truly loved each other and had so much fun together. She was smart and helped me with my studies, while I showed her how to make social media accounts. Can you believe she didn't even have Instagram or TikTok?
What do I do with this? Which rock are you under? Jeez, you upload your cute pics.
But why? Well, that's what Instagram's for, to share the moments of your life with others. Everyone has it. Seems like allowing people to invade my privacy. But I'll try it out, just for you. Of course, I would grow to regret ever having done that, but I couldn't have known it at the time. When I was in 8th grade, Dad's friend's son Parker came to live with us from Paris for a couple of weeks for his mom's treatment. The moment I saw him, I may have developed a teeny tiny crush. Oh my God, he was too cute with his glasses, just like Harry Potter. Parker seemed kinda uptight, no doubt due to all the stress he was under. His mom was in the hospital and all. As I sat near him one day, he scooted further away. I thought it was funny and was trying to make him laugh, so I did it again. He fell off the couch. I am so sorry. Please, don't mind me. Still silent? Cat got your tongue? Look, I lost. 'Cause of you. Oh, sorry. Late at night, I got up to get some water, and I bumped into Parker, who was still playing some game on his phone. Dude, it's like 12 a.m. No wonder you have glasses. I just couldn't sleep. I have a cure for that. Come on, follow me. I took Parker to the kitchen to make him some hot chocolate. Slowly, he opened up to me. I was surprised by how chatty he was. I could feel this connection between us, and I found myself really liking him. One day, Anna, Parker, and I were in the garden, and Parker was looking kinda down, obviously missing his mom. I could see that he was getting a bit emotional, so I tried to think of something to lighten the mood. Hey, let's play a game. And let's see who hangs upside down from the tree and for how long. Oh, no. Okay. How about a bubble making competition? Right then, I tripped over a rock, and thank God Parker caught me before I fell. My heart was fluttering. Then the gum popped and splattered all over his face and glasses. I wanted to help him clean it up, but before I had the chance, here, let me help you. Anna took off Parker's glasses and started wiping them down, and he just stood there and stared at her. I just couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Parker stayed with us for 2 weeks while his mom recovered, and I got pretty attached to him. I was glad his mom was okay, but it was kind of sad to see him go. I missed our talks. One day when I was studying with Anna, I saw unread messages from Parker on Anna's Instagram account, the one I had made for her and she never used. Well, I knew Anna was obviously not interested in replying to him, so I decided to chat with him from her account. And then I made an account like hers to talk to him. I mean, it wasn't like we would be seeing Parker anytime soon anyway, right? I just thought it would be fun to get to know him more. And I was right. We talked about everything under the sun. But the more we talked, the more I realized we had a lot in common. We both loved Chinese food and taking pictures of nature. He even told me the story about his first breakup in kindergarten. And I told him my secret, how I was afraid of heights. I think I was falling in love, but I couldn't even tell him because he thought I was Anna. One day, as Anna and I were hanging out, I got a message from Parker that absolutely rocked me. He was coming to town and would be staying at our place. OMG, this was gonna be mad. I was up all night and decided that I'd tell him the truth when I met him. But once he arrived, he had his eyes only on Anna. Someone got handsome. Whoa, was he always this huggy? Why is he talking to me like he's known me forever? How would I know? I just got a fist bump. I had managed to make the guy I loved fall in love with the one person I was always jealous of. Parker was totally head over heels for Anna, and she seemed to be liking the attention. But still, I held on to a tiny bit of hope that maybe, if I told him the truth, he'd feel something for me too. I tried so many times to tell him, but every time I was about to, I'd chicken out and my heart would sink. Just a week later, I was displaying my photography in an art gallery, and Parker, Anna, and Dad were also there.
Wow, the angles, the lighting, everything's perfect. Eva, you're a pro. And I thought Anna loved photography.
Ah, she does. I learned everything from her.
Oh, okay. Eva, I need to ask you something.
I need to tell you something.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You go ahead. I chickened out again.
I want to buy one of these photos from you.
Really? I never sold my photography before.
Yeah, I want this one of Anna. I'll give it to her when I ask her out. Do you think she'd like it?
And right at that moment, I felt like I was hit by a train. You want to ask her out? Really? Don't you want to get to know her more first?
I know her better than anyone else. She's my soulmate. I've known that all these years, and she's the one.
I was too shocked and just smiled. Yeah, I think she'd love it. Parker bought it right then and there and gave it to Anna. I couldn't hear them, but I knew what he was asking. And then he kissed her. Once we were home, I asked Anna why she agreed to date Parker, and her answer broke my heart into a million pieces. Eva, I really like him. Boys have always chased me, but Parker, he's different. It's like we've known each other forever. He's so confident with me. That's nice. I walked away with a heavy heart. Parker and Anna both liked each other and were happy. I couldn't take that away from Anna. A couple of days later, Anna was out shopping and called Parker to join her. He asked me to accompany them. I tried to refuse, but he practically begged me, saying how much he hated shopping and would need someone to talk to while Anna shopped her heart out. The ride started off a bit awkward, at least for me. Parker broke the ice by playing some songs and asked about what music I liked, which made me feel a lot more relaxed when we started talking. It was so much fun.
It feels like I've known you forever.
Like you felt like you knew your kindergarten girlfriend forever?
Wait, how did you know about that?
What? Oh, Anna told me. After we picked up Anna, Parker asked to take us both out for lunch. How about Chinese?
Oh, I love it.
Chinese? No way. I don't like it at all. I'd rather just get a burger.
But I thought you loved Chinese food.
Parker was super confused, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. To make matters worse, when Anna told Parker how she wanted to try skydiving, he looked totally shaken.
But I thought you hated heights.
Me? No, it's this scaredy cat who's afraid of heights. It was the most difficult lunch of my entire life. That's when Parker looked at me all side-eyed and suspicious. I quickly excused myself for the restroom, but ended up running into a waiter carrying a glass pyramid, and it tipped all over the next tables. Eva, are you okay? Yeah, sorry, just in a rush to pee. I felt so embarrassed. And Parker stayed quiet the whole time, even on the ride home. As soon as we were back, I hurried out and hid in my room. And then I realized I had left my phone in his car. I ran outside. Anna had already gone in, but Parker was still in his car. He was looking at my phone. Oh no.
I had my doubts, but now I know. How could you, Eva? I thought Anna and I had a real connection. It was all a lie. Here I was thinking Anna was my soulmate.
Parker, I know I messed up, but I was afraid that you wouldn't like me. You were always too busy looking at Anna to pay attention to me anyway. I was just trying to get to know you. But then I fell in love with you and couldn't stop myself.
You couldn't stop yourself? That's your excuse? What am I supposed to tell Anna now? I can't do this.
But she likes you.
You still don't get it, do you? Eva, I am in love with the person I talked to all these years, but now I don't know if I can ever trust that person ever again.
Saying that, Parker walked away while I crumbled. I was stuck in this mess of lies I'd created for myself. I had no idea how to get out of it. I went for a walk, trying to clear my head and think of how I would explain it to Anna, when I heard her crying at the top of her lungs. I rushed to her and saw that she'd smashed her phone.
No one ever did this to me. That jerk. He said he wanted to date me, and now he called and said he wants to break up because I'm not the one? I can't believe this. Like, who even breaks up on the phone?
Oh no. I hugged her tight and told her there must be a misunderstanding. I needed to talk to him and make him get back with Anna. I couldn't see her cry like this, and it was my fault. But when I called him, he never replied, and a few days later, I learned he had gone back to Paris. Anna was devastated, and I knew the right thing would have been for me to tell her the truth, but I didn't have the courage, and the guilt was eating me up inside. Over the next few weeks, I did everything I could to help her get over the breakup. I took her out for laser tag, bowling, mini golf, and even on a short trip to Hawaii. We had the most amazing time ever. And on our last day in Hawaii, as I was looking at the setting sun, Anna came and sat next to me. You are the best sister ever. I'm so lucky to have you. No, I'm not, Anna. There's something I need to tell you. I told her the truth. I'd expected her to be upset, but I hadn't expected her to be so silent. I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest on our flight back home. When we got back home, Anna didn't talk to me at all. I was desperate to make things right, so I started doing little things for her. I made her favorite chocolate chip cookies, gave her notes telling her how sorry I was, even made her a scrapbook of all our childhood memories, but nothing seemed to work. I was starting to feel hopeless. One day, I was in my room when Anna suddenly barged in. If you want me to forgive you, you have to go skydiving with me. Skydiving? You know I'm terrified of heights. I need proof that you're actually sorry. Anyone can make cookies, Eva. This would show me you really care. Wait. Okay, I'll go. When we got on the plane, I felt like I would black out, but I was willing to push myself to make up for my betrayal. When it was time, Anna grabbed my hand. I closed my eyes, and we both jumped together. The feeling was peace. At first I was scared, but then I felt calm, and once we landed, I looked over at Anna, and she smiled back at me. Without a word, I ran over and hugged her tightly. I am so sorry, Anna. Eva, I know how insecure you are when it comes to boys, and since I was always being chased by them, I realized I don't know how you must have felt, even though you are beautiful. I can't believe I ruined what you and Parker had. Maybe you can forgive me, but I can't forgive myself. But it wasn't real, our relationship. I only thought it was. I'm not mad at you for that anymore, but I will be mad at you if you keep doubting yourself. I talked to Parker and decided he's right. I'm not the one. He's back in town today, but he's leaving in an hour. Go. Tell him how you really feel. Really?
I got an Uber and rushed to the airport. I couldn't get past security without a ticket, so I bought one. There goes all my savings. After looking for him everywhere, I saw him sitting on a bench looking at his phone. I went and sat next to him, and he scooted over without looking at me, just like the first time we met.
Hey, excuse me. Oh, Eva, it's you.
Yep, it's me, Eva, the girl who just jumped out of a plane to prove how sorry she really was, and the girl who really, really likes you, but was too insecure to be herself.
Anna actually made you skydive? And you did it?
Of course I did. She's basically my sister. And for you, I would go anywhere. Hey there, my name is Tamara, and this is my best friend,
Rachel.
No, she was gonna say Monica.
And who are you?
I'm Tamara's best friend, ever since you ditched her for the glitz and glam of New York.
I didn't ditch anyone. I'm 16. I just go wherever my parents take me.
It looks like they took you to a daycare center because your outfit is something my 4-year-old niece would wear.
Sounds like a chic 4-year-old. Now back off. I'm back in Tamara's life, and she doesn't need you anymore. Thanks for babysitting her while I was gone, but bye-bye now.
Babysitting? Our friendship is way deeper than that. I mean, my face unlocks her phone. See?
That's nothing. I know her bank password. Rachel Tamara Love 112. Top that.
Don't yell it. I've got a mole she got removed last year in my necklace.
Ew, what? That's nothing. I've got 2 of her baby teeth right here in my earrings.
Okay, this is weird enough. There's room for all 3 of us in this story.
No, there's not.
And with that, the hair pulling started. While they're busy with that, I'll tell you the whole story of how this feud came to be. Growing up, I had an amazing but lonely life. My parents adopted me when they were pretty old, so they couldn't always keep up with the energy of a wannabe actress who was 7 years old. Plus, I was an only child with no pets, so I grew up lonelier than a penguin in the desert. All my performances were long monologues without an audience. Then, I became friends with my classmate Rachel, and everything changed. We'd experiment with makeup and ridiculous fashion, go swimming in the lake, and have spontaneous karaoke and dance sessions. She even practiced acting with me. I dreamed of being a Hollywood star, and she dreamed of designing my costumes and dresses. Rachel and I were inseparable, and I finally felt like a normal kid. But my world turned upside down on my 13th birthday when Rachel's mom announced that her entire family was moving to New York City. Rachel threw a fit.
You can't drag me away from Tamara.
Yeah, and who's gonna French braid my hair and tell me that having mismatched socks isn't cute anymore? Rachel's mom's decision was final, and no matter how much we complained and cried, they left soon after. Our new lives away from each other were horrible. Rachel hated it there. She thought all New Yorkers were snobby and boring. For my part, I was all alone. Again, one day, while I was eating alone at lunch, wondering what exactly salami was, when this new girl Monica showed up. Why are you looking at your sandwich like that? I'm trying to figure out what salami is. I was doing the same thing with my bologna. Maybe we can get to the bottom of those mysteries together? Monica smiled and sat next to me, and just like that, we were fast friends. As I got to know her, I learned that she was really shy and was also an only child like me. We soon became inseparable too. Rachel and I still talked on the phone, but apparently she was getting used to her new life in the city.
I accidentally stepped on a rat in the subway and then fell, and the cutest guy came and helped me up. And now we're in a band together. I think I'm in love.
Wait, you slipped on a rat? From then on, it was like she didn't need me anymore, and we started drifting away. Then, 3 years later, while Monica and I were crying over our new favorite tween drama, Summer Wishes, Rachel called me sobbing because her boyfriend dumped her.
Everyone here is horrible. I just want to come back to Arizona.
I ended up speaking to Rachel for an hour to calm her down, and Monica felt left out. That's when their rivalry began. It got even worse when Rachel's aunt and uncle let her move in with them back in Arizona. Of course, I was so happy she had returned home, but Monica, not so much. They just couldn't stand each other. Monica thought Rachel was a snob who made her feel small, while Rachel used to say that Monica was obsessed with me because she was insecure and had no other friends. Of course, I was always in the middle of their fight,
sometimes literally. I needed them to get along for the sake of my mental health. So once, in the middle of one of their crazy fights, I had a light bulb moment and burst out, "Stop! I can't take this anymore! I'm sick!"
Sick?
Yeah, like really sick.
Are you okay?
Is it serious? Just like a pro actress, I started to improvise, even shedding a tear or two. I have a really strange skin condition. Normally, with a lot of makeup and skin creams, I manage to hide it. But when stress hits, it goes into full-out freak mode. So, unless you want me to transform into a human blowfish, can you two stop fighting all the time?
Oh my god, I didn't have any idea. What is the name of your condition?
Stresszilla skin syndrome? Why didn't you tell us before? It's a weird thing to have. I didn't want to be left out because of it. Then I turned on the waterworks. We'll never do that. We love you no matter what.
She's right, and we'll stop fighting, we swear.
They both hugged me, crying too. I want to thank the Academy. Surprisingly, my crazy lie actually worked, like a charm. Despite hating each other, Monica and Rachel put my condition first and stopped fighting. They were even compromising. Can you please cover your mouth when you sneeze?
Only if you stop chewing with your mouth open.
Deal. Those months were awesome. Monica and Rachel got used to each other, and I used my lie to improve my acting skills. I was like Meryl Streep, caught in my character. While a part of me felt horrible for having stretched the lie so far, my friends were so nice and went out of their way to take such good care of me that it was hard telling them the truth. Still, soon after, my lie was exposed. So, I went to see my dermatologist yesterday, and he told me there's no such thing as Stresszilla skin syndrome. Uh-oh.
And all those fancy and super special creams you put on are just regular moisturizers and sunscreen. We know now.
Wait, I can explain. I just said all that so you would stop fighting and be friends over your love for me. I mean, I can't believe you lied to us all this time. You just did it for attention. You had us waiting on you hand and foot.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting that you made up a disease to manipulate us. This is very upsetting. I need to go shopping to deal.
I'll join you. And with that, the two of them left me behind. I felt really embarrassed and sad. They were right. I cried myself to sleep. But the next day, I tried to make things work again. Monica and Rachel were in the hallway, laughing and joking. Maybe I could convince them that I wasn't so wrong. After all, my little lie brought them together. Hey guys, cute outfits. But they just ignored me and walked down the hallway towards Trevor, the it boy of the school. Every girl in our class, including Monica and Rachel, was crazy about him. I wasn't at all. In fact, he was my archenemy because just like me, he wanted to make it in Hollywood. We always fought for the lead roles in school plays. He was really good looking, but really dumb and not as talented as me. So he kind of resented me. That's why, when he saw the opportunity, he made a move to steal my friends from me.
You girls are looking super stylish.
Rachel has great taste. New York must have rubbed off on her.
Aw, stop. You're the one with the amazing fashion sense.
Suddenly, the two of them were BFFs, and they had completely forgotten about me. I felt so rejected and alone. One day, I heard Monica, Rachel, and Trevor mention my name in gym class. I hid behind the wall, eavesdropping.
She is so pathetic.
Yeah, no one likes her.
She can't even act. I'm way better.
Totally.
Way better. I couldn't believe they were laughing at me. And whenever I walked past the trio, I was ignored. I wasn't only sad anymore, I was also really pissed. And I wanted my friends back. At lunch, I watched Trevor gulping down a Slurpee. His love for that sugary drink seemed like the perfect revenge. The next day in class, I spied on Trevor's phone passcode. And I asked him if he wanted to finish my Slurpee. 20 minutes later, he was running desperately to the bathroom. Yeah, I slipped in a laxative. I unlocked his phone and got to work.
Rachel, can't stop thinking about you. Meet me at the bleachers after school. Monica, you're running laps around my mind. Meet me at the bleachers after school.
I spied on them after school. Monica and Rachel showed up at the bleachers, but not Trevor.
Monica, what are you doing here looking so cute?
Trevor asked me on a date. What are you doing here looking like a queen?
Trevor asked me on a date too.
What the? And then Trevor showed up looking so embarrassed. Before Monica and Rachel could lunge at him, he jumped to his defense.
I didn't send those texts. Someone hacked into my phone.
Who? Uh-oh. I tried to slip away, but luck was not on my side. A strong breeze blew my hat off my head, and it landed right by the furious trio. They spotted me.
Tara?
Yeah? What? Okay, fine. I did it. But how could you guys just replace me with this loser? You know I hate him. He's my nemesis.
What?
You don't care about us. You're just angry that you aren't the center of attention anymore. You are the ones who can't stop talking about me. Like in gym class, she's so pathetic. No one likes her. I heard it all. Monica and Rachel looked at each other confused.
Oh, you overheard us talking about Tamika from our favorite reality show, Cheaters and Liars.
Wait, you thought we were talking about you?
You may not have stress-zilla skin syndrome, but you do have a disease, main character syndrome.
You're totally right. Then I got super furious. Maybe because I knew they were right about me. Yeah, I may have main character syndrome, but what about you two? You don't even really like each other. Yes, we do. We're friends. Oh, is that right? So you didn't say that Rachel was a snob who thinks she's better than everyone, but is really a drama queen with a superiority complex?
What? You said that?
Don't play innocent now. You're the one who compared being friends with Monica to doing charity work, like helping out the less fortunate.
I did, but...
Oh, nice to know how you really feel. Tamara was right about you. You are just a judgy and entitled brat.
Said what?
You know what? I don't need you guys.
Glad we agree on that. Friendship's over.
Monica and Rachel stormed off in different directions, and I realized I just made things much worse and lost my friends forever. We graduated high school a few months later without patching things up and all went our own ways. I moved to LA to be an actor. I still missed Rachel and Monica a lot. Maybe that's why I didn't even make new friends, because I was afraid I'd blow it with them too. So I focused completely on my career. At first, it was tough, but then things started to look up. When I turned 19, I got my first movie. Okay, it was a very small role, but still, I was so excited. But just before the shooting started, I got a call from Monica. Rachel is really sick. Trevor told me. They started dating after high school, but now she's in the hospital. It's serious. I immediately burst into tears. I felt horrible. I lied about having a condition, and she actually got sick, and I wasn't there for her. Well, not anymore. I left LA immediately to visit Rachel in the hospital. When I got there, Monica was by her bedside. We three looked at each other and didn't even need to say sorry or anything. We just hugged as if we'd been together all that time. And then Rachel told us about her situation.
I need a new kidney urgently. Trevor was a match and he agreed, but then he got cold feet and dumped me.
Forget that jerk. You have us. Always. I wanted to donate my kidney to Rachel, but sadly, I wasn't a match. Neither was Monica. We were both devastated.
It's okay. You tried. That's all that matters. Just do me a favor and delete all my embarrassing photos off social media after I'm...
No, don't even say it. We're not letting you go anywhere. Not a chance. This is not over. Monica and I started an online campaign to find a donor, but we couldn't find another match for her. There was only one way out. I went to see Trevor and offered him my dream. I talked with the producers of the film. I resigned and convinced them that you can play the part. It's just the part of a waiter, so I guess you can do it. Trevor liked my offer, but still hesitated.
I don't know. My kidney is worth way more than a small part. I want to play superheroes and things like that.
I did my best not to break his face. Maybe this is your big break. I mean, when the producers see you, they'll be like, that's a rough in the diamond. I mean, a diamond in the rough.
Okay, I'll do it.
I let out a joyful cry and hugged him tight.
Careful, don't want to damage my kidney.
I made him swear not to tell Rachel and Monica that he was giving his kidney in exchange for a movie role. I let them think he just changed his own mind, because I realized that I didn't need to make this about myself and be the main character. I just had to support my friend. The surgery was a success, and a few months later, Rachel made a full recovery. The day she stepped out of the hospital was the best day of our lives. Today, I'm still acting, waiting for my big break. Luckily, when the time comes, I'll be ready, because I have like 100 dresses for the red carpet from Rachel and Monica's super successful clothing line, Frenemy Fashions. So, this is my story. I mean, our story. I hope you love it as much as we do. Till next time, keep spreading the love.
Hi, I'm Blair from Salem, and this is my wacky Halloween story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a good life growing up. Dad loved me to pieces. Even though I never stuck with a hobby for too long, he still paid for the best classes and equipment. Life was good, but there was only one problem. Dad ran a funeral home, and people at school thought I was a freak. I heard Dracula buys his beds from Blair. Is that why you're so weird? Are you, like, possessed or something? No, but you look like you're full of poop. As a result, I didn't have any friends, but when I was in the 10th grade, my life completely changed. Dad's sister, Aunt Mary, came to live with us, and she was the most fabulous-looking woman I'd ever seen. She had a daughter my age, and I was thrilled to finally have a friend. But she took one look at me and wrinkled her nose like I was dog poop. "What are you wearing? You look poor." Dior instantly became the most popular girl in school. Nobody cared that she also lived in the house with the funeral home in the basement. Aunt Mary had worked at a fashion magazine, so Dior thought she was qualified to rate people's outfits every day at school. 5, 7, 2. Ugh, minus. Who made you fashion police?
You should be arrested for that crime against fashion.
I ignored her and went to gym class, but when I went back to the girls' showers, my clothes were gone. Dior was in the back of the school, holding my outfit over a dumpster.
Trust me, I'm doing you a favor.
And she set my clothes on fire.
You've gone too far, you witch.
I tackled her to the ground and pulled her hair. We fought like cats till the teachers pulled us apart and took us to the principal's office, where we were given 2 weeks of detention. At home, Aunt Mary blamed me for everything. "It's not your fault, John. This is what happens to motherless girls. I tried to provide for her by spoiling her rotten. She's an impulsive girl and doesn't stick to one hobby. The house is full of stuff she's only used once. Must have cost a fortune, and she doesn't appreciate any of it. This is why she's starting fights with Dior, who was just trying to help her." "You're right, but what do I do? I have the funeral home to take care of." "But I'm here now. I'll take care of everything." "Thank you, Mary. Here, buy whatever you need." I couldn't believe Dad was giving up so easily. Did he also think something was wrong with me?
Your reign is over, princess. Mom and I are the queens here now.
No, Dad loves me and he'll see right through you two. But things just got worse. I came home one day to find all my things boxed up in the living room. What the heck is going on? "You don't need such a big room, and I could use the closet space." So I took it. And where am I going to sleep?
The closet's pretty big.
Dad won't allow this. You've overstayed your welcome, Aunt Mary. I'll have him kick you out of the house. But instead, Dad accused me of being selfish and not welcoming my aunt and cousin as I should have. I was completely heartbroken, and I felt replaced. Things were already grim at home, but a week later, I was rushing to the cafeteria to get the last slice of pizza when a boy beat me to it. "Hey, you must be new here. That's actually mine. The lunch lady must have forgotten to tell you." "Don't see your name on it." What a jerk. I had to settle for a gross sandwich. Ugh. The pizza thief's name was Ashton, and he had recently transferred from New York. He was super rich, but I suspected he was some kind of robot because the dude never changed his expression. But the girls were going crazy over his good looks. His style is on point. He's so mysterious and dashing. I mean, yeah, he was cute, but the guy hardly ever said 2 words. A few days before Halloween, Dior announced she was throwing a party and that there would be a prize for the best costume. I was planning on staying in my dusty, spider-infested attic bedroom, but then I heard Ashton would be there, so I spent hours coming up with the perfect outfit. But when I finally came out of my closet, I got the biggest shock. The party didn't have a horror theme at all. Everyone was dressed up like models and the Kardashians. I looked totally out of place. Oh my God. Blair came dressed as the ghost that's possessing her. It's Edward Scissorhands, you idiot. I think you mean lame boy, lamer hands. Yeah, you'd know all about lame since you threw a lame party. What a snooze fest. Do you think you can do better, freak? You wouldn't know an awesome Halloween party if it bit you on the butt. Where are the bats, the witches, the skeletons? Where's the scary stuff? We're not crazy like you. And I throw classy parties, but I'm not scared of anything. Oh, I think you are. If you're so brave, spend 2 hours at the McNeely Mansion with me. First one to come out crying will be the other's personal assistant for a month. What's the McNeely Mansion? I jumped in surprise. Ashton was so close, I could feel his eyes on me, and it made my heart flutter in my chest. It's the most haunted place in Salem. It was abandoned years ago after the place burned down in a freak fire. Sounds cool. I was terrified of the place, and I was sure Dior was going to chicken out. But to my shock, she said, "You're on." Everyone got to the McNeely Mansion, and my heart sank into my belly. The place was spookier at night. Ashton was going to time the dare, and the others waited around making bets on who would win.
This is where you can live once Mom and I have you kicked out.
Ugh, she was trying to get in my head. I hated her so much. I walked to the house on jelly legs, imagining all sorts of horrors inside. I stood in the front hall, my heart hammering in my throat. The whole place was creepy, windy, and cold. Goosebumps broke out on my skin. Suddenly, Dior pushed me.
Right then, go on upstairs. You wanted an adventure.
Shut up, Dior. Let's just stand in one place for 2 hours.
I thought you wanted a spooky Halloween.
Go find a ghost boyfriend or something.
You won't ever get a live boy to date anyway.
What is your problem? Why are you so mean to me?
Because you're a walking eyesore. Nobody wants you at home. Uncle only gave you everything because he feels sorry that your mom left you. Just get lost already.
You are the worst, Dior. You can't treat people like this.
Don't tell me what to do. Don't push me.
Suddenly, we heard a deep voice behind us.
Nasty fights leave nasty scars.
I jumped out of my skin in fright, and Dior ran out of the house screaming like a banshee. But there was no monster. The ghost of my imagination was a homeless man with missing teeth. You scared the living daylights out of me. And you made Dior nearly pee her pants on the way out.
My apologies. You live at that funeral home, right?
Dude, you live in a haunted house. You don't get to judge.
Oh, no. I see you around town. I hear your aunt moved in with you. What's she like? Does she have a lot of money? Did she buy you this awesome costume?
Okay, you're officially freaking me out. If you don't want me to call the cops, you better buzz off. The homeless man left me alone, and 2 hours later, I walked out of the mansion in triumph. Dior's face was scrunched up as if someone had farted under her nose.
That was cool. You're very brave.
School life changed completely. Now I was the popular girl, and Dior was my personal assistant. And it was awesome! I made her cut all my sandwiches into small pieces so I could eat it with a fork. I made her do all of my homework in disappearing ink, then made her do it again. And I even had her warm a seat for me at a chess game in the park. I had her running errands around campus in a chicken costume. It was hilarious. But when I asked her to clean out my locker, she put her foot down. No, absolutely not. I'm wearing vintage Chanel. Then wear this hoodie. It's Walmart. You're taking things too far. This is just cruel. I quit. Maybe I had taken things a bit too far, but I wasn't sorry. One day on my way home, I saw the homeless man from the mansion snooping around our street. I chased him to the park, but he got away from me. But when I turned back to go home, I saw the most amazing thing. Ashton was rolling around on the grass with a cute puppy licking his face, and he was laughing. The sight set butterflies loose in my stomach. The dog playfully ripped the shirt he was wearing, and it fell right off. Oh my God. But as soon as he saw me, his expression became robotic again. What the heck? Is this your dog?
Yeah, his name is Bruce.
Cool. Oh, good dog. I fell hard on my back, but I didn't care. Bruce was such a lovable puppy. I rubbed his belly, but then Ashton said it was time to go. But before he did, he picked the grass from my hair. His face was close, and I could see just how green his eyes were. And then he just left. He was super weird, but really cute. The next day at school, he brought me a whole pizza for lunch. Hey, thanks. What are you doing today? Maybe you and Bruce can come over after school.
Sure. I think he really likes you.
Only him, or... He didn't answer. He turned around, face expressionless, and walked away. I was thinking about why he was the way he was when someone knocked my pizza to the floor. You don't need the extra carbs. What kind of witch magic have you done on Ashton? It's called human decency. You wouldn't know anything about it. No way is someone as cool as him into a loser like you. You're definitely up to something, and I'll get to the bottom of it. I ignored her. I hated going home these days, but I was looking forward to Ashton coming over with Bruce. We played with Bruce in the garden, and Ashton became a completely different person. I felt my heart beating fast when he looked at me. What's your deal? You're like RoboCop with the rest of us, and with Bruce, you finally start acting human.
I'm not good at making friends with humans. They lie and cheat. Animals are loyal, and they don't want a lot from you.
I know what you mean. I've never had friends either.
I thought you were popular in school. People hang out with you all the time.
Yeah, but they're not my friends. They still call me a freak behind my back because my dad runs a funeral home.
What's wrong with that?
I know, right? You're pretty cool, Ashton.
Call me Ash.
And he came closer when suddenly lights blinded me and we were surrounded by the police.
Hands up!
What the heck is going on? I watched in horror as the police went inside the house and pulled Dior and Aunt Mary out. They were struggling and screaming and cursing their heads off. And Dad was coming behind them, looking confused. Then a man in a suit walked over, and I recognized him. He was the homeless man.
Special Agent Curry, we've been following these criminals across 3 states. Criminals? You must be mistaken. This is my sister and my niece, also known as Sticky Fingers Mary and Dastardly Dior. They have stolen from several banks and rich men, and I have a warrant for their arrest.
You'll never find the money. Never! All of a sudden, Bruce jumped forward and dug his teeth inside Aunt Mary's fur coat.
Let go, you dirty mutt!
But the coat ripped and money started pouring out of its lining.
I can't go to jail, Mommy. I'm too pretty to go to jail.
Dad was shocked. He turned to me looking completely confused.
What have I done? I trusted them completely.
I was still mad at Dad for trusting Aunt Mary over me, but he didn't deserve to go under a mountain of debt because of all the money they'd probably spent or stolen. We'll be fine, Dad. I'm sure Agent Curry can talk to the banks and we can get our money back.
I don't care about the money. I let them treat you horribly because they convinced me you were spoiled. Can you ever forgive me?
Of course I can, Dad. I love you the most. I hugged him tight. I finally had my home and my dad back. Life was going back to normal. Bruce barked and I saw Ashton standing at the edge of the garden. Well, better than normal.
You were awesome, boy.
Who's a clever dog?
You're a clever dog.
I trained him, you know.
Then I owe you my eternal thanks. So I leaned up and kissed him, and he kissed me back, and it was perfect. So I learned that crime doesn't pay. Tell us about your most hilarious Halloween costumes in the comments.
The music was pumping, everyone was dancing, and then suddenly, chaos. People were pushing and shoving, trying to make their way towards the exits.
We have to head out immediately.
Milo, wait,
There's no time. We need to go, now.
That was my prom night. It was a disaster, and it was all my fault. Hey everyone, it's Jenna. If you want to hear about my crazy story, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. I grew up in a small town in the Midwest, where life was slow and predictable, but I've always been the kind of person who likes to push boundaries and have a little fun. My parents were pretty strict when it came to homework and other boring stuff, while all I wanted to do was explore the world and play outdoors with the boys. And it paid off when I got a cute teddy bear as a gift from Milo, my crush. I love that bear more than anything in the world. But eventually, Milo and I grew apart. He wanted to play video games with the boys, while I still wanted to swim in rivers and explore nearby caves. But I had Teddy, my partner in crime. Even my parents had to get special permission for me to bring my Teddy to class, or else I'd throw a major tantrum. Life was amazing, but things changed when Layla, stepped into my 2nd grade class.
Look at her. She's still carrying a teddy bear like a baby. Did you forget your pacifier?
I kept my cool, but once she even went as far as cleaning the whiteboard with my Teddy. After that, I decided to put it away. I never told my parents what happened with Layla. In fact, they were happy I wasn't obsessed with my Teddy anymore. All they cared about was how good my grades were. You failed yet another exam. But Mom, I was studying really hard. I guess the teacher doesn't like me. Maybe I should have gotten her a birthday present.
Come on, be responsible, Jenna.
I wanted to prove to Mom and Dad that I could be responsible, so I decided to please them with a bunch of chores while they were away at work. I started with attempting dishes, then vacuuming the living room, but I was left with broken plates and tangled curtains. Talk about a productive day. It's okay, Jenna. You still have a chance to prove yourself. Let's open the books now. Time to prove yourself. Oh no! Panicked, I scrambled to clean up before my parents got home. But just then, I heard the screeching of car tires outside. My heart dropped as I realized they had come home early and would see the mess I'd made. As they walked in, I quickly pretended to be studying. How many bones does the human body have? 0. Is the earth flat? Duh, if it was round, people living on the other side would fall off. I turned around to see my parents staring at me in disbelief. relief. I tried to pretend like I hadn't noticed them coming in.
Hey, Mom, Dad, you're home early.
What happened here?
I was trying to but today's been a really bad day. But like you said, it's all part of life.
Unbelievable. Jenna!
I just wanted to have fun. And my teenage years were wild with my inseparable twin troublemakers, Sarah and Samantha. They were the ones who introduced me to the world of sneaking out and partying. Looking back, I realized how silly it all was. Like when we decided to skip school and try having a DIY spa day, they wanted to do it at my house, but I knew the wrath of my parents and how strict they were. Trust me, my parents can sniff out trouble from a mile away. We'll be safer at your house. We tried a homemade oatmeal and honey face mask, but it turned out to be a sticky disaster. We looked like we were attacked by a swarm of bees and spent hours cleaning up. It was not the relaxing spa day we had hoped for. Little did we know, that lesson would come in handy sooner than expected. And the next day, we decided to have a bonfire party in their backyard, but the flames quickly got out of control. After trying water and dirt, we had an unexpected solution. A bag of oatmeal. It was strange, but it worked. As we stood there, covered in ash and oatmeal, we couldn't help but laugh. But the twins' parents didn't laugh at all, especially given that their rose garden caught on fire. I was devastated when their parents called mine, and even more so when they forbade me from ever seeing my friends again. The fact that their father was a lawyer and threatened to sue my parents because I damaged their property only added to the seriousness of the situation. It was as if my world had been turned upside down.
You were supposed to be in school. Is this the first time you're sneaking out like this? Unbelievable. We are so disappointed, Jenna.
Can I go back to my room?
You are grounded until further notice.
What about prom?
We'll see about that.
Only if you behave well. Prom was only a few weeks away, and I had been dreaming about it for years. From now on, I had to be on my best behavior. In the days that followed, I tried to make amends by texting Sarah and Samantha, but I never received a response. I couldn't help but wonder if they had blocked me. I knew that they had moved to another country shortly after the incident, and I wondered if they held me responsible. I was heartbroken. I missed the twins terribly, but when I saw Milo, my childhood crush, in the school's hallway, I went to talk to him, hoping we could hang out like we used to, but he was busy with the boys. Meanwhile, my nemesis Layla was getting asked to prom by 5 different guys, each trying to outdo each other. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at how cheesy they were being. Layla seemed to be enjoying all the attention, but I couldn't help but feel bad for the guys. It was like they were all competing for her affection, and it was obvious that she had no interest in them. That's not nice.
Oh, look who it is. The girl who never gets asked to prom.
Of course, Layla was still the same brat she was when we were kids. But she was right. I was still dateless and feeling pretty hopeless. One day, in combined class, I was scribbling notes in my notebook when my phone popped up with Milo's name. My heart skipped a beat. Was he asking me to prom? I tried to act cool, but my hands were shaking. I couldn't believe it. Milo, my forever crush, was asking me to prom. But as I opened the message, it wasn't the love declaration I was hoping for. Instead, it read, "Can you pass me a pencil?" Silly me. And to make matters worse, I accidentally passed him a pen instead of a pencil. Smooth move, Jenna. Real smooth. But my embarrassment didn't end there. Just as I was daydreaming about my prom night with Milo, him looking fabulous in a bold red suit and tie, him making me dance like in a fairy tale, hold me close and never let me go, Milo. You do realize you're drooling, right? It's sad that you can only have him in your dreams. Oh, I was just practicing my drooling for when I see you in that dress you've been talking about. You know, the one that's always out of stock because everyone wants to look like a glittery potato sack. Layla scowled at me and didn't say anything for the rest of class. I thought that would be the end of it, but the next day, the principal called me into his office. Apparently, Layla had told him that I had started a rumor about her and spread it all around school. And my parents were called.
That's it. No prom for you.
What? That's not fair.
We warned you, Jenna. Only if you behaved well, and you did it. Once again.
I was devastated. The next day at school, I heard someone calling my name. I turned around to see Milo running toward me, a big smile on his face.
Hey, Jenna, wait up. Thanks for the pen.
What pen? Oh, yeah, sure. No problem.
So, I heard you got into a fight with Layla because of me?
Of course she told him. I should have known she'd blabber about it to everyone.
Hey, do you want to go to prom with me?
Was this really happening? I tried to play it cool, but I couldn't help myself. Yes! 1,000,000 times yes! I'm so excited! But suddenly, I felt something warm.
You okay?
Hey, can you quickly take off your shirt?
My shirt? Why?
Wearing your boyfriend's shirt is the latest fashion trend, and I just want to be trendy, you know? To my relief, Milo smiled at me without asking further questions. Yes, I had just peed a little in excitement in front of my crush. I definitely felt embarrassed, but I didn't care. I was going to prom with Milo, and nothing could bring me down. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, trying to come up with a plan. Since I wasn't allowed to go to prom, I couldn't ask Mom to take me shopping for my dress. So I snuck into my mom's closet and searched through her old dresses until I found one. It was a multicolored dress from the 80s. I loved it. I hurried out of the house through my bedroom window so my parents wouldn't see me. It was supposed to be the night of my dreams. But as they say, life doesn't always go according to plan. And boy, was that an understatement for what happened on my prom night. It all started when Milo showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt, cargo shorts, and flip-flops. And he wasn't driving a limo. He was picking me up with his bike. I couldn't believe it. I tried to hide my disappointment, but I knew it was written all over my face.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. As soon as we arrived at the ballroom, my dress got caught in the bike wheel and ripped apart. Oh no, Mom's gonna kill me. Milo quickly ran to a classroom to find a stapler and stapled my dress back together, but he made it look like a patchwork quilt. We walked into the ballroom, and everyone was looking at my dress. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I went to grab my lipstick, ready to dance the night away, when I felt something soft and furry inside my bag, something I hadn't felt in years and definitely hadn't brought with me. I looked down to see my childhood teddy. OMG, I carried the wrong bag. I quickly tried to hide him, but it was too late. Everyone had already noticed and were laughing hysterically. I wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. It was just like being 7 all over again. Just then, Layla passed by me with her group of friends.
Oh, little Jenna never grew up. What a baby.
You kept Teddy all these years?
It almost looked like he was about to cry when ring! My phone started ringing. Oh no, she's gonna kill me.
Jenna, where are you? Your dad just went to kiss you goodnight and found your bed empty.
As my mom continued her lecture over the phone, I felt suffocated, and just as she was about to launch into another tirade, something outside the window caught my eye. A man, dressed in all black and carrying a flashlight, was sneaking into one of the nearby houses. Oh my god, someone's being burgled!
Is this another one of your—
I immediately sprang into action. There was an emergency exit-only door nearby, and without thinking twice, I ran through it. Little did I know that the loud alarm would go off, causing the entire school to panic.
We have to head out immediately.
Milo, wait,
There's no time. We need to go, now.
He was right, there was no time. As Milo gathered around with all the students outside, I chased after the burglar, shouting for help. Soon enough, other people joined in the chase, and together we were able to get him and call the police. As we were waiting for the police to arrive, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. I was relieved that no one had been hurt and that the burglar had been caught, but I knew my actions had just caused prom to be canceled.
So, you kept Teddy all these years?
I did. You forgot me, but I never forgot you.
My bad. I missed you, Jenna. And I'm feeling blessed now. I wish we could slow dance. I can't believe prom is canceled.
And I can't believe you saved my family from a burglar.
What? That was your house?
Yes, I owe you one, Jenna. Thank you so much. You are a gem of a person.
Does this mean we're not enemies anymore?
I guess so. When Milo dropped me off at home, I felt nervous about facing my parents. I knew they were going to be mad at me for sneaking out to prom. Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry for everything. You were right.
Is this my dress?
So funny story. Just as my mom was boiling up like a tea kettle, Milo intervened. He told my parents how I'd saved Layla's house. They might not have believed him, but then my principal called my parents and told them everything. My parents were shocked, but for the first time, I also saw how proud they were of me. It wasn't easy, but they eventually forgave me for my mistakes. I promise, I'm gonna be more responsible and more careful from now on. But just as I was about to bask in my newfound maturity, I'm sorry, Mom, but don't worry, I'll fix it.
Oh, please, let it be. I can handle it. Just bubble wrap yourself and sit in the corner.
I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me,
Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens.
Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked.
The devil himself.
He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner.
Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen.
That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can...
Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh, yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you? I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious. I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company. I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter. You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval. Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you. He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you? What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had. Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me. And not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren. I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her. I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot. Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot. Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother. We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back? Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends. I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again. And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric. Dude, you told them? Wait, you knew? Let me explain. No, you knew, and you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but
you like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
Hi, I'm Liana, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My grandfather started a superglue company centuries ago, like 1970 or something, and he made a fortune, because everyone uses superglue, right? You need it for school projects, broken shoe heels, fake eyelashes. I was raised by my single, adoring dad who inherited the family business, and growing up, my life was a fairy tale. I wore clothes from global designers, had food flown in from Europe, and an army of servants waiting on me hand and foot, and I went to the best private school, where I met my BFF forever, Nicolette. She joined my school in the 4th grade, and we were sitting together in art class when our teacher, Mrs. Humphrey, started laughing at my work.
Liana, why did you make your elephant blue? It looks so silly.
Why, have you seen all the elephants in the world?
No, but I know there are no blue ones.
How can you be sure until you've seen every elephant? Maybe one is blue.
Nicolette, I said there are no blue elephants, and you'll listen to me.
Why? I don't even listen to my parents. Everyone, color your elephants blue, purple, yellow, green, the whole rainbow.
Mrs. Humphrey carried Nicolette off to the principal, and she was fired. Apparently, Nicolette's dad was even richer than mine, and the principal wasn't about to piss him off. I thought it was cool of her to stand up for me, and we've been friends ever since. And yeah, she can be vain, and she's kind of bossy. Like, we always have to eat where she says or watch the movies she wants. But overall, she's a first-rate bestie. Together, we practically ruled the school. Everyone either wanted to be us or be with us. For my 16th birthday, Dad said he had a special gift for me. Did you buy me an island? Another car? The Eiffel Tower? Eee! A credit card!
Yes, darling. It's time for you to understand how things work and how much stuff costs.
Oh, thank you, Daddy!
And boy, did we make that card work. Nicolette and I went on shopping sprees, got makeovers, then invited our friends for dinner to a fancy new restaurant. We ate till we were about to burst, but the next morning was not so pleasant.
How did you spend $30,000 in a day? $3,000 on a handbag, $2,000 on shoes, and $4,000 for a lock of someone's hair? Liana, why?
It's Himmen's hair from BTS.
$15,000 on 20 pounds of gold-plated onion rings?
Oh, those were delish. You have to try them. Okay, I hear you, Daddy. I had no idea it would add up to so much.
I gave you the card to learn exactly that.
I'll be more careful now, promise. It wasn't so hard because I had new shoes and clothes for a few weeks. Then Nicolette got us invites to a super exclusive costume party, and she'd already taken care of our wardrobe. We're going in some German princess's gowns. Daddy pulled some major strings to borrow them from the museum. Oh, wow. But do you think that's a good idea? They must be worth a fortune. That's the whole point, duh. You should wear the green one. It'll bring out your eyes. Me? Well, who am I kidding? I can pull off anything. I think we're gonna make some headlines, babe. And we sure did. As we waved at the paparazzi, I didn't realize Nicolette was stepping on my dress, and I walked forward, and then I heard a loud rip. We came under fire in the media for being rich brats who ruined a historical dress, and my dad had to pay a lot in damages. Daddy, it was an accident.
No, it was a stupid decision to wear that dress. I'm not always going to be around to clean your messes, and you don't have a clue about money. Do you think it grows on trees?
Well, money is paper, and paper comes from trees, so technically...
Liana.
I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you.
Yes, you will. You'll start by paying off your credit card debt of $30,000, and you'll have to figure out how. Till you show me you can act like an adult, I'm cutting you off.
And he was dead serious. Why don't you just order another credit card to pay this off? It doesn't work like that. I've got it. Just start your own makeup line. I need money to start that? You've got to meet me halfway, babe. You're shooting down all my ideas. Okay, how about you get one of those job things? What are you qualified to do? Spend money? This is hopeless. And then suddenly, I had an idea. OMG, I should become an influencer and tell other people what to buy. This is perfect. I set up my Instagram page, and the first 300 likes were super easy, because that was everyone in high school. But I felt anxious when I posted the first makeup video with my favorite products. To my surprise, it was quite well received. I became obsessed with my channel and got really busy shooting videos. I was being approached by sponsors and finally started making some dough. Okay, guys, we got these vegan, gluten-free bananas shipped from New Zealand. Highly recommended. Now I'll show you how I eat them. You guys, this snail cream from Korea is what you need for glass skin. Yes, snails are gross, but their mucus is everything. Someone sent me these delicious diet cookies. Oh, God, they taste like sawdust. Liana, when will you be done? I'm bored. Come on, let's go for sushi. I can't. I gotta shoot this video again. Fine, I'll order in. I was thinking of doing a video about eating on a budget. Can you order from some place that's not so expensive, please? Now I gotta eat bad food because of you? You suck. But when I posted that video, I was met with some outrage. You think the average person's meal costs $200. What planet are you living on, princess? I hope you rich brats lose all your money. My subscribers were going down. I had to do damage control. So I decided on a charity drive where Nicolette and I would give away some of our things at homeless shelters. Please take care of those shoes. Blind children in Milan made them. You know what? Maybe I'm not ready to part with them yet. Nicolette, I'm live streaming. Let the freaking shoes go. One girl looked really displeased when I handed her a makeup kit. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't even have enough to eat. Well, it's better to be pretty and poor than ugly and poor, no? Gosh, you rich people are awful. She threw a cup of coffee at Nicolette, who had a total meltdown. What have you done? This is a real fur coat that my daddy got from Russia? You are such a cruel creature. You've ruined the sacrifice of 1,000 squirrels. Oh God, why is life so unfair? Well, that was the end of my Instagram channel. No one wanted to work with me after that. I'd barely made $5,000. So I had to get a waitressing job at a cafe. Girl, are you saying you're not going to the concert because someone else can't wait on tables? Yes, my shift ends at 10 p.m. Also, I can't waste money on a concert ticket. You're crazy for doing all this work when all you need to do is cry harder to your daddy. I'm out of here. Nicolette started hanging out more with our other friends, but with school and long shifts, I was honestly too tired to care. Waitressing was hard.
I asked for a non-fat soy milk double shot cold brew Spanish latte with sweet foam and cinnamon.
Well, that's a lot to remember. I'm just one tiny person.
Here's your order, sir. I'll take this one away. Liana, you're needed at the counter.
I looked up at this boy who just swooped in, and his dreamy blue eyes left me dazed. Just then, I tripped on something and fell on a customer's table. The manager sent me to the kitchen to do the dishes for the rest of the day.
Hey, you okay? Accidents happen. Please, don't be upset.
Oh, I'm not upset. It's just that, how should I put this?
What?
I don't know how to wash dishes. The boy smiled and rolled up his sleeves. He spent the next hour teaching me, and I found myself enjoying it. His name was Jamie, and he just joined as assistant manager.
So, Jamie, how'd you know my name? Did you ask around as soon as you got here?
No. Your name tag kind of gave it away.
Oh gosh, of course. Ugh, I'm so dumb.
Nah, you're cute. You got some soap on your nose.
Where?
There.
Work got a lot more bearable with Jamie around, and he even asked me out. We had an amazing date by the beach after our shift, but Jamie had a request.
I'm gonna tell you something ridiculous, but please don't judge me. A few months ago, my friend's sister confessed in front of a lot of people that she's in love with me, and she's super weird and smells like tuna, so I just panicked and said that I'm gay. Now, I've been living that lie, and I need to fix it, but till I do, please don't tell anyone that we're dating, not even your BFF. God, I'm such a dummy.
Don't worry about it, I won't. Later when he dropped me home, he kissed me. I walked into my room humming, and then I screamed. Nicolette, you scared me. Why are you here? To put an end to all this stupidity? I can't watch you working like a donkey anymore. And she threw cash on my bed. I went into Dad's office and threatened his stupid assistant to give me money. And when he refused, I threw ketchup at him. He cried and said I made him feel unsafe. Like, what does that even mean? Anyway, I think he hates Dad because he gave me double of what I asked for behind Dad's back. So here, take the money. I knew I should have said no, but man, I was so tired of working. So I gave Nicolette a big hug and gave Dad the money, and he returned the credit card.
I won't be keeping checks on you anymore, darling. You've proved that you can be responsible.
Nicolette and I were back to hanging out, except some evenings I'd be busy with Jamie, and some nights she was away on dates. One day I went to the mall alone when I saw something that made my heart drop. It was Nicolette in Jamie's arms, and they were kissing. What's going on here? How dare you kiss my boyfriend? Oh, what? Have you hit your head somewhere, Liana? Jamie stared at both of us, then ran away at supersonic speed. What the heck? I've been dating Jamie for weeks. He works at the cafe. I know. I dropped by once to see you, but it was your day off, and I met Jamie there. We've been dating since. He told me not to tell anyone. Oh my God. I can't believe he played us both. What a weasel. Total jerk. But if he had to choose, we know who it would be. Avi. Oh, you think it's you? Why's that? You know, I'm prettier and richer and definitely more fun. Come on, you'd be so boring without me. Oh yeah? Remember that time I had to shut down my Insta channel because of you? Or how about that whole dress disaster? That was so fun. It's not like I forced you to wear it. Yes, you did. You're so bossy. You always decide things for me. It's not my fault you're a pushover. You've always had the backbone of a jellyfish. Remember in 5th grade when I had to defend you in art class because I felt sorry for you? Did you feel sorry because I'm a jellyfish or because I'm ugly? Or maybe you just acted like that because you've always been a spoiled brat. You're one to talk, Miss Gold Onion Rings. You ordered those. At least I was there on your birthday, unlike you. Oh my God. I missed one birthday in 8th grade because I was getting my appendix removed. So you say. Except I'm pretty sure you flew to Paris that weekend to buy the bag I wanted. I felt so annoyed that I tugged at her hair. She pulled hard at mine, and we broke out into a huge fight in the middle of the mall. We finally stopped to catch our breath. You know what? We can't be friends anymore. Why would I want to be friends with you? You've already told me that you think you're better than me, and anyone would choose you over me. Well, we'll see about that. After that, Nicolette and I went to war. We openly declared the end of our friendship in school, and our friends had to choose sides. We always decided the cafeteria menu together, but now we couldn't agree on anything. Liana, we are not eating salads 3 times a week. Fried chicken for the win, am I right, guys? Has no one told you that your butt looks bigger lately? I can tell just by looking at you that you've gained 5 pounds. Oh, you take that back, witch. And another fight broke out. We were co-managers of the dance club, and an important performance was coming up soon, but we just fought non-stop over the routine. We took a vote, and most members wanted to go with my ideas, so Nicolette gave in. But during the performance, half the team started doing a totally different dance. There was complete chaos on stage, with dancers bumping into each other in confusion, and Nicolette was cackling like crazy. Needless to say, we were both suspended from management. But things really got to a head when I announced a party at my place, and Nicolette announced one 2 hours later for the same time. There's gonna be a giant bouncy castle at my party. How lame. There will be exotic dancers at mine. I'll be serving the best food in town, and a mystery pop star will be performing.
I knew Dad would be away that weekend, and I'd been really good with money lately, so I decided to go all out. The whole school ended up at my place, and I knew Nicolette's heart would burn. But then some kids started fighting, and it turned into a riot. They completely trashed my place, and our security team had to throw everyone out. I felt squeamish with guilt and anxiety. Dad was gonna kill me this time. But the next morning, I got a phone call from the hospital. Dad had been in a car accident on his way back home. My whole world had turned upside down. Dad was in a coma, and the doctors had no idea when he'd wake up, or if. His manager walked me through the hospital bills and explained Dad's finances, but I just felt so overwhelmed. Hey, Liana, I came as soon as I heard. I'm so sorry. Thanks. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry, too, for everything. Me too. I can't believe that stupid Jamie set us off like that. FYI, I got Daddy to get him fired. He deserves that, but I don't think our fight was really about him. Clearly, we've had issues with each other that we just never talked about. Let's just call it a truce now, okay? Of course, and I'm here for you, babe. She did try, but Nicolette was Nicolette, and my responsibilities bored her soon enough. I had an entire household to manage, and I even had to learn more about the family business to make decisions on Dad's behalf. I had some serious growing up to do, and one day when I went to visit Dad, I screamed when I saw him sitting up and smiling. Oh my God, Daddy, please don't scare me like that again.
I'm sorry you went through all this alone. My manager tells me you've been handling everything really well, and I am so proud of you, darling.
Dad recovered fully soon, and things went back to normal. Well, almost. Hey, babe, let's go to Hawaii to party. Actually, I just want to focus on school and college applications. I hear you, girl. I am so serious about college, too. I need to get in to access my trust fund. But come on, a week away can't hurt. I'm gonna pass, Nicolette. See you around. A year later, I'm doing really well in business school. Nicolette and I keep in touch, but sometimes you realize you've outgrown certain friendships, and it's totally okay to go down your own path. Hey friends, I'm January from Seoul, and I'm a huge K-pop fan. I mean, who isn't? But I'm a super fan. Now, before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My parents were super cool lawyers, but they weren't the coolest parents. They were so overprotective about me, just because I was born premature. Like, I was fine now. Get over it. But no.
No bicycle. It's the most dangerous ride.
No dancing in the rain. You'll catch a cold.
No, stay away from that puppy. It's full of germs and dirt.
Sleepover? No, never. What if you get kidnapped or something? Ugh. I nicknamed them Mr. No and Mrs. Never. Growing up, K-pop was my only escape. I was crazy about K-pop bands. 2NE1, Girls' Generation, Big Bang. And then Dream was launched. As soon as I heard their first song, I was obsessed. And it was because of Dream I found my best friend. It all happened when I ended up wearing the same t-shirt as a guy on my first day in 8th grade. Whoa, I guess great minds really do think alike. Hello, Dreamer.
Greetings, my twin.
Ashton and I instantly bonded. We even built a fan page for Dream, which exploded faster than a popcorn kernel in a microwave, pulling in thousands of fans. One time in our senior year, some bully started making fun of the K-pop posters on our lockers.
Are you two still in middle school, obsessing over K-pop groups? You both are so lame, says the guy who cried in gym last week because his girlfriend was ignoring him. You little, I told you to keep your mouth shut. Now look what you made me do.
With that, the bully ripped down the posters, and I lost it. I tackled him to the ground and pulled his hair hard. Right then, the gym teacher saw us and took us to the principal, and I got suspended. My parents were furious and blamed my obsession with Dream for it.
You're not allowed to listen to the band's songs anymore. The lead singer, Tanya, she's a bad role model for kids. Just last week, I saw on the news how she slapped one of her bandmates during a concert.
What does that have to do with me being suspended?
You get so crazy over these K-pop bands. We've decided that after your behavior, we can't allow you to go to the Dream concert happening this weekend. We weren't too keen to send you in such a crazy crowd anyway. You're grounded.
And then Mom tore up my concert tickets. No. Oh my God, what did you do? I hate you both. I stormed off to my room, my blood boiling. I called Ashton and told him everything, and he promised to find a way for us to attend. On the night of the concert, just when I'd lost all hope, Ashton came to my room through the window with tickets in his hand. OMG! How did you manage to get them last minute? They must have cost a lot. Don't tell me you took the money from that piggy bank, the one you started back in kindergarten?
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Plus, it's totally worth it. I got us special meet and greet tickets too. I'm so excited.
Me too! My heart raced as we sneaked out and ran to the venue. But at the concert, the band's performance seemed really off. They weren't harmonizing and even kept bumping into each other. And then suddenly, Tanya smashed her guitar on stage, and her bandmates looked really frustrated. She can be such a drama queen.
Hey, you know I adore Tanya, but that's the truth.
After the concert, Ashton and I went for the meet and greet, but it turned out the band had canceled it. And suddenly, the fans got angry and went wild. They started running backstage, demanding to see the band members they had paid to meet. Chaos erupted, and fans, including Ashton, were grabbed by the guards. I ran and sneaked into a nearby van and hid under the seat. If they caught me and made me call my parents, it would be catastrophic. Moments later, the van door swung open, revealing a fuming Tanya. The show was a mess. The bands turned against me. They were so rude. As Tanya was climbing into the back of the van, I began to creep out from under the seat to escape, but Tanya saw me. Aha! Caught you. I'm calling security. No, please. Look, I was part of the fans lined up for the meet and greet before things got crazy. I didn't want to cancel that. The band messed up. It's okay. I gotta go. No, nothing is okay. You know how tiring my life is? I'm exhausted with all these contracts, producers, and shows. I have no friends, my bandmates hate me, and now probably my fans too. I just need a break, but I can't even have that because the paparazzi are always on my butt. Hey, you're Tanya, a superstar. Ignore the haters and take that break. Run away for a while. Like it's that easy. But maybe I could run away. Hey, how about with you? Oh, no, that's not what I meant. That's a terrible idea. You stay right here. Bye. I rushed home before my parents noticed I was gone. I sent Ashton a text to let him know, crawled into my room through the window, and jumped into bed. But moments later, Tanya came in through the window too. You followed me? Why? I have nowhere else to go. Let me stay, please. Just then, Mom knocked on my door. I pushed Tanya into my messy closet and opened the door. January, I heard something. Achoo! You probably just heard me sneezing. Now, good night. Why are your clothes lying on the floor outside your cupboard? And how many times should I tell you to separate your underwear and keep them in the drawer? And why are you sleeping in the shirt I got you on your birthday? Gosh, your room smells like stinky socks. Mom, please, can you get off my back for once? I know you're upset because we didn't let you go to the concert, but that's no way to talk to— Good. I really don't want to talk right now. Good night. Once Mom left, Tanya jumped out of the wardrobe. OMG, seriously? Your mom is so annoying. She reminds me of my nag manager. That's kinda rude. No, what's rude is that no one lets us have any freedom. We should have our fun without anyone breathing down our necks. Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's talk tomorrow. I need my beauty sleep. Saying that, she took the bed and made me sleep on the couch. The next morning, news of Tanya's disappearance was making headlines everywhere, and the police were on the lookout for her all over the city. Did you see this? Yeah. I love it. Fans and bandmates are worried sick. Tell everyone you're all right. Nah, people don't appreciate what they have till they lose it. Let everyone miss me a bit longer. Now, let's go out and have some fun. Of course, you'll have to arrange a disguise for me. But I have school. Skip it. Well, I did have a K-pop star asking me to spend a day with her, so yeah. I skipped school, made sure Tanya was unrecognizable, and then we went to the mall. While we were window shopping, we passed by a kid who was about to eat his ice cream, and Tanya stopped short. I want that. Okay, I can buy you some. No. I want that. His ice cream. It's the perfect ratio of chocolate to vanilla with my favorite toppings and sprinkles. Now here, boy, gimme it. I'm Tanya, the superstar. The boy refused to part with his ice cream and started yelling. Then Tanya knocked it out of his hand to the ground, grabbed me, and told me to run. What the heck was that? And are you trying to get attention by telling people who you are? Who would believe some stupid kid? Come on, let's check out some makeup. At Sephora, a sales girl was a bit rude to me, so Tanya messed up the arrangement of all the products on the shelves while the sales girl wasn't looking, then casually walked out. We both snickered as we saw her from outside, looking angry and confused at the mess. As we walked past a shoe store, I spotted these shoes I'd been eyeing for ages. You like those? Yeah, Mom won't get them for me because they're too expensive. Let's try them on. I tried on the shoes and they fit perfectly. They look amazing on you. You're taking them. Come on, the salesmen are busy. Just walk out casually and confidently. But no buts. Even though I felt super scared, Tanya convinced me to walk out of the store with them. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath till we were on the other end of the mall. This is so wrong. Tanya, you're crazy. But I'm fun, right? I can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah. You're really fun, too. This was quite a thrill. The next day, Tanya made me skip school again. And this time, I had a genius idea. I blindfolded Ashton and brought him to my room. And he nearly fell back in shock when he saw Tanya. Ashton? Say something!
I'm just trying to work out why Tanya is here with you. Someone pinch me or punch me. I must be hallucinating.
Is he your boyfriend? He's such a weirdo. For the next few days, Ashton was like a love-struck puppy with Tanya. She seemed annoyed by him at first, but soon she seemed to be enjoying his endless compliments and warmed up to him. And together, the three of us had the best week. But then, my parents got a letter from school about my week-long absence.
What is this? Where have you been going, January?
Are you in some kind of trouble? Mixing with the wrong kind of crowd? Are you on drugs? You guys are always expecting the worst from me. I feel like I'm trapped with you both. Just let me live my life. I ran to my room and closed the door, and Tanya and Ashton were already there through the window. As I cried, Ashton hugged me tight.
I know they can be harsh, but they're probably just worried.
Worried? Are you kidding me? They're just control freaks. Some people just love to boss around others.
No, they care about her.
She's right. It seems like their only goal is to control my life. And if you want to defend them, Ashton, I don't want to hear it. You're supposed to be 100% on my side.
Of course I am, but
just go, please. After Ashton left, Tanya listened sympathetically as I let out all my frustrations. Then we both decided to forget all about being good girls. I was almost 18. It was time to act my age. The next day, my folks dropped me off at school, clueless about my plan. I ditched classes and hit the local tattoo parlor with Tanya. But once we got there, I felt scared. It looks painful. Oh, come on. Nothing screams, I don't care more than a tattoo. I'm not sure about this. Scaredy cat. Fine. How about a piercing then? I thought I was getting my ears pierced, but Tanya dared me to get a belly button piercing. I didn't want her to brand me a coward again, so I agreed. To my surprise, I kinda loved it. That's my girl, taking control of your life. Hell yeah! Tanya kept extending her stay, and I was happy about it. We were having a blast together, and I really wished Ashton was still hanging out with us, but he never replied to any of my texts and even blocked me on social media. One day, as Tanya and I were out at the mall, she went to the bathroom. I was sitting alone when I heard a familiar voice.
Can I sit here?
What do you want?
I've really missed you these past few days.
Have you? You didn't try to call me or message me, and even blocked me on social media. So petty.
What? I got messages from you to stay away.
I was so shocked when Ashton showed me those texts, but I'd never sent them. And guess what? It turned out Ashton's number on social media was blocked from my side, but I was 100% sure I never did that either. How is this possible?
Isn't it obvious? It's Tanya. She's playing some sick games. I could never stop being your friend. And Tanya keeps saying your parents are controlling, but she's been manipulating you herself all along.
Just then, Tanya appeared, looking furious. Don't listen to him, January. He's lying. Why would he lie? Oh, please. He's crazy. Can't you see how he looks at you? He's like some psycho lover, completely obsessed with you. He even admitted it to me. And I had to tell him that you're not interested, which totally pissed him off. I saved you from that jerk. Trust me. You don't need him keeping you down and suffocating you with his possessiveness. I turned to Ashton, totally horrified. Ashton, you really have feelings for me?
That's the truth. My heart belongs to you, January, and I can't stand anyone getting close to you. You're like a drug to me.
Okay. I can't do this. This is ridiculous. Huh? What's so ridiculous? Look, Tanya, I'm a big fan, but Ashton being obsessed with me is stupid. I know my BFF inside out, and you tried to come between us. You are no longer welcome in my house, so please leave today. And I hope your band members do kick you out, because really, you are not a very nice person. Tanya stared at us, screamed in frustration, and stormed off. Ashton and I just high-fived and hugged. We walked back home. But there, we were in for a surprise. There were cops everywhere.
January, Ashton, you're under arrest for kidnapping Tanya.
What the what? My parents weren't home. and Ashton had no choice but to let ourselves be taken away in the police car. Oh gosh, they were gonna kill me when they found out everything. I was ready for the shouting of a lifetime when Mom and Dad reached the station, but they turned angrily to the police instead.
How dare you arrest our daughter and her friend? Seriously? You have them behind bars without evidence?
My parents were pretty good at being lawyers, and in no time, we were out of there. I told my parents everything, and they both hugged me. Mom, Dad, I should have come to you and told you Tanya was hiding out in my room.
No, I think this is our fault. We've always been so strict with you, you probably didn't feel comfortable coming to us and talking about it.
But we promise you, from now on, we won't be so strict. We will let you learn from your own experiences. It's how you become a better judge of character, too. And no matter what, we'll always have your back. The next day, there was a media frenzy outside my house. Turns out, Tanya had given an interview to TMZ about how she was kidnapped by psycho fans, and now the public wanted a piece of us. I knew I just had to confront that two-faced diva once. A couple of days later, Ashton and I found out from Tanya's Instagram stories that she was at a salon getting a manicure, so we rushed there and surrounded her. I treated you like a friend, gave you a place to stay, and this is how you repay me? By telling everyone I kidnapped you?
Why would you lie, Tanya?
Why do you think so? I needed to be the center of attention. Sweetie, no publicity is bad publicity. I'm all over the news these days. I have public sympathy because I was the victim of a fan kidnapping. Plus, it was awesome manipulating you. It took my mind off of other things, like you were literally a puppet in my hand. Anyway, now my stupid bandmates wouldn't dare kick me out either since I've already gone through so much. Go away now and let me enjoy my manicure in peace. I'll make you pay, Tanya. Yeah, like people will believe you over me. Don't embarrass yourself, January. Just leave. Or I'll spin some other lie and get you both arrested for good. Right then, Ashton and I started giggling, and he showed her his phone.
Oh yeah, say hi to your fans, Tanya.
We've been live for quite some time on your fan page. Just like that, everything was over for Tanya. Once the media found out the truth, she got kicked out of the band, and her fans turned against her. Next, she was canceled on Twitter. Then, my parents sued her for defamation and won the case too. The brat deserved it. Dream found an amazing new lead singer, and Ashton and I are still diehard fans. Don't let anyone manipulate you. Be your own boss. Hi, my name is Valerie, and I'm from Seattle. Growing up, I lived on the penthouse floor of the fanciest hotel in the city, with the weirdest parents on the planet. My parents owned the hotel and about a dozen more around the world. They were millionaires, and everyone in town loved them. They'd wave and smile to the doorman and the guests as they walked into the hotel, but the moment we arrived in our penthouse, everything changed. They'd send me to my room and spend the rest of the night shouting into their cell phones. When I was 5, I asked my dad to read me a bedtime story. As usual, he was busy on the phone.
Please, Daddy, it'll only take a second.
I asked him again, and he snatched the book out of my hand and threw it out the window.
Here's your story. Don't interrupt Daddy when he's on the phone. The end. Now go to your room.
When I was 14, my history teacher, Miss Jackson, gave me an assignment to draw my family tree. I asked my mom and dad about it, and their faces turned white.
We are your only family. That's all you need to know.
What about grandparents or cousins? Do we have any pictures? I could use them for my project. The next day, my teacher was gone. She'd been reassigned to a new school. I was so upset. I knew my parents had something to do with it. When I came home, I confronted them about it, but they swore they didn't do anything. I could tell they were lying. Things at school weren't much better. I was shy and a teeny bit clumsy, and one day in the cafeteria, I tripped over my shoelace and spilled my lunch all over the most popular girl in school. Sorry. She and her minions made it their mission to make my life miserable. Hey, leave me alone or I'll...
What, you'll tell your rich daddy and get us transferred like you did to Miss Jackson?
After that, none of the kids in school wanted anything to do with me. My only friend in the world was the doorman's son, Peter.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know.
Because the sun was in his eyes.
Peter always found a way to make me smile. And on days when my parents were away on business, I'd sneak down to the lobby to hang out with Peter. We played chess, he helped me with my algebra homework, and even taught me how to play the harmonica. When I turned 16, things got even worse. My parents spent most of their time away on business, and Peter's dad wasn't working as much as he did before. So I spent most of my days alone in the penthouse.
One day, I was wandering around the apartments looking for my calculator. I couldn't find mine, so I went to my parents' office to use theirs, and I saw a painting hanging lopsided on the wall. I walked over and adjusted the picture, and then I heard a clicking sound. What's that? The wall behind the painting wasn't a wall at all. It was a hidden door. I pulled it open and found a huge safe I'd never seen before. The safe had a combination lock. I tried a few numbers, but none of them worked. I started to walk away. This was my parents' secret safe. I wasn't supposed to be in here, but I couldn't resist. My parents were never good at remembering things, so they had to have written the code down somewhere. I searched through my parents' drawers and notebooks looking for clues, and then I found it. Stashed away in a secret compartment in my dad's drawer was a list of passwords and the code to the secret safe. I typed in the code, and the safe opened. Inside were a bunch of boring old documents and a photo album I'd never seen before. I opened the photo album and saw an old picture of my parents. They were much younger and didn't have any of their fancy clothes and flashy jewelry. They stood in front of a tiny old shack with a baby in their arms, but it wasn't me. Next to the photo was a birth certificate. I had a sister named Raina who was 16 years older than me. I was furious. My parents had lied to me my whole life. On the next few pages were letters from Raina begging my parents to come see her. Raina had a family of her own and wanted to meet me and reconnect with my parents. My fury turned to confusion. Why would my parents hide Raina from me? Why would they shut their own daughter out of their life? I needed answers, and I knew my parents would never give them to me. They'd only lie, or worse. My despicable parents might send Raina and her family away, and I'd never see them again. Raina's address was printed on one of the letters, and she only lived a few hours away. I could take the train and get there by morning. Without thinking, I packed a bag, grabbed some cash from the safe, and hopped on the train. A few hours later, I was on Raina's doorstep. Raina lived in a run-down apartment building. I knocked on her door. The door opened, and I gasped. It was like I was staring at my future self. Aside from her green eyes, we looked exactly alike. Valerie? Raina? Raina hugged me tight, and then a 5-year-old girl ran up and grabbed my leg. This is your niece, Amanda. Raina invited me inside. She explained that she'd left my parents' house when she was in the 11th grade. The last time I saw you, you were so small. You knew about me? Of course. I used to sing you to sleep when you were a baby. I left the house a few weeks before your first birthday. Leaving you behind was my biggest regret. I'm sorry, I don't remember you. It's not your fault. I know, it's our terrible parents. They're not terrible, they're just set in their ways. Controlling and overprotective one moment and never around when you need them. I know what you mean. I had to leave so I could breathe and be my own person. But now, I want them to meet Amanda. I want us to be a family. Maybe I can help with that. I can't ask you to do that. You don't have to. Our family is broken, and I'm gonna fix it. Raina drove me back to the train station. On the bus, I started nodding off, and then several of the passengers' phones started beeping and buzzing, and then everyone started staring at me. I glanced at the notification on my phone and saw that I'd been reported missing, and I was all over the news. The moment I got off the bus, a couple of policemen escorted me to their car and drove me back to the hotel. Where have you been? We've been worried sick. I went to see Raina.
Raina, how on earth did you—
I saw the photo in the safe. I read the letters. Raina told me how you refused to see her and her daughter. That's not the whole story. Spare me your lies. You've never told me a single truth since I was a kid, and that stops today. Your granddaughter, Amanda, wants to meet you. You've got a second chance to make things right with our family. I invited Amanda and Raina over for dinner tomorrow. Hopefully you'll have the decency to be there. Then I stormed off to my room. I heard my parents whispering late into the night. The next morning, they were the nicest they'd been since I could remember. They pulled out all the stops as they prepared for Raina and Amanda's arrival. They brought in the finest chef in the city and bought Amanda a ton of gifts. When Raina and Amanda arrived, my parents were on their best behavior. We sat around the dinner table eating and smiling, and for the first time, it felt like I had a real family. Raina and Amanda moved into the penthouse next door. Raina even took a special interest in my parents' company. My dad offered her a job working beside him, and I got to watch Amanda after school. I read Amanda's stories, took her to the zoo, and taught her to play chess. Amanda and I did everything I'd never had the chance to do with my parents when I was her age. Things were going better than I ever could have imagined. We were all so happy, but a few weeks later, Raina started staying out late. At first, it was 1 or 2 nights a week, and she'd drop Amanda off to stay with us. But 2 nights a week turned into 4, and eventually, Raina started staying out for days at a time. She even stopped showing up at work. One night, I was reading a bedtime story to Amanda, and she was pretty upset.
Where's my mommy?
I don't know, sweetie. She'll be back soon.
Well, you said that 2 days ago.
I didn't know what to do. Each time I called to check on Raina, she didn't answer her phone. My parents weren't much help either. Every time I tried to talk to them about Raina, they'd just change the subject and rush off to their room. What's going on with you? Amanda has been worried sick. When did you turn into mom and dad? I thought you were cool. Then she grabbed Amanda's hand and stormed out the door. I was so confused. I wasn't trying to control Raina like our parents. I just wanted her to be more responsible when it came to Amanda. A few days later, my parents hosted their annual gala at the hotel for millionaires and celebrities from around the world. The featured event was the charity auction where fine art and jewelry were auctioned off to raise millions for people in need. Raina was supposed to help with the auction, but as usual, she was a no-show, so I had to take her place. She was supposed to do a final check of the items up for auction to ensure that everything was labeled correctly. I was halfway through my checklist when I heard glass shatter. I turned to see 3 people in masks rushing through the glass doors. I hid behind a large statue as the masked robbers snatched jewels off the counters and stuffed them into their bags. I hit the silent alarm and then the police burst in. The robbers fled. The police caught 2 of them, but one of them headed my way. Just as the robber was about to slip out the back door, I jumped up and tackled him to the ground. I pulled off his mask and saw that it wasn't a man at all. It was my sister, Raina. I was speechless. Raina was arrested and taken to jail. When the police searched Raina's hotel room, they found that she was the ringleader, and she'd been planning the heist for weeks. I was sick to my stomach for days. I didn't understand how Raina could do such a thing. And with Raina in jail, Amanda wouldn't have a mother. Our family was broken before, but now we were shattered to pieces. I destroyed our family.
You can't blame yourself for this.
I'm the reason Raina's in jail. If I hadn't found her and brought her here, then maybe none of this would have happened.
Raina has always had problems. She's been in and out of trouble since she was a teenager. Lying, stealing, hanging out with the wrong crowd. We tried to help her when she was in high school, but she ran away. She lied about not wanting us to stay in touch with her. Our home was always open to her, but she refused to see us. We even sent her money to make sure she and Amanda were okay.
Why didn't you ever tell me any of this?
Raina made it clear that she wanted nothing to do with this family. We knew how much you always wanted a big sister or a big brother. We knew if we told you the truth that you wouldn't understand. It would only hurt you. We're sorry we lied. We didn't know how else to protect you.
When Raina came to live with us, we hoped that she'd changed for Amanda's sake, but instead, she fell into her manipulative ways. We're so sorry that she hurt you.
I apologized to my parents and eventually forgave them for lying to me. My parents adopted Amanda and raised her as their own. They even stopped working so much so they could spend more time with me and Amanda. Our new little family wasn't perfect, but we loved and supported each other through everything. Every day, I wrote Raina letters to tell her that I loved her and missed her. After I graduated from college, I opened a counseling center for young women. And one night, when I was closing up for the evening, Raina walked in the door. I'm sorry, Valerie. I was a horrible sister, a crappy mother, and a terrible daughter. That may be true, but you're family and you're here. That's all that matters. Then I hugged my sister, and she cried in my arms.
Hey there, I'm Sandra from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I live in Rome, but I couldn't see anything of this beautiful city for years. Ever since my dad ran away when I was only 8 years old, my mom locked me up in my room for no reason. You should have been home 2 minutes ago, young lady. Your bracelet doesn't match your school uniform. I told you to brush your teeth in circles.
Phew. She never told me why Dad went away or where he was, not even if he was still alive, but I can tell she loved him very much. Maybe she locked me away because I reminded her of him. I don't know. She barely looked at me when having breakfast in the morning, and when I came home from school, she immediately found a reason to send me up to my room. And stay there. I began to blame myself for Dad's absence and Mom's bad mood. Maybe I made so many mistakes in the past that he couldn't take it anymore and he just ran away from us. I was so insecure that I didn't talk to anyone in school. And when somebody talked to me, hey, what's up? It took me so long to think about the right answer that people thought I was mocking them and eventually stopped talking to me at all. My mom didn't have to send me up to my room anymore. I went there all by myself and stayed there the whole day. Maybe Mom was disappointed, but now she just dropped breakfast on the floor in front of my room and disappeared into her own room to work at the computer. I never felt so sad in my life until one day I spilled my tea on my bed and took away the mattress to blow dry it. What's this? It was a poem, and my dad wrote it for me. I just couldn't believe it. The poem was quite sad, but I felt happier than I ever had before. I danced through my room and read it over and over again until I knew it by heart. Only when I bumped into the mattress, stumbled over the teacup and fell, I realized I was going to be totally late for school. So many mistakes again. No. I'm sorry, Dad. I panicked, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the house to catch the next bus. With my head hanging down, I got on the bus, which obviously was empty because everyone was in school already. I just slumped down on the seat, mumbling to myself. I was startled when I heard someone play a cool jazz tune on the saxophone. I turned around and found that the bus actually wasn't empty. On the last seat in the back was a girl, maybe 2 years older than me. She had sliced and slashed her school uniform into a punk outfit, just lounged around in the bus like she was home and played her saxophone, all while being late. Awesome! I just couldn't take my eyes off her. Then she looked at me and stopped playing. What's up, sis? Why did you stop, miss? The girl smiled. I couldn't believe what I just said. Did I just rhyme on the fly? Did I inherit this skill from my dad? I guess I wanted to appear cool to her, but I immediately turned red like a tomato. But she just laughed it off and told me how funky I was. Nobody ever told me something nice like that. I'm Romana, by the way. Just call me Rome. How cool is this? I was just blown away. By the time we had to get off the bus, we had already become friends. She was such a great inspiration. I even cut my hair and changed my look, and my confidence increased a lot. I started to set the clock so I would be awake before my mom. I prepared my own breakfast and just left a note on the table before leaving. Don't you worry, I'll be back in a hurry. I don't know if Mom was happy to finally see me grow up a little. I don't know if she was able to be happy at all. But from then on, she stopped blaming me for everything and sending me to my room. She even looked at me from time to time. She never smiled, but I didn't care because I had a new friend, a new look, and people in school started talking to me again. You, changed a lot. And it's not even all I got. Do you know who that was? I guess a boy without any flaws. Well, you see, Miss Rossi, I found a poem in my bed, and when I read it, my mattress was attacked me, and I was only feeling comfortable talking to people when rhyming. It was my only skill, and I desperately wanted to avoid being a nobody again. I didn't even realize I scared off the most popular boy in school, Valentino. When did the Roman Empire end? In 476, it was totally spent. I just couldn't let it go. 2 weeks passed, and people stopped talking to me again because it was impossible to have a normal conversation with me. And when I tried talking to others, hey, what's up in the cup? They just ignored me. And there I was, back in my room, being a nobody again. And I really didn't like Mom's sad, I knew it all along face. I watched some MSA videos on my phone and didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Sandra! Sandra! When I rushed down to open the door, I was very happy to see Rome, the only person I could talk to in a normal way. And don't you dare play that horrible instrument in here. She came to ask me what was wrong, so I told her about the poem and about my dad I knew so little about. You gotta confront your mom, sis. Ain't no other way. Well, you just met her. Listen, if I had a mom, I'd talk the living daylights out of her. I was shocked and asked her what she meant by this. Rome told me she was raised in an orphanage and never knew her parents. She told me that she was even bullied for being sad, that she got used to being all alone, and all she had was the jazz music coming out of the nurse's room, who didn't care about the orphans. Now she's living with an elite foster family who never approved of her playing the saxophone and doesn't treat her like a daughter at all. Want to know why I play the sax all day?
I was so sad I couldn't even nod and just looked at her with tears in my eyes. Because it's my only friend, and it tells me beautiful stories. But you got me now, Rome. Gotta go, sis. Just talk to your mom, okay? Now Rome had tears in her eyes, too. She stood up and left my room. Before she left the house, she used her saxophone to wake up my mom, who had fallen asleep in front of her computer. Mom was furious and stormed into my room, thinking Rome was still there. Didn't I tell you to... Where's that crazy girl? I mustered all my courage, handed her dad's poem, and asked her to tell me everything she knew. She read the poem, looked at me with a stern face, then told me to come down to the living room with her and made me sit on the sofa. She went to the basement and came back up with a huge box in her hands. Without saying a word, she dropped several thousand letters on the floor and looked down at them with her arms crossed and her lips pressed together. My dad wrote a letter every day for 7 years, and not one of them was opened. I took them to my room and opened them all. Reading them took me 4 days straight without any sleep. My mom didn't even make me try to go to school. The letters were full of beautiful poems, dried flowers for Mom, and cute little drawings for me. He wrote how much he missed me, asked my mom to let him come back, and apologized for running away. But none of the letters mentioned the reason why he ran away. My head was spinning when I finished. Where are you, Dad? I had to ask my mom, and I felt so bad for Rome. I didn't call her the whole time. But before I could even grab my phone, I fell asleep. The wonderful smell of fresh blueberry muffins woke me up in the afternoon the next day. Rome was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding them under my nose like smelling salt. I am so glad you're alive, sis. Rome told me my mom had let her in to make sure I was all right during the last 4 days, but I wouldn't even notice her peeking into my room. I hugged Rome tight before gobbling up 3 muffins in 2 seconds. You should consider taking a shower, Now that the muffins were gone, I realized they smelled a lot better than I did. Suddenly, my mom stepped into the room. You should consider taking a shower, It was just impossible to keep myself together. I leapt up and grabbed my mom by the shoulders. For the first time in years, my mom embraced me and didn't let go until I calmed down. She did love me. Where is Dad? Why didn't you open the letters? Why didn't you show them to me? Why didn't you let him come back? I gotta go practice, ladies. When Rome had left, Mom told me that Dad always dreamt about being a successful poet. He used to read his poems to her before they went to sleep, and Mom loved it. But his dream never became a reality, and we were slowly running out of all the money we had saved. So I told him to stop writing and get a job or care for you so I could get a job. But he just said everything was going to be all right and kept on writing. Until my mom threw him out and got a home office job to pay the bills. She was sending me to my room not because she hated me, but because she wanted to get her work done to earn the money we needed to keep our little house. He hasn't sent a letter for almost half a year now. I didn't know what to think of my dad anymore, but I loved his poems and just had to see him. All his letters had his address on the back. To my surprise, Mom agreed to go see him. We went to an old apartment building and took a deep breath before knocking on his door, but nobody answered. When we knocked a second time, an old lady opened the door. She told us that she had moved in a few months ago and knew nothing of my dad. I was devastated, and when I saw Mom's sad, I knew it all along face again, I was furious. I ran home and locked myself up in my room. When I was right in the middle of crying my heart out, a message from Rome arrived on my phone. Got a surprise for you, sis. Make sure to be taking that shower. I showered for ages as if I was trying to wash off all the sorrow I felt. After that, I met Rome in the park. She just had to take one look at me to know that I didn't see my dad. Instead of greeting her, I just sat down on a bench and stared at the ground. You can come out now. From behind a large tree, Valentino suddenly emerged carrying a book in his hands. He walked up and stood right next to Rome. I thought they were together now, so I couldn't think of anything better than, "Congratulations," and looked down at the ground again. Don't be silly, sis. I don't date younger boys, duh. But we are kind of together. I didn't understand what was going on, but it did sound interesting. We formed a hip-hop trio. You know there's only 2 of you, right? And you will be the singer. Did you know that Pretty Boy here's a great drummer? This was all too much. I didn't know what to say. I just lost my dad forever. My confidence was crushed once again, and now I should become an artist? A rapper? Performing on stage? Life's too short to hide away, sis. But we need to know if you still got it. When Valentino opened the book, I realized it was that new bestseller we were supposed to read for school until tomorrow. A book I forgot to even get because I was too busy reading poems and going through all the emotions in the world.
I'll read something, and you'll rhyme on it.
There was no rhyming challenge that could ever put me on the spot. So I stood up from the bench, took on a battle pose, and commanded Valentino to begin.
Fixed by occluded revelation,
but freed from the flow of speculation. Wow, did I say that? Reading all my dad's poems must have made me even better. Rome and Valentino were super excited and both hugged me tightly. While Rome laughed, Valentino blushed a little and tried to cover it up by giving me the book along with the summary he wrote. As I took it and our hands touched, it was my time to blush, which made Rome laugh even harder. Things went kind of smoothly after that. Valentino, Rome, and I became very close. Every day in the afternoon, we would meet in the band room of the school to practice our show. I still miss Dad, but my friends and the music helped me to get over it. And I thought, if he stopped caring about me and Mom, he just doesn't deserve us. When the school year was nearly over, it was finally time for the concert. My knees were shaking when we stepped onto the stage to perform open air for the whole school.
Time to shine, sis. Got your back with my beats, Sandra. You'll do great.
I looked for my mom and found her right in front of the stage like a real fan. She looked back at me, arched her eyebrows, and pointed to the man standing next to her. My heart skipped a beat. It was Dad. He must have kept an eye on me the whole time. Our show was a great success, and the freestyle encore blew everyone away. It turned out that my dad was the author of this best-selling book we had to read for school. He published it under a pseudonym so he could have a quiet life with us. After the concert, he showed me and Mom his beautiful new house in the countryside. When he offered us to live with him again, my mom put her arm around my shoulders and finally smiled. We'll think about it. Mom! Well, she knew she couldn't do this to me. And when Dad showed her the home office room he already arranged for her with all the latest technology stuff in it, she just played hard to get for a second and then happily agreed. Valentino and I helped each other out in school and eventually became a couple. It was Rome's final year, but our band still exists. We still couldn't decide on a name for it, though. When Rome's stunning performance even made it to the local news, her foster parents threw her out because it finally became clear to them she'd never be a doctor or a lawyer. As Rome didn't know where to go, I asked Mom if she could live with us. Living with a runaway husband and 2 crazy girls? Glad I have my own room. I forced us all into a big hug, saxophone included. And that was my story. Thanks for watching. Ciao from Sandra. I'd been avoiding this all night, but it was time to face the truth. I was standing in the middle of the dance floor at the winter formal, surrounded by 2 of the most popular boys in school, Nicholas and Isaac. Nicholas gave me flowers. Isaac jumped in front of Nicholas and started singing me a love song. Nicholas threw a glass of punch in Isaac's face, then gave me a diamond necklace. Both of you, get away from me! How many times do I have to tell you I don't love you? But we shared a chicken sandwich. I gave you half my fries.
What about me? We walked on the beach under the moonlight and kissed under the stars.
I liked all your Instagram posts, and I texted you 1,000 smiley face emojis with hearts in their eyes. The hearts were in all of their eyes, Ember. Do you know what that means?
Leave her alone, you jerk. She's my girl.
No, she's mine.
No, mine.
The lovesick boys started shoving each other. Then it turned into an all-out brawl. I snuck out the back door and ran straight into my worst nightmare, my nemesis, the boy that stole my heart and had the power to break it into 1,000 pieces. His name was... Oh, I can't even say his name without getting butterflies. I feel like such an idiot. What's wrong with me? Things were never supposed to turn out this way. It's best if we start my crazy story from the beginning. Maybe that'll give me time to figure this out. I'm Ember, and I'm a professional heartbreaker. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. It all started with my best friend, Lisa. Lisa and I were inseparable since birth. We loved the same movies, music, and games. We'd finish each other's sentences and keep each other's secrets. But everything changed when Lisa discovered boys. When we were 9, Lisa ran up to me and my neighbor Wilson at the park.
Do you see that boy over there? The one that's picking his nose? Of course not. The one that's eating sand? No, the one next to him with the dark hair and dreamy brown eyes. I think I'm in love with him.
A day later, Lisa and the boy were a couple. A week after that, the boy broke Lisa's heart and she lost her mind. She cried for days. Wilson and I tried to cheer Lisa up, but nothing worked. Then one day, Lisa walked up to me and Wilson happy as a clam because she'd found another boy. Then he broke her heart and the whole cycle continued over and over and over again. Why do you keep crying over these stupid boys? The last one smelled like a stinky old sock.
He didn't smell like a sock. He smelled like a man.
But he was only 12.
You guys don't get it because you're not as mature as I am.
You're only 2 months older than we are.
But you know nothing about the magic of love.
It went on like that for years until we reached high school and Lisa fell in love with a football player named Nicholas. Yeah, the same guy from the beginning of my story. The one with the horrible singing voice and obsessed with heart emojis.
Ember, he's the one. I just know it.
You said that about the last boy.
No, it's for real this time. I think I'm gonna marry him.
A day later, she and Nicholas were Insta official. They dated for a year, but the whole time he was cheating on her and it broke Lisa's heart. The same thing happened with another boy at school named Isaac, a smooth-talking, rich model. Yep, he was the second jerk you met in the beginning of the story. Every time Lisa saw Nicholas or Isaac with another girl, she'd break down in tears. She couldn't pay attention in class. She started failing all her tests. Her grades dropped, she stopped coming to school, and eventually couldn't get out of bed. Lisa's parents got so worried about her that they moved away, and I lost my best friend forever. I was devastated. She even refused to contact us and changed her number and deactivated all her social media accounts. Her mom told us to respect her wishes. You still have me. It's not the same, Wilson. After Lisa left, I blamed myself. Nicholas and Isaac were heartbreakers, and all the girls loved them, even though they both had the IQ of a fly and were the most conceited boys on earth. They had a new girl every week and ripped the poor girl's heart to shreds. I should have protected Lisa from those jerks. She was my best friend in the world, but I wasn't there for her. I'm the reason she's gone. That's not true. Lisa made her own decisions. She chose to date those guys. If it's not my fault, why does it hurt so much? A couple years later, in my senior year, I had a major glow-up. My dark olive skin and long curly hair got me so much attention, people thought I was a model or a movie star. Nicholas kept staring at me in gym class. I tried to ignore him, but he cornered me in the hallway. Hey, beautiful. I couldn't help but notice that you're almost as hot as me. I've never seen you around. Is this your first day? No, dummy. We've been in the same classes for 2 years. He looked at me like I was crazy. I'm Ember, Lisa's best friend. I don't know any Lisa. Your ex-girlfriend's Lisa? He shrugged his shoulders like he didn't even care. I wanted to slap him in his stupid jerk face. I'm captain of the football team, you know, and I've got 2% body fat. He lifted up his shirt to show me his washboard abs. Am I supposed to care? You're funny. Let's go out this weekend. I was pissed. First, Nicholas broke Lisa's heart, and now he wanted to go out with me? Suddenly, I had an idea. I could make him pay for what he did to Lisa. So, I said yes. Later that day, Wilson and I were sitting together at lunch. I was helping him fix his battle robot for the robotics club when Isaac walked up. Hey, babe, is your dad a genie? Because you're my wish come true. We should get together. You're not her type. No one asked you, nerd. Wilson's battle robot charged at Isaac. Isaac grabbed the robot and spiked it like a football. Wiper butt, no! Next time, mind your own business.
Avenge me.
Wilson jumped up to confront Isaac, and I slid between them. I'd love to go out with you, Isaac. I gave Isaac my number, then he walked away. Wilson was totally confused. Why would you go out with that jerk that broke Lisa's heart? I'm gonna go out with both jerks that broke Lisa's heart. I'm gonna make them pay for what they did to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I came up with a master plan. Nicholas was the first target. He was obsessed with sports and super competitive. He was on the basketball team, the football team, and the baseball team. But after a little investigation, Wilson and I discovered that Nicholas was terrified of heights. For our date, I invited Nicholas to a rock climbing gym. As we were walking inside, Nicholas saw a beggar on the street and yelled at him for asking for food. Get your own food, loser. Ugh. Can't understand why these poor people choose to live on the sidewalk. There's an apartment building right across the street. I couldn't believe how insensitive and stupid Nicholas was, but I had to stay focused on my mission. Good question, but tonight's about us. Let's go have some fun. I took his hand and pulled him inside. Nicholas took one look at the rock wall and broke into a sweat.
I don't know about this, Ember. Can't we just go to the movies?
Are you scared? I didn't know you were a chicken.
I'm no chicken. I'm not afraid of anything. I'll climb to the top twice as fast as you.
You're on. I raced to the top, and Nicholas struggled to keep up. Come on, Nicholas. You can do it. Just don't look down. Nicholas looked down and freaked out. He started crying like a baby. It took 20 minutes for the instructors to pry him off the wall. Wilson recorded the whole thing on his phone and posted it online. The video went viral in minutes, and Nicholas was the biggest joke. The next day, I went out with Isaac. He got us concert tickets to see a famous pop star. He met me at my door with a huge bouquet of flowers, but when he wasn't looking, I slipped a couple doggy treats in his pocket. As we were walking to his car, my neighbor's huge dog charged towards him. Isaac got so scared, he turned to run, but slipped and fell face first in the mud. His clothes were ruined, and so was his perfect hair. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It was an accident. Too bad we'll miss the concert.
We don't have to miss it. Come with me. I dragged Isaac inside my house and told him he could take a shower. I gave him a special bottle of shampoo to wash his hair and some of my dad's old clothes. 10 minutes later, I heard Isaac scream, "My hair!" Oh no! Silly me. I guess that wasn't shampoo. At least the green brings out your eyes. Isaac ran out of my house like a maniac. I wished Lisa was here to see what we did. She would have been so proud. Wilson and I celebrated. I even had the rest of the weekend to help him fix his broken battle robot.
I really appreciate your help, Ember.
It's the least I can do. I couldn't have gotten back at Nicholas and Isaac without you.
I was worried that you'd fall for those guys like all those other girls at school.
Give me some credit. Those guys are the worst. I like guys that are smart and kind. Then Wilson gave me a strange look.
I think I like you. I mean, like you, ever since we were kids. I was wondering if maybe we could go out on a real date.
I was shocked. I never saw Wilson as anything more than a friend, but as I thought about dating him, I suddenly started to blush.
Sorry, I guess that was a dumb idea. I'll leave now.
Before I knew it, Wilson was walking out the door. Wait! I grabbed Wilson's hand. He turned to me, and when we looked into each other's eyes, I swear that sparks started flying. Or it could have been the porch lamp shorting out again. It had been doing that for weeks. The next day, spring break started, and Wilson and I spent every minute together. We grew closer by the day, and after we shared our first kiss, I finally understood what Lisa meant about the magic of love. Being with Wilson made me feel like I was walking on a cloud, though it was bittersweet because I still missed Lisa so much. But when school started, everything changed. My first day back, Nicholas ran up to me with a huge smile on his face.
Ember, it's so good to see you. It took me a while to realize it, but you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. You changed my life.
Wait, what? I was totally shocked. I thought Nicholas hated me.
You gave me the courage to face my fear of heights, clowns, and strawberries.
You're afraid of strawberries?
It's the seeds and their pointy ends. They could take an eye out, but that doesn't matter anymore. I've conquered all my fears, and now I'm unstoppable. I'm a new man, and I think I like you.
Then Nicholas kissed me on the cheek and waltzed down the hall. After school, Isaac ran up to me in the parking lot with his bright green hair. He hugged me and spun me around.
Babe, you're amazing. My hair is a hit. I booked 10 modeling jobs over the break. I wanted to call and tell you, but I was so busy. You're my good luck charm.
Before I could say anything, Isaac kissed me. Then, out of nowhere, Wilson and Nicholas appeared. Wilson stared at me and Isaac in total disbelief. Nicholas got so mad, he grabbed Isaac and punched him in the nose.
Get your hands off my girl. She's not your girl. She's the love of my life.
Then I saw an amazing opportunity. My mission wasn't complete. That night, I told Wilson about my new plan. Our mission isn't over. I'll go on a few more dates with Nicholas and Isaac. I'll make them compete for my love. And when I know I've got them hooked, I'll rip their hearts to shreds. I'll just need you to...
What about us?
We'll keep our relationship a secret until after I break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts.
You're not making any sense. I'm your boyfriend. I can't just sit back and watch you date other guys.
We have to complete the mission.
I don't care about the stupid mission.
What are you saying?
It's me or them.
I chose the mission. I couldn't back off now. It was too important. I owed it to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I broke up. I kept dating Nicholas and Isaac and made them compete for my affection. It was funny seeing them try to one-up each other to win my heart, but every time Wilson saw me with them, he gave me the saddest looks.
What are you staring at, nerd? A jerk sandwich with a side of stupid sauce? Nerd Boy thinks he's funny. He's just jealous because Ember's out of his league. She'll be my girl soon. No, Carrot Head. She'll choose me. My muscles are bigger than yours. I've got an 8-pack. You've only got 6. Oh yeah? My biceps are the size of a grapefruit.
Nicholas and Isaac took off their shirts and started flexing in front of each other. A couple of Wilson's battle robots ran up and kicked them in the shins. As the days passed, I couldn't stop thinking about Wilson. Suddenly, I felt like I was the bad guy. It was one thing to break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts, but Wilson didn't deserve this at all. I was so confused. I was doing this for Lisa, but hurting Wilson in the process. So, I was finally able to reach out to Lisa for the first time in years. She was living 3,000 miles away in Australia. She told me all about her new life and her new boyfriend and how sorry she was for not keeping in touch. Then, I told her about my mission. Oh, Ember, you didn't have to do that for me. Love's a risk, and sometimes it hurts, but it's worth it. I was trying to break those heartbreakers' hearts and broke Wilson's along the way. I feel like a hypocrite trying to teach those guys not to play with a person's emotions while I was doing the same thing. You made a mistake, and that's okay. We all do. Now you just have to fix it. The next day, I met up with Nicholas and Isaac. It's over. I don't love you. I don't want to see you anymore. They didn't take it very well. They dropped dozens of teddy bears, candy, and love notes at my door, but I sent it all back. I tried to contact Wilson, but he didn't return my calls. And when I went by his house, his mom told me he was out of town at the National Robot Battle Championships. I was proud of Wilson, but so sad I wasn't there to support him like he'd always supported me. He posted a bunch of videos from the competition online. The moment I saw his face and heard his voice, my feelings for him rushed back, and suddenly, I was nursing my own broken heart. A week later, a couple of girls from class encouraged me to go to the winter dance. It was better than sitting in my room all alone, so I agreed to go. So, yeah, now we're back to where we started. Hey, editor, can you speed things up from here? No problem. Okay, here it is. The moment of truth, when I ran out the back door and right into the love of my life. If you haven't guessed it by now, the mystery guy is Wilson, and he looked so different that night. He was confident and happier than I'd ever seen him before. Wilson looked up at me with his big brown eyes, and all my feelings for him were stronger than ever. I'm sorry I hurt you. I was so obsessed with getting revenge for Lisa that I became a colossal jerk. I hope you can forgive me. Maybe someday we can be friends again.
I don't know. You did some really dumb stuff.
I get it. I ruined our friendship and broke your heart. I understand why you don't want to be friends anymore. I guess this is goodbye. I turned to leave, then Wilson grabbed my hand and smiled.
This doesn't have to be the end. Maybe we can fix this. I think it's worth a try.
Another mission?
Something like that.